Warren Evans has his headset on.
Uh-oh, Freiberger has a microphone. Didn't work.
All right, we have Gold Dust going down in the starting line. Starting line prep is a happening. Check, check. Check, check, check. Checkity, check, check, check.
Testing 1, 2. Yay, we have a microphone functional up here in the tower. Stay tuned.
Sorry for your loss. Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Maple Grove Raceway, the vaunted House of Chaos. Been open since 1962, and for the first time ever, just like yesterday at Namibia, Drag Week comes to Maple Grove. Brian Loans, KJ Jones, and David Freiberger here in an announcer's booth with all the cozy love of a jailhouse lineup.
That is
very
what
nice.
it's like in here.
So you are watching the Mickey Thompson live stream of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week presented by Gear Vendors. It is day number 3. We have seen some craziness. We have seen some breakage, and we have seen today cloudy skies. So, guys, I think the first thing we need to talk about before we get into any details is what the day's looking like. We just had a little confab with Mike Galimi and Lonnie Grimm, and David, you can lay it out for them.
So this is information for the racers in the pits and also for you watching at home, which is it is potentially going to see some weather today. We're not certain about that. We think it's going to be okay. But in planning ahead for that, what we're going to do first is run the A and B groups, and it will be one shot only. So in these first couple groups this morning, you can only make one pass. If you're an impound, same rule applies. You will only make one pass. At that point, we will start to take a view on what we're seeing for the rest of the day and make announcements on how it's going to go.
But it will be a one-shot deal for A and B groups. As David said, if you're in impound, you can pick your spot. You can come up when you want to come up. There will be an impound lane. But unlike yesterday, you will not be able to make repeated passes out of impound throughout the day. If the weather holds for us and we get to an all-run situation, then it's going to be game on for everybody. But we just want to set the stage, one shot in A and B to get things going, and then we evolve throughout the day. KJ, you were the man in the pits yesterday. You will be the man in the pits today, and I'm not sure anybody's had their hands more full than you did after everything that happened at Namibia.
Yeah, it was a busy day in Namibia, Brian. Of course, a lot of activity on track that brought more activity afterwards with the records being set and, of course, the unfortunate accidents and everything. But I'm looking forward to more good action, weather permitting. And you have to think about, again, this being pivot day.
Yep.
And thinking about the strategy in drag and drive, drag week or any of the drag and drives. In the middle of the week, in the middle of this type of thing, you're wondering, what should I do, literally? Yeah. Should I make an aggressive move to try to get to the front of a class? Should I just try to defend my territory because I don't think I have the performance to move forward? It's really a game of, it's a thinking man's game right now.
And, of course, a game of survival if the car is hurt a little bit. What are you going to do?
Yep.
You're going to take a safety pass or not? But what's interesting is that there are a lot of classes that still have battles for 1, 2, 3, and
yes,
if not, at least 1, 2.
And look, a lot of you that are watching this live stream are following the adventures of Mike Finnegan. He made a nice run in the 880s yesterday, which actually moved him to a potential podium position in the gasser class, which he was not near after day one.
Yeah, he's up into 3rd right now, which the math worked in his favor way more than I expected it to in that case. But, man, the math is a hard thing. That's another deal where, like in the NHRA countdown, I asked drivers, at what point do you start tracking the baby points? Well, at Drag Week, that's got to be after day 2.
Yes.
Because that's when the math is going to dictate whether you can move ahead to a podium position or not.
And with that, you have to look at the Super Street Small Block Power Outer class, where thousands, literally thousands of a second now can determine the first and second place finishers.
Yeah, Randy Seward has been the cardiac kid in that class. We have seen Rick Steinke come out in the morning or late morning yesterday, but the first day was his one shot. He was at the hotel before we even left the drag strip. But Randy Seward has stuck around until the end of the day. He looked like he was sunk on day 1. He runs 850 with a 6. He looks like he was sunk on day 2. He runs 850 with a 4 in his last opportunity. So Seward's been the guy.
Yeah, but then absolutely Steinke came out and went for the jugular last night. Remember,
yes,
he ran an 0.2.
Oh, yeah, 850 with a 2. So those guys are still locked in within a couple of thousandths. Any misstep.
A thou and a half,
yeah,
actually.
There you go, a thou and a half. So a misstep between the two of them is going to cause some immediate separation. Racetrack here is beautiful. Of course, it was just run in very well last weekend at the 40th running of the NHRA Reading Nationals here. So there's been a lot of traffic on it. They've dusted it. They've rotated it. They scraped it this morning. So Kyle Koretsky and his crew have been here for many, many hours doing the work, and the shutdown area is almost dry as well. So I think we're going to be in good shape out here, and as it always is at Maple Grove, it is going to be fast. Lonnie Grimm has given us the universal signal to look at your phone, and we're going to do that. We are shooting for a 9 a.m. start, which is 40 minutes from now, shooting for a 9 a.m. start, and so that will mean we will at some point give you a lanes open message as competitors and fans continue to roll in here. For racers, this is a left-hand turnout at the top end. Just like yesterday, a left-hand turnout.
Boy, Brian was just here a few days ago,
Yep.
and what a wild ride that was.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. For those of you that didn't catch any of the highlights or craziness that popped up from the NHRA race, the most viewed thing that happened, of course, was Doug Coletta and Tony Stewart crashing at 320-odd miles an hour. Coletta had a left front of the car. I've not gotten an official statement on what actually gave way first, but the left front of the car failed. He had full right steering in it, but it went left. He got into the side of Stewart at over 300, and then Stewart's dragster ran over his rear tire, which shot it completely sideways up against the wall. He got put to sleep for a minute, but Doug Coletta then came back, won the next round, and lost in the finals. It was bonkers.
Yeah, a lot of up and down, which we're going to see again here at Drag Week today.
So how long has it been for you to be here, KJ? You said it's been a while.
It's been a long minute. The last time I was here was back in the NMRA days, so we're talking a long time ago. But this is, being an East Coaster, this is one of the tracks that I would come down to and actually go racing. So it's nice to be back. Very nice to be back.
Density altitude is going to be very low this morning because of the cool temperatures, but the air is pretty wet, so I'm interested to see how much power guys can make. And I was impressed yesterday at Numidia. We saw plenty of fast runs, and we saw some guys go out there very aggressive early and have to tune on their stuff. Glenn Sheely specifically missed it once or twice, and then on his third shot set a record for the quickest naturally aspirated small block pass ever.
I think thus far at Drag Week we have given these guys more track than they expected on day one and day two, and I would kind of expect the same thing here.
And look, it is going to be I didn't have any questions about any of these places. I've been to all of them over the course of my life, knew they were good. I was hoping Numidia would be as good as it was yesterday, and it was, but there are a couple of things we can guarantee from this point forward. This place is going to be killer. Cecil County tomorrow is going to be rip your toupee off good, and then, of course, we go back to MIR. We knew how that was. So I think that's a neat variable that has left the equation now. Guys know it's going to be very, very good, and that the surfaces are going to be on point.
And you have to consider the weather. You have to consider right now, 774 is the density altitude, and if conditions or ambient temperature stays cool, it's going to be really fast with that traction.
This doesn't tell you water grains, does it? No, you don't have water grains.
Barometer's over 30 inches, though, so
it is.
So I mean, you got it. We could look and see the grains, but yeah, they're going to be obviously pretty high, especially with the weather that's kind of floating around here. But man, cloud cover is going to manage the track temperature. It's going to be very, very tight. So I think, again, we're going to talk a lot about radial guys coming up here and be able to put the coals to it early, and the guys on the big tires are going to have to be very ginger about managing potential shake.
For those of you at home, I think maybe go deeper into explaining what that's about. I think the natural assumption is, it's got giant tires on it, it'll hook up and go.
Yeah, and Jason Molden, we were talking to him yesterday from Mickey Thompson, and again, they sponsor this entire live feed. But when you have a big, bias ply slick like that, the beauty of that tire is it's going to wrap the sidewall up. It's going to help absorb some of that initial shock, and then you're going to get that tire to start expanding as centrifugal force increases, as the wheel speed increases. The problem is when the racetrack gets to a certain point and you don't get the tune-up exactly right and you don't speed that tire up enough, it starts to effectively drive over itself. It's like I always talk about a jelly ball when we were kids. Remember those red, those jelly balls you'd play with on the playground, and you could grab that thing and kind of squeeze it and get your fingers into it? When you get that jelly ball effect in a drag slick, that's when a guy's, replacing his fillings and stuff starts falling off the car. A drag radial tire, just like a radial tire you drive your car down, has a much stiffer sidewall. It's a more efficient way to get the power to the ground, but it's also a little bit more of a hair trigger. But as we saw yesterday, whether it was out of Armentrout's car or some of the other really high-performing cars in classes like Pro Street or Ultimate Iron, Graham Hayes specifically, when you get it right on one of those things, KJ, they fly.
They're going really, really fast. Of course, small tire racing, that's what it's called. Small tire 275 racing has been booming for the last decade now, and it's really refined itself thanks to tracks like this as well, the tire and the track. But let's talk about really quickly, what do we know about cars that are either out or might have had troubles? I saw that there was a call out for Bryant Goldstone to get some brake calipers last night. Do we know if he got them?
Listen, I'm not taking any credit for this, but I went to the Super Friends Network. We got him too. And a big shout out to Marty Reinhardt, the super stock racer. Marty Reinhardt was a guy who was able to answer the call. He had two of them. He had a pair of them at his shop. So Marty was the guy who helped Brian Robbins and Brian Goldstone out after we threw the bat signal up for him.
That's really cool that we have that ability to do stuff through social media. I mean, where you're on Facebook, or you just send a text message, just to be able to make that kind of shout out. And inevitably somebody's going to have something that somebody needs. That's what I found about Drag Week for many years now, that you make that call out and people can get an engine, people can get cylinder heads, whatever type of part they might need. Somebody out there's got it. And sometimes it's just a fan of Drag Week. It's not anybody that's associated with the race itself, but it's just a fan.
In the early days, most of these guys relied on farmers.
Sure.
You would break down the middle of nowhere and you'd go knock on the door.
Mashmeyer broke the front. He hit that bridge joint. Remember, it broke the cross member of the car, and he said he found a farmer with a MIG welder, and he ended up welding the thing back together on the side of the road or whatever.
Didn't Eddie Miller find a guy who dragged his duster onto a flatbed and hauled it back or something?
Yeah, but part of it too is where we're at. Like, there are so many racers around this part of the country. We're driving around, going down the road yesterday. We're seeing sprint car chassis sitting there. I mean, there's so many racers around here, drag racers and otherwise, that there's a lot of parts, a lot of speed shops, and a lot of people. So that also helps.
And of course, now Drag Week has become a rolling speed shop as everybody's got trailers loaded with parts. The controversy over that has kind of gone away over this past 20 years when we started allowing the trailers. Well, in the first year, you remember what happened on the trailer.
Full on. Jim Neuenfeld came with his turbocharged LS pickup truck, which in 05 was a revelation. To see that, it was an absolute revelation, that truck. But he was also pulling a full-size twin-axle car trailer with drums of fuel and stuff on it.
And a machine shop.
And effectively like a lathe and a turret mill and all kinds of stuff on there,
So that's when we started to make rules about the trailer sizing, and boy, did that turn into a comedy of errors over the years about talking about length and axle count. Remember, we had one once that was number of cubic feet that it could have?
Yeah.
And so we were out there having to do the math on that.
And then, in typical racer fashion, they're like, okay, so they just started mounting stuff on the outside of the trailer, right? So it was really hilarious. It was a cat and mouse game that at the time, like so many things at the time, seemed an important thing to lock in, and then you realize over time it's like, well, it really is the idea of you cannot bring a spare engine in the thing. It comes down to what you limit the replacement parts to versus the size of the thing. Beyond the obvious, you can't haul a car trailer.
Trailers have become like the image of these drag and drive events. When the photos came out, Wes Allison stuff in the early days, of guys hauling trailers in the rain with Pro Street cars on big slicks. And remember, there was a time when nobody drove on treaded tires on the street.
Yes.
Now you see off-road tires on the back of these Pro Street vehicles, or I should say big tire vehicles, because the off-road tires are tall enough and have some tread. But back then, we were driving everywhere in the rain on Mickeys, and wow, was that spooky.
Yeah, I mean, you go back to the first one, Carl Scott didn't pull a trailer, Larson didn't pull a trailer, and what Carl Scott was doing, we talk about it every year, but for those of you unfamiliar, when Carl Scott won the very first drag week, they would pull into the racetrack, swap the center section out of the rear end, they would bolt the glass or the plexi back into the windows. They would then take the intake manifold off, which had a single 4-barrel on it, and put the big, the sheet metal tunnel ram with the dominators on it that was all plumbed for the nitrous on. I mean, these guys, the amount of work they did just to get the thing back and forth was amazing.
We watched some of the transition stuff yesterday, and the word is amazing, really, that people have it so refined now to get it done in, say, 20 minutes and be able to hit the road. And that includes sometimes, running valves or just changing valve lash for the street, et cetera. So it's not just a tire swap or a fuel change. There's sometimes a lot more into it that can be executed in a quick time. So you have to think about fuel teams and what they get done in 90 minutes. Yeah. This is like the same thing on just a smaller scale.
Yeah, absolutely.
And on the entire vehicle.
Yeah.
One of the things that I find a little bit absurd is you'll come across a guy with a El Camino or even a pickup truck with a long bed out on the highway, and they've got a trailer behind it.
Yeah.
It's like, dude. But the deal is, if you load all the stuff into the pickup truck, you're unloading it every single day and reloading it every single day. And that's the grassroots way. But that's, I think, why people are hauling trailers.
Unhitching the trailer and just bolting your tires on is a far easier solution in the pit area for sure.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that type of evolution of competition and strategy is, as much as we see the cars get faster and crazier on the racetrack, it's the ability of adapting and making them more usable on the street that has also come a very long way.
And we do have an award for quickest with no trailer.
Yes.
And so that is still recognized. We have awards for the quickest with a sealed engine, with a sealed hood. And there are awards for things like quickest 4-cylinder, 6-cylinder, Oldsmobile and such. So people who aren't winning their classes can still come out here and win best
hardware.
VW Rabbit with a V6 swap.
Yes.
As he should.
So far, what would you say is, we'll go two ways with it, the wildest car that you've seen in Drag Week this year?
Oh, man, to me, and he's going to know exactly where I'm going, the 33 Ford Tudor that has the crazy Big Al chop to it. It has the supercharged, as he said, it was an LT motor in it or something like that, or I can't. Or
No, I think it's an LS motor. It's
Yeah.
got a Vortec on it.
A Vortec, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, that thing, it looks awesome. It looks like something that you would get out of a Hot Wheels box, and it runs in the 10's, got a stick in it. That's my car this year.
It's not the wildest, though. I mean, I would say Goldstone's got the wildest thing out here. How about you, Cage?
I think that the guys that are in that, I don't know if it's a Tahoe or Suburban, but it's jacked up in
S10 Blazer.
It's like really
S10
crazy,
Blazer.
man. That's a pretty wild looking ride, man.
That is nuts.
Yeah, you got to catch up with those guys because I'm guessing in normal life that thing probably rolls around with like 38s on it or something like that, or boggers, because it does have a full, it's got a pretty good-looking suspension setup on it and everything. But yeah, you need to talk to that guy and either find out what mental ward he escaped from or what work release program he's on. But that thing's neat.
I think we can all agree on the AMC, the Eagle.
Oh, listen, the Eagle in a class by itself.
Yeah, inline 4-cylinder 4.0 with a turbo. What did it run? 960?
Yeah, it was a single digit. I think it ran in the single digits.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, it's perfect. Pulls the front end. Yeah, I mean, there's literally nothing to complain about there.
I love the Rabbit, too. The Rabbit's good.
The VR6 Rabbit is good. We got a couple of the front-wheel driver K cars. The Omnis are out here as well. I mean, that's the beauty of this. I think you look at some of the conversations that happen online and what people are what's catching their eye. And, of course, Ned Dunphy's car. Of course, Brian Goldstone's car. Like, there are certain things that go without saying that, yes, these cars are going to grab your attention. But when you get into the weeds and you start to see what people are actually at home building and bringing out here and beating on, it's the best.
And this is one of the things, sorry, KJ, that really annoys me about the audience sometimes when they say, this is not realistic. Those aren't street cars. All right, well, divert your attention away from the 5 cars that are absolutely absurd and look at the other 400 cars
that are running 8s and 9s and 10s. Yeah.
Or that they're running in the 12s, but they're a crazy combination like a V6 Rabbit or something like that.
And think about it like this. Instead of talking a lot of smack about it, you can do that with something that you can build in your garage. So come on out and join us one year. And,
Well, typically the guys talking smack are the ones who can't do that. So they get on here and just spew their venom.
That's true.
Well, but that it's not a streetcar thing. It's something that has gone on since time began at this event. Actually, since before this event even existed, and it was designed to sort of answer that question and has failed.
It has done nothing but stoke the fire with even more aggression. Lonnie Grimm has texted once again. And top end exit is left-hand turn. A track radio station, 91.3 FM. That is going to be vitally important that you're paying attention to that today. 91.3 FM, as we mentioned at the very top of this thing, and we're going to reinforce right now as people continue to come in the gate. A and B categories, we're going to run in our normal schedule is what the plan is, but it's going to be a one-shot deal. You will get one shot. You'll return to the pits. We'll move on to the next category. Our concern is what we want to make sure everybody gets at least one shot at the racetrack before we get into any sort of a all-run situation. Secondarily, if you are an impound car, you also are going to fall under this one-shot rule. So unlike yesterday when you could come up as many times as you wanted out of impound, you're going to get your one lick at it this morning, and then you're going to go back. Once we get to an all-run or once we get to a point where we've gotten to a completion of the 4 groups, then we'll go into that and it'll be a free-for-all. But in an attempt to make sure everybody gets a look at the racetrack, one shot and then park it so far.
I'm digging that. Weather permitting, I'm digging that because that's really going to say, look, you better have your stuff together. If you only get this one hit, you better really have your stuff tight.
High-stakes poker, man.
It really changes the game for some of the really fast cars. If they go out here and read the track wrong and don't get one pass, it turns the whole thing upside down, which is, of course, why we're trying to get to the all-run session later in the day, but do want to give everybody at least one opportunity.
Yeah, it'll be a pedaling, too. We don't see a lot of pedaling usually out here, but there'll be people that will be pedaling to get something out of nothing if they have a problem on launch. So it's going to be interesting as you get a look now at the racing surface here at Maple Grove Raceway as the rotator is finishing its work and the final touch is being put on the shutdown area. We have announced a 9 a.m. start. That's 25 minutes from now. And when Lonnie gives the word, we will open the sizable staging lanes here at Maple Grove Raceway.
And we are on the live feed brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires. So if you're on there and want to throw out any questions, we will handle that for you.
Molly, the official piston of Drag Week. Great to have Molly on board, as they have been for so many years, and the Molly milk truck is here. VP Racing Fuels, your official racing fuel of Drag Week, a major backer of this enterprise as well. NOS, the official nitrous of Drag Week. And Summit Racing Equipment, if you're a racer, you're a co-pilot, make sure you get your entry blank into Summit. You have until Friday to do that. They're going to be pulling names, and there's a $500 Summit Bucks kind of award coming there, and they'll help you spend it right here in the property. You can literally walk over and order parts here. They have parts with them. But Summit Racing Equipment, thank you very much.
And, of course, our presenting sponsor, Gear Vendors.
Rick Johnson was on the air with us yesterday talking about the guitars and everything that comes along with his legacy support of Drag and Drive across the country.
Once again, 91.3 is the radio station here, 91.3. People are asking about the big names that are actually out. I would say Jeff Lutz is the big one there. Dave Schroeder also gone.
Matt Tracy also out of Unlimited as of yesterday. He had that gray pro-charged or centrifugally supercharged Corvette.
But we were counting how many are on here. 35 cars out that we know of is very, very low attrition.
Exceptionally low attrition.
That's usually day one plus. Let's see. Sam Colaleo. Yeah, out. That was an unfortunate one with that beautiful Grand National.
Colaleo is Italian for I hate transmissions.
I don't like transmissions. That means I don't like transmissions in Italian for sure.
Yeah, transmissions take an exceptional amount of abuse at Drag Week, especially if you got a high stall converter. I think a lot of the NA categories are probably even worse for that. You know, when you have boost and you're making tons and tons of torque, you can have a tighter converter that isn't slipping while you're driving down a highway. When you're NA and you want the thing to launch at a higher RPM, you got a loose converter. That just becomes brutal on the highway, especially with a trailer. We also see fuel systems and valve train.
Yes.
Those are my top 3 failures at Drag Week.
And I'm thinking that we can, the small amount of attrition can be somewhat credited to the lower temperatures that we had. We've been running at ambient temperatures that are not anywhere near what we've had in the Midwest over several years. So with it being a little cooler, I think cars are a little happier. Vehicles are a little happier.
Yeah, it makes sense. I remember, 5-6 years ago down in Texas, it was like ambient of 100 degrees, I think a couple days in a row.
And that's harder on cooling systems, but also fuel systems, heating up the fuel and electrical systems, because, you know, you're running more fan more of the time. So, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and you know, the fuel system side of it is an interesting conversation to have as we've gone back and talked a little bit about some of the history here. But the evolution of fuel delivery in these cars, especially the big horsepower cars, you know, it was always the cable drive fuel pump was always the move to go now. And now there are electric pumps that can actually feed these engines capably.
I think brushless is the brushless change pumps, on that program.
But it was always the cable drive pumps worked very well. There was nothing wrong with them. But when you'd watch one of these guys sometimes at a stop and they would try to start the car again, the battery would start to run down, and then you're not spinning the pump fast enough, and then you're dead in the water. So that was one of the things. Charging systems, how many times did guys show up with these trick 16-volt charging systems years ago? And it's like, oh, well, we're out. Why? Well, we couldn't find a battery.
Or the little tiny race alternators that just don't put out enough amps to make it happen. And there was a lot of learning in the very early years. And the aftermarket has really stepped up with a lot of products that also will survive. I'd say roller lifters have seen some advancements in the day.
Lonnie Grimm texts, I have a blue Chevy 2 Nova and a gray Monza that must be moved immediately, parked directly behind the staging lanes. Move the Monza, which I believe is the Dissinger car.
The little coupe.
Yep. And a blue Chevy 2 Nova. Your blocking equipment, the Monza, the Nova need to be moved. Car number 186N and 354R.
Confirming, yes, it is that Monza. We got the photo evidence. And you do have express out of impound in any session that we call today. However,
you get it once.
Until you hear otherwise, you get it once. You cannot just run hot laps out of impound today or this morning anyway.
Maple Grove Raceway opened in 1962 as a 5th mile, 30-foot wide drag strip. Stouffer family opened it.
5th mile's kind of wild.
Yeah.
The drag strips were actually all kinds of different
all
lengths
kinds of
back
lengths.
in the earliest days. But
Clay, dirt. I mean, they were all different.
that too,
Yeah.
different materials. But 1962 seems a little bit late to open something that's a little bit short.
Yeah, it wasn't long before it was expanded to a quarter mile. I think it was by 64. But this place, when you were here, it had the massive swimming pool. It had all the kind of stuff going on as a Maple Grove Park. But it's great history here, and the Koretsky family's era of this racetrack has been really amazing. What they've done here and the variety of events they're putting on and how they're putting them on. They've done continue to do a spectacular job. But it's when we talk about the important legacy racetracks, especially on the East Coast, this one is almost head and shoulders above the rest. And the fans here are as hardcore as any place you'll go. It's like the Denver of the East. We're
Okay.
running super gas, and they're in the
That
stands
one
going
stings
crazy.
a little bit, Brian.
Well, but
Stings a little.
it does. But it's like that was the quality, and then that was the level of fan we had at Denver, where they were in there pumping their fists for guys running super gas and super comp. And you see the same thing here. People understand the sport. They know the sport in ways that maybe we don't see in other places.
I think the Dutch Classic might help that a little bit too. Having races like the Dutch Classic.
Don't whisper at me.
I said I think having races like the Dutch Classic also helps that out. They do a lot of sportsman racing at this track when NHRA isn't here, so that's why you see those people supporting when the national event comes.
Yeah, Division I has always been huge. Stock, super stock country. The Dutch Classic, as KJ's talking about, is one of the great legacy sportsman drag races. Happens every fall. Guys come here with the specific idea of crushing records because you get this beautiful fall air that happens. But yeah, the Dutch is legend.
Okay, I want to give you the live chat in a snapshot.
Uh-oh.
One comment is, audio is terrible, can't handle it. And the one immediately after that is, thanks for the much better audio. That is the internet in a nutshell.
That's the internet.
That is magic.
That's the internet version of one hit, guy goes straight down, guy behind him doesn't go up. Oh, the track's terrible.
Right.
This guy has a fair
Yeah.
question. In the legacy of Drag Week, who had the better wheel stand? Was it the Krusty Nova at Indy, or was it Finnegan all day the first day?
The Krusty Nova was iconic. No way to take it away. But Finnegan's pulling gears, multiple gears midair, untouchable to me. That is the standard.
And yet,
And four wheels off.
Yeah.
And yet, Krusty Nova actually set it down and went down. So do you give the extra flair for actually completion?
No, because we're talking about the wheel stand or the run.
You're just going violence.
Yeah, I mean,
pure violence? Okay,
if we're, you got two different questions there. The run, yeah, we'll give it to Krusty. Krusty made a better run, but the wheel stand, forget about it.
All right. Yeah.
Guy's in there shifting his own gears.
So are we going on record saying Finnegan has the best wheelie in history of Drag Week?
As far as I'm concerned, I'm saying yeah.
Dennis Taylor?
Great, but not that great.
Really?
Great, but not blasphemy level. I mean, that was it.
It folded the quarter panels.
He
from
would
hitting
if
the
he
back
had
on the
kept
ground.
his foot in it, the thing would have kept up.
Oh, so you're saying distance. Okay.
Of course, it's
Okay.
a wheel stand.
Yeah.
What else do we have to go by?
Well, yeah.
Sound?
Violence.
Okay. $100 for a pop-up, so
So it's official.
Well, at least in my eyes,
Yeah.
it's my opinion, of course, and of course I'm about to get pilloried for it in the chat, which is fine. This is what I signed up for, but that's my take.
Finnegan clearly wins by volume.
Yes. And look, I would say, and Jay Hollinger, we'll have to go deep into the Jay Hollinger files for this one, but Danny Black's wheel stand at the U.S. Nationals in the early 2000s in a stock, it was a super stock, like a D stock automatic Dodge, like a Duster. He took this thing like, I think 700 feet.
Really?
Yes, that is, and there is a very grainy, it was at the very beginning of like cell phone, flip phone videos. You can find it. If you go to the internet and go Danny Black Indy wheel stand, it is, to me, that is the door slammer wheel stand of all like door slammer wheel stands, because it's like a stalker and it's just up there and he's not lifting
kept
and
it
it's going and going and going.
Yesterday we were talking a little bit about the history of wheel stands in drag racing and how in the early days it started to happen and it was actually discouraged. People were freaking out. You mentioned, this is us in the car, but it wasn't on the live feed, about how Dick Maxwell, who was in charge of PR at Chrysler, actually sent a memo out to Soxon Martin and Dick Landy when they had the altered wheelbase cars and said, stop doing this.
Yeah.
I don't particularly know why.
Because they were bending up the front ends.
Right, because those things were made of aluminum foil.
Yeah, and they were they were match race cars, and they were designed. We need to run these things 3 nights a week to make it worthwhile for the program. And when you go out there and bounce this thing off the ground, and I got to send you parts, and it's parked for 3 or 4 days, we're missing dates, we're missing opportunities. But yeah, the pretty famous memo that came out in that era was like you were prohibited from doing wheel stands.
Impound will use lane 8 today, so opposite end of the staging lanes from what we have been doing. Once again, Impound will use lane 8. KJ, this guy's saying the best wheelies are from NMRA Coyote stock.
I agree there. Well, actually, the best wheelies before Coyote stock were real street wheelies. See what he says now.
Coyote stalkers do pull great wheelies. They're 10-second cars. They'll ride them out for a gear or two, but they're down by the time they get to 150 feet or so. But they are wheel standing mofos when it's right.
Oh, this guy argues Milk Truck. Milk Truck has absolute value as a freak show wheel
100%,
stander,
but does not have the height or distance that Finnegan's does.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. You've got that Freiberger, I'm putting you in your place.
No, I'm putting that guy in his place.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You're just collateral damage.
Oh, what about Cruz Pedregon? That one was quality.
Well, yes. I mean, we're talking about just ridiculous, insane. I was there that day. I was at the starting line. Lee Beard was his crew chief at the time, and we all just stood there and watched that.
We're talking about a nitro funny car, by the way.
That went through the lights at 320 on the rear tires. The body was stuck on the chassis, acting like a sail. That probably in terms. And again, I said Danny Black's on a door slammer side of it, but as an all-time moment of two-wheel action, probably that. All right, Warren Evans is giving me the side eye, the stink eye, because he has a plan and a program we're going to execute here. So Cody Helger had what was probably, and we can go down this road too, the worst crash we've ever seen at Drag Week. He barrel rolled his 55 Chevy many times yesterday. KJ actually spoke to him after the crash. We have that video. We also have the video of after the deal crash. We caught up with him, and then we have the Sheely video, which is an uplifting piece. So we got a couple of tough looks, and then we're going to bring you back to Glenn Sheely. So we're going to hit that right now, and we're going to get cars in the staging lanes and get things going in just a few minutes.
2006 SRT10.
I'm saying Helger stands it up on the bumper this time. Tied it down.
Oh, gets a little crossed up right there.
Easy. Helger sideways, and Helger big into the wall. Helger's car upside down and rolling across the finish line. Multiple turns, and it comes to a stop on its wheels well past the quarter-mile finish line of the racetrack. The car got toward the center. It got loose and started swaying back and forth. The car did land on its wheels. Safety folks are on the scene right now. So as before, we will wait until we hear anything from the top end, until we say any more about the situation. And so Cody Helger, and again, the way the car started walking back and forth, it got into that kind of sine wave that happens, and once it caught an edge, that 55 Chevy was just over and over again. Driver's good, guys. Cody Helger's out of the car. Driver is good, according to our top-end officials. Holy smokes, that was
brutal.
Bad as it gets. for as far as drag week goes, that is the worst crash we've ever seen in 21 years.
I mean, we've had cars upside down, but it's usually
Hot Rod Drag Week 2025. KJ Jones here. Live feeds brought to you courtesy of Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. Cody Helger is with me right now. He drives the 55 Chevy that you saw in the live feed. Went for quite a ride, man. Hell of an accident. First and foremost, you're all right. Yep. You're solid. Everything's cool.
Pride hurts, wallet hurts. Is what it is.
That's understandable, but as they say, the car can be replaced, man. So that's the way you got to look at this, man. Do you have any fathom of what happened in the lap that might have perpetuated something like that?
I kept my foot in it too long.
Okay.
Trying for the record in B-gas this year, and it was on when I felt it. It was good, and then it started moving around 1,000 feet, and couldn't wheel it back in.
I got you. So note to everybody out there drag racing, honestly, if it doesn't feel right 1 minute, put your foot in the passenger side. Don't even worry about stomping back on the gas or anything like that. You saw what happened. It's a terrible accident. Very unfortunate. We're sorry about it. But most important, man, I'm glad you're good, man.
You guys do a great event, and we really appreciate everything. Sorry to hold up everyone's afternoon, but
that's all right. Don't worry about it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right, Cody.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Zero is our base. Every minus, it takes out 2 degrees for 2 tenths. So like -5 is 10 degrees out for 1 second. And we start, we're going to look here when we first have it very low. Like, you know what, I looked at it, everything's rugged against that nice. That's why I went.
Well, you took it.
Yeah. Hey, buddy. Thanks.
Oh, anytime, man. Good job.
Thanks for help.
Trying, dude. I ain't worked this hard in a long time.
We need help.
Fucking late.
KJ in the pitch at Hot Rod Drag Week 2025. Live feed brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. You probably just saw, I think it's the first accident of this drag week, an unfortunate accident. Dave Deal, first and foremost, how are you?
I'm good, man. Chassis, safety equipment, everything done exactly what it's supposed to do. Stepped out the car, no problems, never lost consciousness, none of that. Hans did. It's something I preach a lot, man, is all the safety stuff that you, even if you don't have to have in the slower classes, is wear it. The right belts, Hans, all your proper safety gear. I just hit a wall at 198 miles an hour. I'm right here talking to you, walked away.
And that's a good thing.
That.
Can't beat it at all. And per whatever you can think, do you have any idea of what happened in the lap? You went through, it did happen before you went through, you felt something?
So we made it through. I mean, the car was on the tires a little bit, on the traction control, but it made the trip, obviously. Through the chute, the chutes didn't come out, started to get into the brakes, trying to work the brake pedal, and apparently one of the tires locked up or something like that, and when one of them locked up, trying to get the car slowed down, it, come around, and it was, at that speed, it's just pretty much hold on. That's all you can do. Just strap in, hold on, and hope for the best.
Well, again, a testament to your safety gear, man, and the car that you and your brother built, man. It's a good, in that respect, it was a really good car. In another respect, it was a great car because it was flying.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sure you guys will, as they say, you'll rebuild and you'll be back.
We got another one sitting on the hoist with a cage stuff already in it. So see what's salvageable out of this one, get stuff in that one, and get going.
Right on, man. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
All right. KJ here in the pits, not actually in the pits, but just along the side of the racetrack here. We're going to give you an idea how fast these cars are flying through here. We're almost at top end. And you just see Tapscott go through in his Camaro at 861, 158 miles an hour, and the car in the other lane on the left side, 976, at 160 miles an hour. That's crazy. That's incredible what these cars are capable of doing, and then going about 1,000 miles in the collective drive around this eastern area of Maryland and Pennsylvania. Totally amazing. But just giving you this this vantage point, basically. You don't see it from here a lot. We're right along the side of the track at about 1,000 feet to the quarter mile, and it's just amazing what these cars are capable of. So enjoy the view, really. You have this vet here that currently holds the naturally aspirated record, passing by us and going through at 838, 159 miles an hour. Unbelievable. That's a naturally aspirated, all horsepower, all muscle, no power adder, no nitrous, no turbo, no supercharger. That's getting it done, 838. Don't apologize for that at all, bro. Congrats. That's badass, man. Good, man. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. This is, we're standing here. It's a magnanimous moment, man. It's incredible.
It's been a crazy day. I start off today, my family just shows up out of the clear blue. My daughter took the day off school, 5 years old, and then you figure you're going to put a great show on, and I had it turned down the first run and blew the tires off, and I'm like, oh. And thank God I got Eddie Enzer with me. Man, he's like, man, let's take the weight off the front, just turn it down. And, my buddy Jason Tapscott was on the other end. He goes, I think you ran a 38. I said, man, I'll believe that when I see it. And it's funny how a little piece of paper, a little receipt, funny how they make you feel. So there's my daughter over there. And
There?
yeah, the 1320 video. And, but anyway, yeah, we were like, I've never turned it down that much. I'm like, man, Ed, we were like, man, maybe the tires are shot from driving on the road because we don't bring a trailer, and we were pretty proud today because, like Ed said, we're the first natural aspirated small block to ever be in impound.
Here comes the family now. Yep. There she is.
Wax job you put on it. What do you think? What did we run?
Daddy did good. Daddy did his thing.
Right? Did a 3. That's all we wanted today. So, I didn't think we were going to get that today. I didn't think we were going to get that. Wow. So, but it was awesome. Awesome. So, nice run to the next track. Hopefully no issues. Service it tonight, and then hopefully repeat in Maple Grove.
Well, congratulations. Small block naturally aspirated record holder.
Man, it sounds so good. So good. Jason's had it for years, and he's a buddy of mine, and I've wanted it so bad, and my dad and I are over there, or my dad's right there, and he's been testing with me and testing me. Eddie's been giving us advice over for him. Larry Larson sending us tune after tune, change this, change that, and man, it just feels so good to do it, and I didn't think it was going to do it today.
Right on. Well, it was done. Hot Rod Drag Week 2025. Hopefully you saw it on this live feed. It's brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. We'll have much, much more from the track, from the pits, all through the rest of the week, so make sure you stay tuned with us.
feeling of a car working is different than a feeling of a car going fast. We are running the Big Bubba ET Drag, and when we got it, we ran our best pass ever, but it's a shoebox 55 Chevy running 6-second times on a Mickey Thompson tire, and that's cool. When I think of Mickey Thompson, I think of legacy.
You know, primary sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. I hope we can retain that position forever because it's just a fantastic event. For those top products of people that really use stuff, you know, really people who are working on their cars and know about cars and stuff like that. Great support from these fans. We have probably 30% of participants out here running our product.
Without gear vendors, you couldn't have low 6-second cars driving extreme because, you know, the heat's immense. And you need that extra gear to get the RPMs down. And when your RPMs go down, your heat in the motor also goes down.
Take control of your engine with Terminator X Bluetooth module. Compatible with iOS and Android smartphones, this plug-and-play module connects wirelessly with Terminator X and Terminator X Max. With the Terminator X Bluetooth module, you'll have real-time monitoring and adjustments at your fingertips. Customize your live dash display, including vehicle speed via your phone's GPS. The built-in Terminator X EFI wizard makes tuning a breeze. Get yours today at Holley.com and take control.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast, even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Well, we get a shot here at the So we get a shot of the front of the staging lanes. We can see Sheely's up there, Cicino's up there. Of course, the honk of parts fall off machine that is currently the class leader, Rick Steinke, in the Street Machine small block power adder category.
And I think the 66 Chevelle might achieve blower over the top.
Yeah, over the top of roofline, you're saying. Yeah, it is very close.
See, and to me, that's not allowable when you're just running carburetor spacers.
Oh, you got to earn it.
You got to earn it.
Yeah,
it's allowable if you've got an intercooler under the blower. It's allowable
or
if you've
got
injection,
or if the blower's mounted on the tunnel rim. Yeah.
As it should be, by the way.
Yeah, you prove that.
It is not a gag. A tunnel ram under a blower works miracles. All about runner length. You know, KJ, I'm also pretty new to having to do the interviewing racers kind of job, and there's just nothing better than to be able to deal with something like that Glenn Sheely interview.
Yeah, that was like really, really cool, man. We were there, right place, right time, literally. He just pulled back into his pit, got out of his car, and immediately you saw, immediate emotion about the lap. And as you saw in the video, we were there when he went through, and I was like, whoa, that's a crushed record right now. So it was cool to be there and just let him talk, you know what I mean? I didn't have to say anything.
The Cecino-Sias pairing will be the first one on the drag strip here this morning, as Jeff and Mark have pulled around the end of the staging lanes. And KJ Jones is going to descend upon the pits
as we're making noise at Maple Grove Raceway.
And just like yesterday, we'd like to have numbers shoe polished onto the driver's side of cars, because this is a driver's side tower and everything's on the passenger side. So to help Billy and everybody out here, please shoe polish numbers on the driver's side of your cars. Sias went 150 miles an hour yesterday at Numidia Dragway. Cecino posted a video and he tagged it saying, "Here's me destroying my average for the week." He went an 8:48 and eventually I believe ran an 8:53.
There might have been a few extra words involved.
Yes, there were a couple of different adjectives used to enhance the frustration. Gone, baby, gone. Cecino is going to have more juice than Sias at the top end. Cecino will go through and run 8:49.7, almost hit it square at 162 miles an hour. Sias another 150 mile an hour stick shifted shot in the Mustang, 9:13.5. So Cecino was 3 thousandths away from running a perfect dead-on 50 with a 0.
That's got to hurt, because that's a time slip you cannot hand in.
He was 8:48 on his first attempt yesterday, and now because of our one-run situation, he will be in a holding pattern until later on. Dan Dinan and Frank Romano, the stick-shifted 55 Chevrolet with its tightly wound, naturally aspirated big block, and Dinan out of Massachusetts in the 1979 Malibu. Dinan was one of the guys that hung around till the bitter end at Numidia Dragway yesterday.
He's in modified power adder, and this car has been running 859 and 860. Pretty consistent there. Let's see if he can lay down another 860 number.
Dinan bumps it in. And you hear Frank stuffing that thing through the gears. Dinan is long gone and hard to find. He is going to run to the top end, an 856, 161 for Dinan, shoot out. And then we look at Romano, 989, 139. So there's a good indicator. A guy who has been that consistent is now a couple hundredths ahead of where he'd been running.
And I was looking at the water grain, by the way. It was at 68.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is actually really choice right now. Joshua Norris, right-hand side.
And Scott Mandel in the Corvette.
Wheel stand out of the red Nova. It's been delivering that to us lately, and we appreciate it.
Norris hit the tree for 26, goes 964 at 138 miles an hour. Mandel, 983 at 136. The naturally aspirated Chrysler small block powered machine rolling up with Mr. Corey Pant behind the wheel, the 74 Duster, and Wendell Gomes left-hand side, the 16 Mustang.
This NA Duster having run 966 and a 75, so I think in this weather we're looking for another 960 from that Mopar.
Wishing a happy 20th anniversary to Finnegan and Jess. Today is the day.
Jessa.
Happy anniversary, Mike Finnegan and Jessa.
Yes, Finnegan and I have spent many anniversaries and Valentine's Days together.
And the Mustang, a power adder machine, looking like it, goes 857 at 160.
And there's the 965 pack for Corey Pant.
137 miles an hour. That thing is printing tickets as Glenn Sheely comes up. The quickest naturally aspirated small block powered car in drag week history. The Larry Larson built 1962 Corvette, and Phil Tobin's across the drag strip in the C4 Corvette.
And the guy in the silver car, Glenn Sheely, is the one who you saw being interviewed by KJ just on the live feed in a replay from yesterday, just maybe 15 minutes ago. You know, it looks so effortless. He's running 830s in this thing, naturally aspirated, but they really had their struggles on day one, standing the thing up, not getting a hold of the track. Finally, they got it figured out. They ran that potentially record-setting number, did it again yesterday, and so we're looking for 830s naturally aspirated out of this silver car.
A a minor hesitation when he hit the gas, but he is pulling hard across the 8th mile at 136. He goes 833 at 160 miles an hour. That's quicker than it's gone all week. 856 at 158, and that thing is now starting to creep its way toward the 820s.
And Tobin out there, 856 with a 158. Looking back at the starting line here, another big pair. Scott Miller here in the Ford FE powered fastback, naturally aspirated.
Yeah, and Miller's been pounding this thing down the racetrack, and he, as we talked about earlier, ran the quickest of the big block naturally aspirated runs we have seen over the course of history. Not a record until he finishes the week, but those big giant Dominator carburetors on top of that fabricated intake manifold. And Mike Giovannis, he ran 775, he ran 770. Is there a high 760 in the car this morning? Could be. And Miller's on and off the throttle.
And on it again. Just getting out of our way is what he's doing there.
Giovannis has his own trouble, 926 at 144, and Miller goes 890 at 140, kind of pedaling his way through. But both of those guys will be relegated to the sidelines until we hope we will get to an all-run situation to get them back on the racetrack. Those could be two record, or I should say, average wrecking runs. Scott Glassbrook and Paul Bigelow.
Glassbrook in the little Talon is in modified power adder and leading that class. He's run a couple of 840s.
I didn't realize Bigelow had installed the storm shutters into the hood of his truck. Venting action. Glassbrook, the 4G63 powered 91 Eagle Talon, 129 in the 8th mile, and Glassbrook takes it to the house, 834, 157 miles per hour for Bigelow at 1161, 141.
Glassbrook there, another quickest run of the week so far for that car. This is all hanging out, Brian.
It is, and it just, again, speaks to the surface, speaks to the prep, and certainly now we're 3 days in. The racers have a little bit of a notebook of how they want to set this stuff up coming out of the gate in the morning, so they're no longer really flying blind, and you could tell a lot of big runs here to kick things off.
Brian Goldfarb here on the right-hand side in the Silver Fox, a Super Street small block power adder car. His best run of the week, 857.
The Little Ranger here bumping in. Popping and banging his Goldfarb's Mustang. He nibbles his way in there. The drag radials push right into the surface here at Maple Grove Raceway. A good side-by-side lick. 863, 158 for Goldfarb, 876 for the pickup truck.
Yeah, that would be Cameron McConchie, whose name has never been in our system all week long. Running right on pace with his numbers from yesterday.
So Kevin Dunn going to roll up here. That is the 78-79 Malibu with a big chin spoiler on it. Running in the Super Street small block power adder category, bright red coloration.
Coloration, thanks for that.
And the Street Race Big Block Power Adder, Chevelle, right side.
Mark Manor.
Dunn actually overstaged the car, will get no data. That's a crusher. That is the one mistake you cannot make on a day like this. So Dunn did stage the car. We have visual proof of that. He just doesn't have a time slip to hand in on it. He would get a default setting or a default time of 20 seconds for staging the car, but that's a guy who's going to be on pins and needles until he gets another shot at the racetrack.
Well, and that's brutal because we've called one pass only in these morning sessions, anticipating that we might have difficulty getting everything in later in the afternoon. Racers, keep your ears open. Listen to the track radio station, 91.3 FM. Follow all the Hot Rod social media and follow your racer texts.
869 at 143 from Manor in the Chevelle. Randy Bellahar coming up next. And David Burke.
Bellahar is going to be your leader in street race big block Pontiac with nitrous power adder.
And would be the leader in the quickest Pontiac overall the week, too, if he's able to keep it up. Burke, the 1979 Le Mans, rolling up here on the left-hand side.
And Bellahar, 852 day one, 853 day two. pretty consistent for a nitrous combo at multiple tracks.
That is a fact. And an issue apparently with a burnout here for Bellahar. I think he's going to back it up again, or maybe just back it out for a moment. That is the lane that Greg Anderson disqualified himself in on Sunday afternoon during a wild series of events.
It's the actual scene of agony.
It is a pit of despair. And Burke at a $1.07 in the 8th mile. The all-motor big block runs 10:05 at 1:33 and sounding good. Rovic, the man from the Yukon, is coming up next in his Oldsmobile.
560 cubic inches of Oldsmobile, as a matter of fact.
And Dustin Trance will try to do something that he has been unable to do so far this week, which is to hit the 850 on his first shot. Both drivers gets their burnouts completed as Rovic rolls up. 67 Cutlass. '65 to '67, really across the board in GM cars. I love the Buicks, the Oldsmobiles, the Pontiacs.
Well, there's 64 and 5 are sort of one genre, and then there's a slightly larger one with more overhang in it in 66.
You get the little flying buttresses off the back.
Yeah, the top is the same as a Chevelle.
Yep, and a GTO.
Yep.
So let's see what Trance can handle here. He goes 52 in the 8th mile. Let's see how it back halves. Maybe a little off the pace, way off. 864, 156 as Rovic goes 932.6 at 144.
Yeah, he's dead on pace with that pooch.
A black racing jacket, size large, was found. You can pick it up at the time slip room at the bottom level of the timing tower. Just walk into the bottom level of the timing tower. We have a black racing jacket, size large. If you lost it, we have it. Rich Woodward and Jason Willis.
You know, that Corvette did the similar launch yesterday, minus the pulling over because of breakage, and it looks like Woodward's also having difficulty down track.
Yeah, Woodward's car was 133 to 60. Willis has fragged the driveline in that thing.
IRS is not the greatest program for drag week.
Or drag racing, period.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say it. Yes, I was. Yes, I was actually going to say it.
The more U-joints you add, the less good it becomes.
Well, not to mention the weird geometry and the more rubber bushings you add to your rear suspension.
So Woodward and Willis. Woodward's car just seemed to have almost shut off out there. And, of course, Willis's car, we heard the RPM go to the moon after he launched it. So an indication that mechanically he has got some work to do back in the pits.
You know, we were talking about Rovic's big Oldsmobile. I would say extra shout out to guys who are out here running these so-called off-brand engines like that. It's not a mainstream deal. It's harder to find parts for, more expensive to build.
What did we see on the side of the road that you geeked out about yesterday in the BOP universe?
I don't know, Mr. Erotic Backloader guy. What was that thing? You love construction equipment.
70 Buick Wildcat convertible.
Oh, the Wildcat. That's almost...
what the heck, man?
That thing's almost an implement in and of itself.
Yeah.
An implement of scoring because it was a convertible 70 Wildcat.
Yeah, it was in nice shape. And look, I might have freaked out about the cable shovel we saw, or the ancient steamroller we saw, or some of the other cool stuff.
Freaked out isn't what I would have used.
Randy Seward and Brian Acton, side by side, 850 runners.
I knew there was a reason you were late this morning.
The Street Race Small Block Power Adder. Listen, sometimes your mind wanders off to thoughts of the digging of the Panama Canal and those cable shovels, and what are you going to do? So we have Seward heating the rear tires.
Brian has what we call a tractor bank.
Oh, God. Seward rolls up in the Pony Express Mustang.
Both these cars looking for 8500.
Man, look at this. They left within 200s. They get across the 8th mile within 3 numbers. Oh, big smoke for Seward. 51.5 for Acton. The run he's been looking for all week, but Seward, a whole bunch of smoke out of the back of that thing, and he went only 151 mile an hour, going 854.5. So we are definitely going to be looking at the big end. As you can see, our folks already rolling, but that did not look good for Randy Seward.
I appreciate the alacrity of the scooter this guy's on, man. Did you see that?
Oh yeah, no, he was rolling. He was rolling.
So Seward right there that we saw the smoke come out of, that's the car that is number 2 in class. It's been chasing Hawk so tight with an 850, and that is not going to help him at all on this single pass morning.
And if Seward is somehow incapacitated with all that smoke,
goes to Schwartz.
It moves to Schwartz. You know, Stanky's to the leader. Acton is back here with that 55, and
that 51's not helping him a whole lot.
It's helping him a little off of a 55 average, but maybe not enough to move him into a podium position.
It ain't over till it's over.
Facts, as we're living real time here. Top end being checked. Ed Schwartz and David Armentrout will be coming up next. Armentrout in the green 67 Nova. It does appear as though we are clear at the top end because we have not rolled any additional equipment, of which we have a brace of it here. These guys are armed to the teeth with all the different various equipment you need to run a top flight facility.
Thing is, you can have all the equipment to run a top flight facility and still not be able to, whereas these guys do. These guys are on it. But
I would be willing to bet. Well, actually, I can say this with fact. Kyle Koretsky is the only guy in NHRA history who was operating a forklift 5 minutes before getting in a Factory X car and running at eliminations here over the course of the weekend. The guy was running water and lights around, you name it. It was hanging off the front of the fork truck. What are we doing here?
Yeah, all I'm saying with that comment is, man, it takes the people as well, and we got them here at Maple Grove.
100%. 100%. Just a little hand glue going on right now, and then we're going to be firing back up again with Armentrout on that right side.
Looking at Brandon Schaefer's at 10 there on the live feed.
In the Moss AMC.
Oh, yeah, you got to go to the AMC. Let's see the wagon. That's a Turbo LS, Brian.
Looks like a big block Chevy to me.
Is it?
Yeah.
Did I just fumble that? No, look at the water pump, dude.
Oh, you're right. Valve cover width threw me off there.
And
here it is.
There it is under the hood.
magic.
Let's have a look. That is a 4-liter inline 6 actual
with like a
Jeep
factory,
motor.
like not a crazy, that's like a
No.
factory intake manifold on it. I figured it would have a big sheet metal piece on it.
Yeah, you can see the turbo over there on our left going through an intercooler on the right. There's the turbo. Up and over the top, through the intercooler, and then feeding back up into, I presume, a throttle body. Not a carburetor. As Armentrout's out here on the line. Armentrout, number 3 in Ultimate Iron. And that's a tough hit. And see, there's that pedal job you were talking about. This is a one-hit only morning, and he pedaled it, got back on it in order to get down 842 at 166. But that's a car that has been in the top 6s.
Yeah, that is, I mean, and he was up by the center line by the end of that run, too. So Randy Bellahar's got his operation fixed up. Bellahar coming up on the right side, and Ed Schwartz will be next to him. Schwartz trying to run 850. Bellahar trying to run that street race small block power adder big block as quickly as he has run all weekend.
Schwartz, a guy who really stands to make a good pass this morning and move himself up in the category.
Yes. Yeah, because we said he's sitting third right now. Schwartz is. Yeah, it's Schwartz right here.
Right.
Behind Stewart. Both of them manage the power very well coming out of the hole. Bellahar's nitrous car is going to put a bit of a gap on Schwartz's Nova. Schwartz goes a 60 flat, no good. 54, 155 for Bellahar.
What a world where we're just dismissing the 860 from the car that just drove here a couple hundred miles.
No, listen, in the context of the car, it's fantastic. In the context of the class, not competitive.
Yeah, not even close.
More Pontiac fun coming up on the right-hand side. Greg Weigert, the 68.
People complain about racing when it's super close, and then they complain about it when it's not close enough.
Yes, no, it's fantastic. Anthony Leone, left-hand side. 1991 Mustang, Saline wing. The kind of BBS style wheels on it. Nice white paint, really nicely done car. We saw this car at the hotel coming in on, when I came in on Sunday night. Mike Galimi was wanting to go over there and drool on it. Weigert's a street race big block NA car, and he's making 110 at half track on that 94 octane side. He goes 974.5 at 136 as Leone goes 1073.4, a buck 26, and here it comes.
Ooh. This is our most glorious vehicle that we both...
It is.
Yeah.
8 doors of goodness on the starting line right now.
The old weld wheels.
Drag lights.
Drag light.
Jeff Moll, his 67 Chevy 2, also a 4-door situation. No roof rack for Moll, though, so he loses points there. And the fact that his engine is in a V shape.
Right. That is a detractor from this current pair. Not to take anything from Moll.
No, that car's
but I'm
great.
going to take something from Moll.
So a Super Street Big Block Power Adder Nova, and
the
wheel
look at the wheels up out of the Eagle.
Hooked and booked is Moss. He is going 111 at the 8th mile. He's trying to go single digits again, and he does it. 972, 137 for Moss.
That thing is genius.
So good. 1217 at 93. We got to find out what transmission's in that thing. Probably a Turbo 400 or similar, but it's so good.
Back in the starting line, live feed is looking at Jeremiah Kirby. Look at the stack injection.
Yes.
Poking out of that thing. This is Pro Street naturally aspirated. The thing has no boost, no nitrous, but it has gone 788 twice.
These are two of my favorites as well. I mean, the execution on both of these cars is next level, but the NA kind of ridiculousness of the Chevelle with the stacks are just so well done. And if you don't like Steve Spieth's car, you've just absolutely made a lot of wrong decisions in your life.
It is a Boss 429 in the Nova. I'm sure it's not a 429, but it's a Ford shotgun motor. Twin turbo, as you could tell by the holes in the hood there.
Went 209 mile an hour earlier. A couple of big horsepower, big tire cars, and they nailed it. Absolutely nailed the setup on Spieth's car. 162 in the 8th mile. He goes 685, lifting at only 186 miles per hour. 961 at only 93 miles an hour for the Chevelle, but Spieth was 112 to 60 feet. It was all looking really bright and shiny, but for whatever reason, he was off the gas at the big end.
That is going to hurt the Chevelle because Scott Miller is right behind him having run 7s. So that 9-second pass not getting down is really going to hurt that green car.
I mean, and Spieth is running right in the window. He ran 84, 79, and 81, or 84 and 79, averaging an 81. And he puts himself in there with an 85. But the speed is down 20 mile per hour, and there was no indication of smoke or issues down there. I'm not sure if he just, I'm not saying he misjudged the finish line, but something there was weird. Brandon Schaefer and Sean Lemire going down the racetrack. It is Schaefer off strong and then off the gas. Lemire goes ripping around him, 863 at 162. Lemire running Super Street Big Block Power Adder, and Schaefer, a Super Street Small Block Power Adder pickup truck, is going to raise the concerns of the starting line staff, and we're going to check his lane out to make sure there's nothing on it because he lifted.
On the starting line, you're looking at disorderly conduct. This is the A gas car that on day one it went 927, day two 879. So it's got the 8s in it. It needs to do that again to try and get ahead of Wayne Baker in the more beat up looking early Nova.
Racer in need. We have car number 71, Will Fair, the red 1956 Bel Air, is in impound. He needs 9-inch big axle bearing, a big axle bearing for a 9-inch Ford. Once again, a 9-inch big axle bearing for a 9-inch Ford. That is for the 56 Bel Air. He is in impound. If you have 9-inch Ford axle parts, he needs bearings.
That should be an easy find out here.
Fingers crossed, because I really like that thing.
And that's what's important here.
Totally.
I think that's become clear. It actually goes without saying.
It just, why do we even verbalize it anymore? They want me to switch mics with you for some reason.
Mine must be better and they'd rather hear you. That's what that's all about. All right, they're showing you on the live feed the blower shop supercharger on that Nova, and you can see that rail on the side of the blower. There are actually injectors injecting right into the side of the thing, which helps cool the blower, and there is some lubricity to the fuel, although when you're running E85, that plummets. That is actually helping the seal inside the supercharger. I've always wondered what that does to the shear.
Yes.
The rotor is coming by that thing, shearing whatever the injectors are doing. But it has been working. One of the earliest examples of that setup was on Finnegan's Blasphemy.
Who was the first guy to introduce fuel to the top of an engine back in the day?
Garlitz?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Typical situation. They laughed him out of the joint, and then he waxed everybody on the way.
Chris McNeely on the right-hand side in the F-150. But we are looking for the Nova to go into the 850s or 60s. And actually a very nice launch. He gets a little bit left over near the wall. He goes 896 to the 8, 920, or sorry, I'm looking at the wrong side of the screen, Brian, because that's what I do. 873, that is what he needed to do.
Weissop, that was gutsy because from our vantage point up here at the top of the timing tower, we have a great look directly into the cockpit. That thing launched, was moving left. He had both hands cranked to the right and did not lift. He knew it was going to land at some point, but Weissop, a gutsy driving job, and he may be one and done for the day. Rocco DiRigio, Scott Triolo. Triolo shaking the tires off the starting line of the stick-shifted Mustang. Brutal. Tirolo goes 971 at 143, running in the street race small block power adder category, 938, $145 for DiRigio.
And you could see the violence that was being inflicted on that rear axle.
Oh, man. The GTR coming up right now. Low 9-second hitter. Mike Tallarico and Tim Lorentz out of Massachusetts, the baby blue 79 Malibu. Did a complete transmission service laying on the side of the highway in the breakdown lane yesterday. Posted photos of him laying there with his legs propped up on the Jersey barrier as he was doing it. A dangerous enterprise, but he had no real choice. And Lorentz left behind the GTR, but he's about pulled up next to him, trying to give him a fight all the way to the stripe. GTR goes 987. He goes 989. Good drag race. We never see him that tight out here. The Blueprint LS combination. We talked about this in the car last night. You can give some insight as our viewers are seeing that on the screen.
So the story is this is I think, Whipple blown. I'm not sure the brand of the supercharger, but it is atop an LS engine. It has a Gearstar 4L85E in it. The Gearstar unit being their top of the line one with a custom case and all. Yank billet converter, and they're out here using this for R&D. Blueprint and Gearstar having gotten together recently to sell complete packages of an engine and transmission together that you just plop in your Malibu or whatever you may have.
RD&E, Research, Development, and Entertainment. That's a third element of that whole program they're experiencing this week. The Mustang of Anthony Cruciat on the right side. Anthony is a guy who is running the street race small block power adder category, and he is sitting just behind Ed Schwartz, another guy who's averaging in the low 850s. I mean, the guy's averaging 852.9, which is no small shakes, but it's just such a brutal class to compete in, as we keep talking about, because there's not another category out here that runs as tightly to each other as that one.
You know, there was a time when we had a rule at Drag Week against having big advertising on the sides of the cars like that. And then we had a rule about how tall the letters could be. The idea behind that is we didn't want it to look like stock eliminator out there, you know, covered up in stickers, all sorts of sponsors. The idea was street cars, and you don't see a lot of that driving around.
And we're going to take a moment here to do a little track prep. It looks like we're going to hop on the flat drag and give a touch-up to the starting line area. We're doing some mopping and cleaning on the left-hand side. It looks like we're just going to pull out the heavy iron and get it done before we send the next pair down. Once again, A and B groups are in the staging lanes. As a reminder to those of you just tuning in, because of the potential for a weather threat today, A and B groups will run down a solo single pass they will get, and then they will park. We'll then run C and D, and then we are hoping, if time allows and weather allows, to get into an all-run session. But as it stands, when we run these groups, it will be a single chance down the racetrack first, and then, if time allows, another opportunity later on today.
Bob Rupel, show us your opinion of Brian Loans.
No, listen, I was talking to Rupel's guy yesterday, ran into him at the end of the day, and he was saying, listen, they've been battling, of course, transmission issues. It was diving out of gear yesterday afternoon. We heard it running down the racetrack, so they were trying to get that fixed overnight.
Did you tell them 1988 called they want their paint job back?
I asked whatever planet created that is not an earthly color tone, so it needs to go back from whence it came.
So there is a sort of lunch stop today, I understand, at Eastwood.
Yes. Oh, yeah, we have to talk about this. Good reminder.
Go for it.
Tony Angelo. All you racers out there owe Tony Angelo a handshake and a pat on the back. We know this man is a good wrench. We know he can race stuff. But we also know he is one of the great authorities on pizza in the East Coast. And other places in the world think they know about pizza. But the fact of the matter is, the New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania area, that is where pizza lives. And I would also say in the great state of Connecticut and New Haven, Worcester Street. But Tony Angelo knows pizza. Tony Angelo has ordered 100 pizzas that will be delivered between 12 and 4 p.m. at Eastwood. So when you go to your checkpoint at Eastwood, grab a slice of pie, enjoy it, thank Tony Angelo, and watch his stuff on Stay Tuned.
Stay tuned. They are a pizza team with a racing problem.
Okay, we have axle bearings for the 56 Chevrolet. So, Will Fair, your axle bearings are on the way. Keith Turk will deliver them to you. Oh, look for Keith Turk. He will be an impound. Where Will Fair is, also an impound. So, Keith Turk, come on, man. You can go a couple extra steps. You're drinking like 90 Diet Cokes a day. Your power, the man, he is half his blood is Diet Coke. He can walk an extra 5 steps. He climbed the steps. He floated up those steps.
I'm not sure drinking the half-blood load of Diet Coke helps you get up the steps.
He was doing upwards. He looked like Jackie Chan coming up these steps. He was. So, yeah, big thanks to Tony Angelo for doing that. 100 pizzas going to Eastwood for your checkpoint.
And, of course, we thank Mickey Thompson Tires for serving up the 100 pies on day one.
I'll be honest. I would like to see some sort of a cage match between Galimi and Angelo about pizza.
Oh,
Those
yeah.
two guys take it serious. And I think their opinions may be a little different. So that could be like a blood sports situation.
Yeah, we will live stream that later in the day.
Right. If it's a volume contest, I think Galimi walks away with it. But if it comes down to subtleties, it may favor him. Oh, there he is. Hey, Mike's in the room.
What?
He's a New Haven guy. But you may be the wrong New Haven guy. You a Sally's a pizza guy, or I'm a Frank Pepe's guy. Okay, so we're both team Frank Pepe on that one. Okay. Yeah, it is. Unequivocal.
I mean, if you don't count Domino's.
Please see yourself out.
Hey, I'm from California. It's
Yeah.
what you get. It's what you get.
If you hear a Doppler effect to David's voice, it's because Mike has tossed him out the window.
KJ and I will often do cigar night over at his place, and he orders these pizzas that you wring out before you eat them. Then you actually use them for axle grease.
If it's cigars and Domino's pizza, that is a match made in hell.
It would be growing up if it was Domino's pizza, honestly.
So Anthony Cruciata and Chris Boyce.
In California, though, we typically don't call a pizza a pie.
No, that's East Coast. That's old school.
It's way better.
Yeah.
Yeah, pizza pie.
Now we're cooking. Cruciata locked in and gone in the Mustang. He's tracking down pretty nicely here. He runs 854, 161. If he's forced to hand it in, he will. Otherwise, I bet we'll see him again. Chris Boyce goes 970.
And here comes Bob Ruppel in the left-hand side. Derek Toady in the right. He's got the 06 Chevy Trailblazer, an all-wheel drive version of that vehicle. They actually sold them both rear-wheel drive and all-wheel drive. They were pretty revolutionary at the time. The SUV with the 6-liter in it. I'm not going to say revolutionary, but they were stout. Looks like he bogged it out of the hole a little bit there. The all-wheel drive grabbing the ground and sort of lugging the thing down with an odd look. A 176 60 foot on the Trailblazer, and he goes through 1067 at 135. Ruppel in the left-hand side, 995, 131. Sanford and Son, Mitch Kaufman in the Ranger. And there you go, the Trans Am, Mike Delaney. With a tribute to Paul Delaney on the back window there. I believe this thing has the Hearst T-tops on it, if you look carefully. Look at the Ranger, nicest wheelie so far this week. A 129 short time. He goes 548 to the 8th, which means, yes, 856 at 158 miles an hour, while the Screaming Chicken, 946, 142.
Yeah, that truck, people go higher, people go farther, but that thing, the way it twists, carries the left front a little higher than the right. HRE power, I think, so maybe Darrell Hemmerman horsepower in that truck, but very, very cool Sanford and Son rig. Ron Rhodes, Bill Jordan coming up. Jordan, the Hemi of indiscriminate generation. We don't know if it's a 426 or a late model third gen. You're thinking 426.
I deduced Gen 3 on social media.
Okay.
Yes.
And Ron Rhodes, the great small tire drag racer, out here in his street Camaro, having a blast, doing things right. The same car he took on the very first Power Tour ever held.
The Dart's a little quicker, 845 with an 8, 162 miles an hour. Rhodes in the Camaro, 965, 140.
So a note that we need to pass along, and this goes to everybody, all competitors, all drivers, all racers. When you're at the checkpoints for the rest of the week, please be respectful of people's personal property. Obviously, there were some situations yesterday that we don't want to be kind of dealing with. We don't want this event associated with people being mad or calling the police or doing stuff like that. So please Be respectful of people's personal property.
And corporate property.
And
we had
corporate
some
property.
trouble in malls, parking lots, stuff like that. Keep it to the public roads is what we're saying.
Right. We'll remind you of that. But again, high-profile event, high-profile business out here. We don't want that type of stuff going on and putting anybody in a bad spot. Mitch Culp, 65 Plymouth. And here comes the turbocharged F100 pickup truck.
Wally Parks' whole mission with Hot Rod Magazine is to make hot rodders respectable.
And the pickup truck is ripping. That is Neil Torbett in the truck. And Torbett will lift at the top end, throws the chute way early, only goes 934. That thing was on kill. Culp goes 10.077 at 136. Lynette Jankowski coming up on the left side, and Jim Tracy. The 89 S10 carrying effectively every factory color that was available that year on the various panels of the truck.
It's like that CUDA that they had in 70 to show all the colors. Lynette Jankowski.
Blue fender, brown, two-tone brown door, shade of blue on the bed, red tailgate. Inner fenders the bed sides appear to have been black at one point before the primer hit them. I like it. I like everything that's going on over there.
Oh.
And Jankowski had what appeared to be maybe a trans brake failure, but that is going to leave Lynette with no elapsed time. Second time we've seen it happen. And it's going to leave somebody without high gear down there. You heard one of those things just smashing off the rev limiter.
Yeah, Lynette not getting a number at all. That car has run 943, 951. It's another racer who's got to hope that we are going to have a all-run session later in the day.
So here comes Jesse Helger. Jesse Helger's brother Cody was the man who went for that just horrendous ride in his 56 Chevrolet. Undeterred, Cody climbed in with Jesse and has continued on drag week. He's actually at the starting line right now, but he's riding with Jesse as the passenger in that 31 Model A.
Andrew Starr.
Yeah, Andy Starr across the
Andy
racetrack.
Starr in the 56 Chevy. Currently third in Pro Street, naturally aspirated. That 56 should run in the 930s range.
And he's been wicking this thing up with the wheel stands.
Just a little bit of a hover that time. Very elegant.
117 in the 8th for Starr. And stops the clocks 909, 146, 8996.
Best run by 3/10 right there.
3/10, really?
Yes.
Wow. And for Helger, a 996.9 at a $1.29 in the A-gas category. So he's right in the same window. He's run 95, 92, so that 96 kind of puts him right. Dustin Haase coming up left side. Man, super high RPM. You can see him shifting that thing down there, the dart, as Brian Krakowski goes 939, 164.
Krakowski back on his pace from day one. He had actually slowed down like 4/10 yesterday.
And Dustin 11:10, 133. Did not have the 60-foot he wanted with a 2-second 60-foot time, but the rest of the run was hustling. The Malibu wagon with the spiny upper intake manifold on it, rolling up. That is Nick Turner, the 83 wagon, and Joe O'Cone, 72 Scamp, Gen 3 Hemi Power.
Those of you on the live feed having trouble with it glitching a little bit, here's a tip. Refresh the page and then back up about a minute or two. And then as you watch, the thing will be buffering up ahead of where you are actually watching, and you won't have that problem.
I would have never thought to do that, man. I would have just sat there and screamed and yelled and typed mean things in the chat. I wouldn't have ever thought to try to solve any sort of my own trouble.
Apparently you're in the majority.
I would have just blamed others for my own shortcomings and inability to problem solve. Right?
Right. I mean, it's what you do.
So Joe Ocon rolls up on the right side. Nick Turner, the wagon, luggage rack and all, bumps in.
And another Gen 3 Hemi-powered dart, or scamp, I guess.
Ocon left first by 0.2, but Turner's just going to steamroll him down there at 8.98 at 1:57 for the wagon. Ocon goes 9.72.6.
No, there was a time when you couldn't have the scamp because there was never a performance scamp. They were always just the low-end deal.
Okay.
But now, who cares?
Who
it's
cares?
an A-body. It's cool looking. It's a Duster front clip on a dart, basically. It's pretty good.
And a big moment here for Rick Steinke. He has seen Randy Stewart go out, and Stewart apparently had a mechanical issue, fell off to an 8.54. If Steinke can do what he has done the last couple of days in one shot, he will put himself in a very advantageous position going into Cecil County Dragway, a place that between here and Cecil County, these guys they practically own stock in the place. They race here a lot. The white roof, really the only change he's made to this car over the course of time. And it's so neat because when this car first hit the internet, if honking parts fall off, it was a revelation.
It was a sensation.
Nick Deleno right side.
Brian, familiar with self-inflicted sensation. A lot of fuel pouring out of the back of that thing.
Weight reduction program. Ooh, 548. He is going to be very, very close. 52. Oh, boy.
Oh, wait a minute. What did Seward run
54.
with difficulty? That's what I thought.
1078, 127. Steinke was about 200ths behind where he wanted to be in the 8th, and that resulted in being about 200ths behind of where he wanted to be at the finish line. So 52.5. I'm thinking he's going to stick around for a minute.
Yeah, how could you not? Just a quick pause while we look at the track.
So it is going to be just a very quick cleanup here. It looked to us like it was gasoline coming out of the back of the car. You can see the scrubber is going to roll over it once or twice, make a trip back and forth. The Nautilus cleaning machine. Again, we talk about equipment and its proper operation. That's exactly what these guys are on the case immediately with it. And as we clean up this starting line, we're going to play a couple of commercials, pay a couple of bills. We'll be back. A and B group action on day 3 of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrives and our Mickey Thompson live streaming coverage.
You know, primary sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. I hope we can retain that position forever because it's just a fantastic event. For those top products of people that really use stuff, you know, really people who are working on their cars and know about cars and stuff like that. Great support from these fans. We have probably 30% of participants out here running our product.
Without Gear Vendors, you couldn't have low 6-second cars driving extreme because, you know, the heat's immense and you need that extra gear to get the RPMs down. And when your RPMs go down, your heat in the motor also goes down.
The feeling of a car working is different than the feeling of a car going fast. We are running the Big Bubba ET drag, and when we got it, we ran our best pass ever, but it's a shoebox 55 Chevy running 6-second times on a Mickey Thompson tire, and that's cool. When I think of Mickey Thompson, I think of legacy.
And we are back here live at Maple Grove Raceway, Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, Day 3, as we get a look in the staging lanes of what's to come. And there is plenty of it loaded in there with our A and B group cars.
And on the chat, Brian, a guy actually threatened us that will stop watching.
Say it ain't so.
Right.
I'll tell you what, why don't you stop watching? And next 3 or 4 generations of your family, tell them not to watch either. How about that? Let's just stop all the bloodline of your entire family, extended or not, from ever viewing this.
They need a setting where you can't watch at all, but you can still drop comments so that you can criticize it.
Yeah, that now we're talking. Now we're living right. Just about done getting the starting line area dried off here, and we'll be firing up the next pair. Oh, great shot of the staging lanes, getting a look down there of cars that are yet to run and have not yet come around the bend yet.
Dirty Diamond pickup truck right
Yes.
there. You can see Wayne Baker off in the distance in his gasser entry. There's the
Kiwi's Corvette sitting back there.
Yeah, the banana pudding car. What I think they don't anticipate on the live feed here is that it's actually going to come back their way. I think there's very few announcer situations at drag races where the commentary goes back at them.
We can actually come back at you.
Yeah. Still looking down there in the staging lanes, you can see a lot of sort of the camaraderie that develops here at Drag Week. People chatting with each other. Sometimes they got plenty of time to do that. Other times it's a mad rush. Of course, we will have that pizza party later over at Eastwood, courtesy of Tony Angelo and the Stay Tuned channel on YouTube. Probably a lot of other YouTubers here. Of course, we see Mike Finnegan. He's got a whole crew of our former Roadkill guys down there shooting a mini documentary on his week. Of course, you can follow my own channel, which is The David Freiberger, and Brian's, which is just called Brian Loans. As Brian enters the room to behold the glory of the supercharged Chevelle.
It is good. It is clean. You need a passenger to make a right-hand turn in the car safely. Driving that thing down the road, blind spots aplenty, but a nicely finished car.
Yeah, the one downside to the big Roots blower program is it is the Honda hider.
The Honda hider.
Yeah, the Hyundai hider. There it is right there. That looks like a 6, doesn't it?
It does. That looks like a Billiquet 671,
Yeah.
but it is on top of a tunnel ram.
Is it a tunnel ram or an intercooler?
Oh, you know what? Yeah, you're right. It's an intercooler, big plate kind of shape. Really nice looking. I'm not sure if that's a blower shop unit or what, but that's a nice looking case. The waste oil location, if you have made an oil change, waste oil dump here at the racetrack is located by the Sunoco sign in the racer pit area. So if you look back when you see the Sunoco sign and the gas pumps, that is where the waste oil can be disposed of on the grounds of Maple Grove. Please be respectful of the facility and dispose of your waste oil properly and in the proper location. Those guys got their axle bearings fixed quick as they are now in the staging lanes with the 56 Chevy.
Someone on there is asking about, do we know where the route goes?
Here comes Ned Dunphy.
Yes, we do, and so do you, because you can go to hotrod.com and download the actual routes or routes, depending on what you prefer, and you can come out and see all the drag week cars drive by.
Yeah, look, we had great spectators along the side of the road yesterday. It's always fun when people are, camping out in parking lots or in their front yard with having a cold beverage as the parade goes by. It's a very neat deal.
And it's weird how they were all wearing their John Brown belt. You wouldn't think they would have all come out that way, but they did.
But they did. Ned Dunphy's Viper. The quickest car on the property here. He is in the staging lanes now. We'll be seeing him in just a little while.
We're seeing him right now, actually, on the live feed.
Yes,
anyway. There he is.
I mean the car on the racetrack. Yes, he is yes. 6-0.
Oh, okay.
608.
608.
Yes, thank you.
Wow, calling his shot.
High 240s again. 248 or so. 640 up. Oh, you got
Higher?
it. 250.
250.
249.
249. Okay.
Okay. I like this. This is like this is the wackiest game of
charades.
Yeah, charades ever. I like it.
Sounds like.
Great to see you here, man. Congratulations on making it this far. Good luck. We talked about talkies and flicker shows. That was kind of how movies used to be.
Right, let's just go to the mime drag racing from now on, right?
Yeah, Marcel Marceau will be coming up in lane number 2. Hashtag mime reference. He wasn't even my favorite mime, but we won't go down that road. I put Marceau top 5, but
okay.
I'm not saying he's the best. Here we go. Look at the Kiwi blown Corvette. Love the hard lines plumbed into that. Just it's such a killer look.
Yeah.
AI can be used for, I guess, good purposes, as whoever created the image of Turs driving Freiberg or KJ and I down the road and turn it into mom driving the kids to school, that's pretty genius.
We should actually try and get that up on the feed. It's funny.
Jason Tapscott and Doug Kistler coming up right now.
Tapscott, a 7-time winner, naturally aspirated small block, and now he's got Glenn Sheely breathing down his neck. He comes up here with an 8.60 159. I think he probably wants an 850. What he really wants is an 820.
But that is still 400s quicker than he ran the other day. So that tells you that, he is really leaning on that thing hard. If you're picking up 400s in an NA car like that, that's wild.
As a wild guess, he probably has a weight disadvantage to Glenn Sheely.
I got to believe it.
Got to, and that might be the issue here as Kistler goes down 10-14, 134 on the left-hand side. Is that the Budweiser lane? I can't read that.
It is the Pro Tour, the Bonifani friction lane.
Oh, way better.
Craig Steinbacher and Jared Gall. Steinbacher leaves with a nice wheels-up launch. Gall in the Lucid EV, a car that ran 150 miles an hour. He's tracking down the Nova past 1,000 feet. Goes 961 at 148. Steinbacher goes 956 at 139. Keith Baker and Keith Seaman coming up right now. It's all Keith all the time here at Maple Grove Raceway. The bamboo colored 1979 Malibu. And the Chevelle with a big speed lump in the hood. Favorite year of Chevelle?
66.
Mine too. Yeah. Baker and Keith Seaman both have really strong launches, 60-foot times in the high 120s, low 130s. And Baker goes 852 with a 3 at 158. Keith number 2 goes 953.9 at 139, running in the street race big block NA category. One of our street race small block power adder entries, the Mustang of Dustin Safford coming up, and the Dirty Diamond truck of Chris Conlon. '67 Chevy C10 of that 67 to 72 era that are the, just cash machines of pickup trucks now. The square body trucks are reaching that status as well.
Safford is 7 back in class, and he's still averaging an 853.
Sheepers. A and B lanes will close in 10 minutes. A and B lanes will close in 10 minutes. Dustin Safford, 888, 129.
I actually correct myself. He ran 853 on day 1. Yesterday, 864, losing 0.2 a day.
Not good.
Generally not a good program here at Drag Week.
Chris Conlon, 967, 143. A and B lanes will close in less than 10 minutes at 10:15. That is 9 minutes from now. A and B lanes will close. Sean Cooper and Greg Black. Cooper's Mustang, the Super Street Small Block Power Adder entry, is a hustler. Black running in the modified Power Adder category.
It's another case of having to go down, even though it's not going to be an ideal pass. Far from it. Cooper goes down 864 with a 2:159, and Black 10:21 at only 1:10. And here comes Wayne Baker. This is going to be a critical pass. He is leading A gas right now, and he's got that other white Nova just behind him, chased by Mike Finnegan. What did the white Nova go earlier? 879?
I want to say it was a 79. He had the wheel stand, it went to the left. Yeah, I think it was a 79. No air cleaner on this run. He did run the first pass at Numidia with the air cleaner on. It was about 3/10 behind where he wanted to be. The second time it picked up once that bug catcher was able to, catch bugs.
If he fails, it's because of my sticker. If he wins, it's because of my sticker.
That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Andy Boll in the 2005 Cadillac CTS-V.
With parachute.
And a heavy rake on that car. Bowen's car, actually it's funny. Bowen's car is rake nose down, and of course Baker's car is rake nose up. Yeah.
Very nice leave out of Baker's car. His 8th mile number, 5:51. He's going to run a high 8. Oh, closer to a mid 8. 8:61 with a 7, 1:56. And the Cadillac 895, we didn't get a mile an hour.
But for Baker, at this point with that run, now he's now he's put a 10th between him, almost the better part of 2 tenths between himself and the second place car.
Yeah, Robbie with the white one.
And Mike's, we've seen Mike make a best run of 880 something. I mean, Baker at this point now can, I believe, almost go into cruise control. All he needs to do is not break the thing and finish the next 2 days, and he's got it locked up.
He definitely wants to hit the road at this point. Get out from under the weather.
Ray Bodell, left side, the 69 small block Dart equipped with a Lenco planetary transmission. And Owen Rogers, a guy who has been thrashing every single day, has made another day, and maybe his best pass of the week coming up right now.
Seems some smoke out of the back of the Dart there.
901, 151. Guys. So we got a quick situation here. We're going to touch up the block at the top end. The mile-an-hour block is laying on its side on the right side of the racetrack. So we're going to go down there and glue it back down again. Now, the good news is, ET-wise, accurate ETs, speeds are off. So the mile-an-hour block on the top end of the racetrack will need to be reaffixed into the center of the drag strip. Somebody's parachute wash, something might have just knocked it out of joint down there, but we'll glue it back down again.
A and B lanes close in 5 minutes. 5 minutes, A and B lanes close.
So Kanan Hall and Jay Grabiak will be coming up next. The Grabiaks represented in 2 categories, Riley and her beautiful coupe, Jay in this great-looking 55 Chevy, and Kanan Hall, the 1977 C10. Thumbs up given. Both machines will be refired, and we will be back on our way here with runs group A and B. 3 minutes. Lanes will be closed in 3 minutes. Kanan Hall left first in the street race small block power at her truck and goes 925, 145. Grabiak 990 with a 4 at 130. Feel like I'm back calling super gas time runs like I was last Thursday here. Couple of solos coming. First one will be Will Fair, The 56 Chevrolet that was looking for those axle bearings, they got them, made the fix quickly, and now they are coming up here. Man, this thing rules.
He is third in Unlimited. Slowed down yesterday. Day 1, 671. Day 2, 702. So what we're looking for here is if he can get that thing back into the sixes.
The run he was on yesterday early was looking really strong. He pedaled the car mid-course. It was moving around. Crew guy says it's all yours. Nope. And Fair's car spun the tire immediately, and he is going to take the slow road down the right side.
And look at the hand you can be dealt here at Drag Week. That right there could completely take him out of competition, really.
I'm not even sure if that thing's still running down there, as it is very, very slow now past the 1,000-foot mark at the quarter-mile stripe. Ned Dunphy will be up next, and it is going to be a minute because Fair has pulled over towards the wall. He is going to need help. He has come to a complete stop at the top end, so we're going to send the quad down for him. Nope. Maybe not. He's fired the car back up again.
I'm going to still make sure he hasn't juiced anything.
Be a race to the corner, and the quad's going to lose.
Yeah.
So the quad's just going to go ahead and follow him off the back of the course so Ned Dunphy can refire the Viper.
I don't know why we're even running this thing, the Viper. It's going to go 608, 249?
Yeah, he already told us what we're doing.
Yeah,
Yeah, he should just be able to walk in the bottom and tell Tanya and the crew down there that, listen, I went 608, 249.
I mean, we can just write it on a slip of paper.
Right, anybody can do that. This is drag racing. Like one real rocket scientist genius was telling us in here that the sport's over with in our chat section. But yet he's still watching.
Right.
Still hanging on every word. Yeah. Clown.
Drag racing is dead. What's this pair going to do?
Yeah, right.
Sellout crowd right here at Maple Grove on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, all 3 days were absolutely close. Even Friday was like the biggest Friday I think I'd ever seen at this place. So all 3 days were on the verge of it, and Saturday was a close the gates, we're full type of day here. Dunphy refiring the car. That doesn't sound very good. Will not stay idling. Mike Galimi says it's because it's cold. I tend to disagree with Mike's assessment. Mike's always cold. Yeah, that thing needs to go back into the lanes. They gotta look at something there. The second he tries to give it any throttle, it seems to want to shut off.
He's got to be sitting in there realizing this could be his only pass, which would be informing my decision of what to do right now.
Now, I would not take the tree if I'm Ned Dunphy right now.
No.
I would absolutely not take the tree if I was him.
I would say it's glugging fuel, but it's not blowing anything black. Just kind of has that sound to it.
I'm guessing did they run a dual fuel system on this thing? Is it probably on methanol when it's on the racetrack? So it probably, yeah. So you're not going to see the gas, the sooty exhaust. Okay, well, that was a successful burnout and a test of the valve spring's integrity. Interesting moment here. You know, it's one of those things where you're like, okay, maybe you should. Now it's like, okay, the idle seems to have cleaned up. He got a burnout out of the way. And
yeah.
And he is going to park it for a minute.
Which I like that answer because this is our overall leader.
It is. You cannot squander the attempt.
Reminded me a little bit of what you were talking about that happened at the NHRA race with Greg Anderson. He burned out across the line, claimed he didn't know that he crossed the line because he muffed it a little bit.
It wasn't like he wasn't blaming anybody but himself. But
correct.
He knew he did it.
Right,
yeah,
I know.
Yeah.
But, yeah, he muffed the first burnout,
Yep.
backed up and did it again, and you cannot cross the line twice before you stage.
Yeah, that's it's a
age-old rule that you don't see come into place very often.
You really don't.
If at all. Oh, he absolutely owned it.
Yeah, and I don't know when they instituted the rule because in the days of dry hops and stuff, you know, Darrell Gwynn would always do a burnout, then back up and do a dry shot, and he would go across the starter line. So it's, you know, it was somewhere after that era that they put the rule in. Staging rules are, you know, there's a few of them, but they are, you know, must be under your own power, must be last movement in staging, must be forward.
And now, Matt Caramano on the right-hand side in the Nova.
And the Snot LaSala Mustang coming up on the left side.
Kyle Raposa.
Super Street small block power adder for Raposa.
And modified power adder for the Nova. Modified is essentially rules very similar to Pro Street, but on a small tire. So if he's got ladder bars or a back half or any little thing really that knocks it out of one of the other classes that requires stock suspension pickup points, he ends up in modified on a small tire.
Raposa's looking fine. Camarano not so much. And Raposa will drive through at 8:33 at 166 miles per hour. 1276.7, 104 for Caramano after spinning those small rear slicks.
I see Hayes in the box, Brian.
Big moment here for Graham Hayes. The 66 Nova recovered from sucking a valve on day one. Class leader in the ultimate iron category.
That thing has gone as quick as 6:28 in drag week competition.
And Chris Welch's Mustang is awesome. I mean, this convertible really is a unit. Been putting on a good show all week long in the Super Street small block power adder category.
And the top stays attached, so that's a bonus.
And he is running second behind Mike Javanis. And remember, Mike Javanis had a non-representative run. So this is a chance for Welch to tighten the gap, maybe force Javanis' hand to stay later.
He's Super Street small block power adder. You got a heavy tint there, but you know that he's got a funny car cage underneath that convertible top. Oh, not looking good for Hayes at all. He's going to keep legging it because he might only get one pass, but that is not good. Parachutes out. He goes 755, 163. Welch, 799, 153. Where does that land Welch here? That's also off pace.
Yeah, in the plumbing.
Right.
Yeah. Hayes, that 755 is kind of a double bad situation. He pedaled his way, was going 171 at the 8th mile, almost 172, and then you heard another big pop at about 800 feet, and it went through the lights at 163. So as tough as the front half of the run looked, I'm more concerned about what happened in the last couple of hundred feet down there. Jeff Oppenheim and Doug Palmer.
And Palmer's out of it.
Oppenheim says, toodaloo buckaroo. Gone, baby, gone.
885. All right, 154 for Oppenheim.
Randy Seward has announced via Facebook that he's done.
Wow.
Seward said he got a head gasket on the right side. He said, my drag week is over. Thank you to Derek Putnam for sending that link along, as here comes Mike Finnegan. So the world has just become Rick Steinke's oyster. And he can now look at that 50 whatever he ran and think to himself that maybe that is going to stand, or if he's going to be self-critical, he can wait for another shot if we get one later on.
Will he lose the Pearl? That's what it is.
Yeah, that's the question. So for Finnegan and Mike Mayone, we're going to find out what kind of show Finnegan could put on here.
The car that, of course, executed multiple wheel stands on day one. Got their act back together yesterday with an 889. And he's in and out of it. Another enormous wheel stand. 5 or 6 enormous ones. He's going to the center line. Did he cross over, Brian?
Didn't look like it. Goes 934 at 140. 859 at 161. And listen, it is entertaining as the day is long to watch, but that is not the quick way home.
Well, and I think it's got to be influenced by the fact that he knew it could have been a one and done.
The front suspension has so much rebound in it, it's insane.
Yeah, it launches the car every time it lands.
Every time he's making a gear change, it's landing and then physically throwing the nose of the car in the air.
It's going to make great T-shirts. And we did name it the best wheel stand and drag week ever.
It is like a 55 Chevy bounce house. Yeah. It's like a child's birthday attraction.
Rubber ball, little red ball.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know what he does with that. He's gonna have to come back and do something. But again, the issue isn't anymore the first 150 feet of the run. It's what happens after that. I mean, it drove itself into a wheel stand that it was making at 60 feet at 150 feet. I've never actually seen a car kind of do what that thing's doing.
At the starting line, he must have slipped the clutch enough, and by the time it's locked up, the thing is just all out. C lanes are open. Charlie lanes are now open, and we had Ned Dumphy back on track. Single run day for everyone still till we get to all run. We're still at single run for everyone.
Everything about this attempt for Dunphy is way better than the last time we saw this just moments ago. Car sounds good. Burnout went cleanly. The smartest move he might have made all week long was pulling that thing back for an additional 2 minutes. Clearly there was something they found and tweaked on or plugged back in again, and it's working as it should. He told us he wants to go 6-0. He told us he wants to go 249. And he may do it. Dunphy is way clean through the 8th mile at 416. He's headed there, 616 at 245 miles an hour. Take it to the bank, put the parachute back in the pack, and take it on to Cecil County Dragway.
And that still puts him on a path to potentially lay down the quickest average in the history of Drag Week. He's now run quicker than the former average record 3 times in a row.
Yeah, he is on pace to reset the performance standard of this event, but that's 616, 190 in the 8th mile, made 55 miles an hour in the back half. It went to the 8th mile at 416.5, 60-footed at 111. It very, and I mean very, very lightly tried to wiggle the tire. We look down from our vantage point. We have a really good look from up here, and you can see the tire was a little unhappy, on the verge of shaking up until about, let's say, a little less than halfway between the 60 and the 330. It cleared itself up, but he's made enough runs in that car to know what it should feel like, and when he's got a lift, that wasn't one of those moments. 616, 245, they gave up a little up front, but they'll take it.
And with an 18 light.
Yeah, and above all, yeah, he actually hit the tree very well.
Above all.
And, you know, what we're watching out of Dunphy's car is super impressive. I mean, it's super impressive to watch this thing repeating. But think back about how impressive it was and how maybe we didn't even realize how impressive it was 9 years ago when that was happening. It was right in front of our face at that point, and we almost thought it was like, okay, everyone's just going to start doing this now. And it illustrates how freaking hard it is to run that hard, that fast, and that consistently for 5 straight days. But, man, the fact that that was happening 9 years ago as well is almost beyond comprehension at this point.
Right, we got Koyman executing the burnout in that little Falcon right there that is inexplicably in the unlimited category. That one has gone 933 and 929 across the track. We're looking at the sort of gold mystic colored S10, Devin Madison. Devin running in street race, big block power adder in that thing. And remember, Big block means more than 427 cubic inches, even if it is a small block platform. This truck had difficulty day 1, but did go into the 960s yesterday.
Devin Madison. Picturesque launch and a strong finish of 937.142. Jody Koyman 958.7.136. There is a stack of tires and parts delivered by FedEx and UPS. Any racers looking for shipments can find them at the main ticketing gate by the entrance. The main ticketing gate by the entrance. You came in, gate 4, you came in here this morning. A stack of tires and parts. If you ordered stuff for FedEx, UPS, it's here. Go get it.
On the live feed, we were looking at this Chevelle in the lanes, looking at some details inside the car. It's very well executed, super clean show car type of trim on this deal. With the supercharger through the hood. Kyle Moss.
James Wine, I believe we were actually on the route with him yesterday afternoon, kind of cruising with his 6th generation Camaro, 967.149. Kyle Moss goes 11.04.5 at 119 in a blown Chevelle.
Brian, we were on the route with everyone.
We were, but specifically
Yes,
kind of cruising with him. There he goes. Frank Romano's hooked up and gone. He's got his trailer, and he is hasta luego onto Cecil County Dragway. Going to see Chad and Jim and the boys tomorrow. Jason DeSheim and Mike Carlton. '70 Mustang Fastback. The Boss-style scoop on the hood for Jason.
That's like a Cougar Eliminator hood scoop, I believe.
Oh, the Cougar Eliminator, yeah. Actually, Cobra Jet style scoop, I should have said too. It's kind of it's an enlarged Cobra Jet style scoop.
Okay, yeah, it's probably aftermarket, but it is lower than a regular
Yeah.
Boss scoop to my eye.
Nice.
Nice launch
Man.
for Nashim out of that sports roof.
17 green, 51 at the 8th mile, and Jason goes 868 at a $153. Mike Carlton heaves out the laundry at the top end, goes 894.2, only 133 miles per hour.
Nashim has gone 869, 866, and there you go, 868. He's right on the target.
But it leaves properly.
It did.
It leaves properly. Bob Perry, the 87 C10 truck.
Street race small block power adder. This thing not really in contention, but I love it that people come out here with their mid 8-second truck or car just to make runs for personal advancement, personal achievement.
And again, the surface. You see how good this surface is just driving off the starting line. 895.5, 149. You're watching the tire, you're watching the suspension work. The racetrack is on point here at the Grove.
And you know what? We've seen some very elegant passes today, I want to say.
We have.
Just really nice straight shots. Here comes Nick Cryer in this 33 Ford fiberglass coupe.
And Straley in maybe the sneakiest car in the whole competition. 05 Mustang over there. Parachute hanging off the back is the only tell that this thing is a pretty hard-running piece. Nick Cryer, wheelie bar adjustment being made, long wheelie bars in the back of that thing. The MO on Cryer so far has been really hard-charging
to half track.
Or
not quite.
Specifically to the 8th mile. This thing has taken those rear tires and just planted them, and it's driven out with the wheels up. But he's always been off it before the quarter-mile finish line. Usually, right about the 8th mile, he's been clicking it off.
Now, it is a brand-new car. They didn't have a lot of testing on the thing.
Sure.
They might be working up to it. He knows he's not going to win anything. He's unlimited.
And I'm not faulting the guy. I'm just kind of giving you the rundown of what we've seen so far.
He's He's out with a 1:150 short time this time, and he's going to drive it all the way through the lights and go 7:16, 192. He was 155 miles an hour to the 8th with a 462, and out the back 7:16, 192. Straley on the opposite side slows down a little bit from his prior performance, 895, 168.
So that is all day long going to be a 200-mile-an-hour car. All day long. And I think, as you mentioned before, we're actually watching these guys take a very methodical approach to working their way up to a tune-up in this thing. So they ran it hard to the 8th mile. That 155-mile-an-hour speed of 462 tells us that. The backside, they were safe. They were very safe on the top end of the racetrack, and now they get to pick away at that. But all that thing needs to do is make 45 mile an hour at the back. A car that light, but a car that light and make it clearly this much power, that thing may be running 200 by the end of the week.
Well, and he quipped to me, yeah, you know, we built the car. Eventually, we'd like to see it run in the 6s. Eventually could be Friday.
Yeah, that is fantastic. Congratulations, Nick Cryer and crew. 7:16.5, doing it the right way. Wow. Rick Dorn and Kevin Dunn. We have closed the A and B lanes, the C lanes, C group. Your time to shine. The street race, or super street small block power. Oh, big smoke down there for Dunn, right side of the motor. That was steam. That was a head gasket leaving the chat. 925.7, 135. We're going to go look at it, but that was absolutely a steam head gasket release as we saw out of Seward's car. It came out of somewhere, but I'm guessing the head gasket.
You judging steam by the dissipation of it?
Absolutely, yeah. When it doesn't make it past the center line before it's gone, that is, you know.
Steam, not smoke.
They're going to be doing some cleanup. Enough of it came out of the motor to hit the deck, so we're going to roll equipment. And so we are going to run the equipment down to the top end. If you're watching on the live stream, we're going to check in now. This was filmed yesterday. Jason Moulton of Mickey Thompson Tires. Chat with KJ Jones. Let's take a trip back to the Media Dragway and hear from Jason.
KJ Jones here in the Manufacturers Midway at Hot Rod Drag Week 2025. I'm at Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. The people who are bringing you this live feed, and I got my guy J-Mo with me.
That's right.
J-Mo, first and foremost, thanks for everything you do. The people on the live feed, thank you for putting this on.
Oh, man, I tell you what, I look forward to this event every year. We love being here. You know, being a car guy myself and drag racer, this is the kind of event I really dig. So thanks for having us out, and thanks for letting us be a part of it.
No doubt. I came here to talk to J-Mo about what goes into setting up this rig here. This rig is loaded. Check this out. Come on, Josh. This rig here is loaded with Mickey Thompson tires, drag radials, 28-10-5 slicks. I mean, it's wall-to-wall pretty much, loaded with stuff that any racer here would need if they have any type of a rubber incident where they need tires. Jason, before you leave Ohio, what do you think about? What do you say to yourself as far as loading this? What do I need to bring? Like a drag weeker would think, what do I need to bring? What does J-Mo say? We need to bring this for drag week.
Yeah, I mean, we've been doing these for a few years now, and we're taking notes. So we find the notes, you know, and we say, okay, what do we need? What were people asking for last time? We take that, we look at the classes, and if there's any kind of tire restrictions on classes, and we try to load it up with as many tires as we can. We bring about 150 tires with us.
150 tires, and of those 150, how many do you go back with?
Hopefully none, but that means we've helped a lot of people, right? But no, I mean, I'd say probably about half, maybe a third go back with us. We bring everything from pure bias ply slicks to DOT drag radials to just regular street radials too. I mean, if weather comes in, and we've had some guys come up today like, what do you have? What do you got for just like a regular street tire? Because I don't want to get caught in the rain with my race tires. We try to bring a little bit of everything. And front runners, you know, it's amazing. Front runners is one of the big things that we look at and try to bring for folks along the route.
And you're also here in a technical support level 4 racers. I've seen you out there on the tarmac watching cars leave and that type of thing, and offering assistance based on what your observation is. Of course, you're an experienced drag racer. You've worked with honestly some of the best, and you know what a car is doing. You know how to watch a car and determine whether or not it's a chassis adjustment that might be necessary versus an actual tire adjustment that might be necessary. So that's your call or your input on making calls.
Yeah, I mean, that's the great thing about being out here. Every track's a little bit different. Today's conditions are a lot different than yesterday, so I try to go out in the morning when they're done prepping, see what the racetrack's like, so when people come back and ask questions like, what should I do with the air pressure? I see this going on. Is it something with the chassis or something we can do with the tire? We can provide some input on what we see on the racetrack and help the racer out to best utilize the Mickey Thompson tires. I mean, again, we can't do this stuff from an office.
Absolutely, and I know that you talked to the boys up in the tower a little bit earlier. I could hear you on the PA, but I watched your little blurb you did for Hot Rod's Instagram page, and you noted something might be coming or something new that I don't know what that is. Did you announce what that is yet, or did you let on what that is yet?
We haven't announced that yet. There's some stuff in development that we're really excited about, I can tell you that. And we're looking to do, we can always add sizes to product lines, but we've got to take that next step change in performance. So we're working on those products right now. This time next year, hopefully we'll be talking about it.
Sounds good. This is J-Mo, guys. This is the man at Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. Thanks again for the live feed. Appreciate everything you do for me and Hot Rod. Talk to you soon.
Thanks.
Primary sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. I hope we can retain that position forever because it's just a fantastic event. For those top products of people that really use stuff, really people who are working on their cars and know about cars and stuff like that. Great support from these fans. We have probably 30% of participants out here running our product.
Without gear vendors, you couldn't have low 6-second cars driving the street because, the heat's immense and you need that extra gear to get the RPMs down. And when your RPMs go down, your heat in the motor also goes down.
Take control of your engine with Terminator X Bluetooth module. Compatible with iOS and Android smartphones, this plug-and-play module connects wirelessly with Terminator X and Terminator X Max. With the Terminator X Bluetooth module, you'll have real-time monitoring and adjustments at your fingertips. Customize your live dash display, including vehicle speed via your phone's GPS. The built-in Terminator X EFI wizard makes tuning a breeze. Get yours today at Holley.com and take control.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast, even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
KJ Jones here in the Manufacturers Midway at Hot Rod Drag Week 2025. Live feeds brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels, and I have something special here. Drag Week is, of course, a test. It's a challenge. It's man and machine, etc., etc. You'd think that they're racing for $1 million. With the investment that it takes to get involved with this, to do this for a week, it's a lot of money, but it's not for money. What racers are racing for, of course, is pride first and foremost. But the top 3 finishers, the top lowest ETs, if you will, receive this right here. This is a Les Paul special guitar. It's an Epiphone, and it has the Hot Rod Drag Week livery on it. This is presented by our presenting sponsor, Gear Vendors Overdrive, and this is really a coveted piece. It's a special piece to earn. This is our acknowledgement of being the best of the best at Hot Rod Drag Week of any year. So racers, they don't race for the big bag, man. They don't have a lot of money at stake, but if you finish on a podium, one of the top 3 with this guy right here, this is something special for the rest of your life.
A reminder, lunch being served at the concession stands right now. Hot food is ready, and it is being slung out the window. So get yourself something to eat as we are finishing up our cleanup at the top end. They're slinging dogs, they're slinging burgers, they're slinging the good stuff. Warren contemplating if he's going full chili dog again, if he can keep that hot streak alive. There are big decisions coming in the Warren Evans culinary universe here this afternoon. So we've taken advantage of the moment here. The cleanup is done on the left side. The rotator's out there finishing its work, just taking a moment to refresh, reinvigorate the surface, which has been on point all morning long. We have run the majority of our A and B cars. We're going to be making that transition into C Group. And again, the one-run rule does apply for our competitors in C Group as well as it did for A and B. C competitors, you'll make your one shot. If you're happy with it, beautiful. Drop your time slip off at the base of the timing tower. If you're unhappy with it, sit and wait, and then we're going to run D group and then go into all run if Mother Nature lets us. And by all account of the moment anyway, we're seeing more blue sky than we've seen all day. So this may be moving in our favor, which is a good thing. So last couple of trips with the rotator before we continue on with the program here this morning. And we're back here in the timing tower. For those of you watching the live streaming coverage, brought to you by Mickey Thompson of Hot Rod Drag Week, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive. Loans and Freiberger up here. KJ's down, getting those stories in the pits like he has been all week. But, man, pretty awesome morning so far in Groups A and B.
What's really been awesome, though, is the AI photo of us traveling in the car.
Yes.
You need to go to my Facebook right now and look at my last 2 posts. It is a selfie of myself and Brian and KJ and Michelle driving from track to track inside our whatever it is expedition, and somebody AI'd it with her as mom and us as a bunch of little kids, and we were crying. It's so good.
It is really good.
Yeah, so a way to make that all about us, but there's also been really great action on the track. It has been an awesome session.
There has been, we can go to the Sheely Corvette, lowering the bar once again in a good way, performance-wise, in terms of the small block performance. Dunphy going down the racetrack, another 240-plus mile-an-hour run. And, there are still some very significant cars that we've not seen run yet.
Or that we've seen run and they tanked.
And they tanked, and they will have to wait to what we hope will be an open session. Again, we're not guaranteeing anything to anybody today just because Mother Nature can be unpredictable. But, again, with more blue sky than we have seen all day, it looks like things are breaking in our direction. As we have told everybody, concession stands are open. If you want to grab some lunch here at Maple Grove Raceway, we are going to Cecil County Dragway tomorrow, continuing our march through these really historic East Coast tracks. That's my favorite part of this particular drag week, is that the amount of history that is in, whether it's MIR, whether it's Numidia, whether it's here, whether it's Cecil. These are places that have great history. Cecil County, the old Superstock Nationals they would run there back in the day, and it's just fantastic. This place dating back to 62. So vibrant places, great crowds. I mean, the amount of people that have rolled in today on a sketchy-looking morning is fantastic. Just shows how dedicated people are to this place.
Yeah, it doesn't look enormous at the grandstands because obviously this is a national event level track and it's got big grandstands, but there's a lot of people here. Yesterday at Numidia, same program. A lot of people come out, and we like seeing that. It's not really required for this because people can watch the live feed, and it's not really the anchor of the income stream on this. But man, it's so much better when we've got people out here in person watching all this action.
So thank you again to Gear Vendors. Thank you to Mickey Thompson for the live feed. Thank you to Molly Pistons, VP Racing Fuels. And, of course, we have to thank Summit Racing Equipment. They are here traveling race to race, traveling day to day with the truck and the trailer. And they have people here that can help you get parts, order parts, and get yourself fixed up and moving along. As Warren Evans continues to point toward the screen that we are now off the screen, which is good news for everybody. Ratings have jumped with our faces removed from the program. Along with those sponsors, NOS, the official nitrous oxide of Drag Week. Monty Smith, back in the day, was the big champion. The late Monty Smith, unfortunately, back in Holly and NOS days, he was the guy that championed that brand on this event, and it has been part of it ever since.
I can just send you the photo if you want.
So we're going to finish up our A and B group last couple of pairs. The staging lanes are teeming with cars from the C group.
All right, you have seen this dart run again, and we did call that everybody's only getting one pass, but the deal is he was a victim of the block being down up there, and it did affect his ET. And so he's getting another run at it to get an accurate ET so that he can hand that in.
Yeah, the timing block was laying on its side at the top end and to throw us for a loop for a couple of pairs. So another shot for Ray Bodell to get an accurate time. It was the thing registered, I think, a second under what he'd normally been running. Good on him for being honest.
Yeah.
As well. Kenny Sellner, the 02 Camaro. The trick tuning and performance entry. And Sellner goes 868, 156. Bodell goes 999, 4 at 136.
Which I think that's more like what he's been doing.
Chris Engel and Jeff Butlin. Engel's car is another one of these 7-second machines that leaves really well, carries the nose typically. Had one of the more entertaining launches late in the day at new media dragway yesterday.
Engle? Is that what
Yes.
you're talking about?
Yep.
Yep. I was just checking Bo Adell's number. That was actually right on pace for him.
Okay.
Look at that.
No. Shut it
look
off,
at
bro.
this.
Shut it off and pull it over. Butland is going to drive by him. 10:22.9, 135. But for Engel, that looks like a disaster. It looks like there's a trail behind the car, at least from what my eyes are trying to tell me here. Hopefully they're wrong. I oversold the entertaining launch because that was way more aggressive than it was yesterday.
It was pretty entertaining to me up until the point where it started to pour smoke out of it.
Yep. Yeah, there is oil from here to eternity on the right-hand side of the racetrack. So that was whatever broke when he landed. It pretty much looked like it evacuated most of the motor. So hopefully there's something left down there. But when you see that big, just space shuttle-like cloud of smoke behind the car, it is never a good sign.
You know who's stoked on this is Colalilo.
Yeah. We've officially been Engled, and the Colalilo era of that reference has come to an end.
It is now the Engle. Oh, all right. Warren, who's running our live stream operation, is telling me that we have the actual photo of Loans, Jones, Freiberger, and Turs inside our expedition on our way from track to track. Here it comes.
AI, of course, will be the end of all of us, but along the way we're going to have some yucks with it, and that is what we're having.
It's not even on our program screen.
One of these minutes, it will. Oh, okay. So we're not seeing it, but you can see it.
Oh, I see that. Pretty hilarious. To me, the clincher is KJ in the back seat. Look at the look on his face.
Yeah, it is absolutely perfect.
It's genius. Oh, someone's pointing out, yes, I'm too small to be in the front seat. Yeah, you wouldn't want to do that. Opening up liability concerns with AI photos here on the live stream.
Reggie Moore telling me that on the red Malibu that I was saying, man, that's definitely steam, not water. That is a radiator hose went out way better than a head gasket.
There you go. Good call. All right, people are digging the photo. That's good because it's really funny.
It is really perfect.
Yeah, we'll have to bring that one back later on.
Do we go into Q&A here with our live streaming audience? We go into Q&A mode now.
Well, let's just go ahead and open that up.
Put on your football helmet.
Because it's coming back at you. Freiberger and Loans look like twins. I've always called him my body double. That's what this is.
We actually did shoot a show together one time where a guy said that we looked too much alike.
Yeah.
That I was bearded and a foot shorter than you, but yeah, there's a Ingalls run, unfortunately, with all the smoke pouring out the back of the car, and who knows what broke. It was hopefully it didn't just split the oil pan wide open, but fittings or something certainly gave way down there.
Ooh, if you could go drag race in another country, where would it be? Loans and I have both wanted to go to Santa Pod for years. You could probably roll back to the very first live feed we ever did, and we'd be talking about that, and we haven't done it yet. But, yeah, that would be a cool one.
100% my answer as well.
Yeah. Overall thoughts on Great Lakes? Very cool place.
Yeah, we've been there a bunch.
We've done that for Drag Week. It's got that really vintage tower there that sort of shakes when you wiggle.
They had the most aggressively armed security guys in the country of drag racing there.
They needed to for quite a while.
Looking forward to duct tape drags.
Oh, yeah, duct tape drags coming up 1 month from today, October 17th and 18th, Tucson Dragway. That's my own event that I run with Derek Bieri from Vice Grip Garage. You can see that at ducttapedrags.com. Will there be a Spirit of Drag Week award this year? Yes, there definitely will be. If you've got ideas about who should be winning that, go see Keith Turk wandering around down there and give him your stories and drop your names about who should get Spirit of Drag Week. I think you could also hand those in to Tanya as you hand in your time slips.
The Middle Easterners would make the America's Most Feared Pro Mod drivers run for the hills. They have a very strong Pro Mod kind of program over there, the Gulf Pro Mod Series, having been over there and actually met some of those guys and talked to them. They are very strong, but I think as history shows, the amount of American Pro Mod racers that spend their off-season racing there, it is very even competition.
Oh, this guy's asking, what's our track number visited, updated numbers? I've lost track.
Yeah, I'm at 180-something. You're probably 150 or 60-something gaining
in
on
that
me.
neighborhood. Loans, did you used to announce at Lebanon Valley? He used to announce everywhere.
Yeah, that was my very first racetrack to announce at on Saturdays.
People ask me very frequently about Steve Dulcich, who obviously was my partner on the Roadkill Garage TV show. And he was doing YouTube for a while and all of a sudden went dark. He's actually just on a extended social media break. He is fine.
Ever considered a branching drag we go to a dirt or sand version?
I've considered it, actually, for my own entertainment. I have thought about doing some events in dirt with passenger cars, in fact. But if I announce that on the live feed, someone will probably pick it up and make it happen instead.
Have you all heard of anyone running nitromethane with EFI and turbos? And the answer to that is no, because volume-wise, nobody makes an injector that can move enough of the stuff to have it make any sense, in an EFI sense, as a primary fuel. Now, if somebody was using it as a secondary power adder type of thing, maybe, but I've never heard of anybody able to pull it off. Have I visited more dive bars or racetracks? Yes.
I have been on the dive bar hunt lately on my trips.
Well, I participated in Drag Week with my son. I could see Jack Loans out here at some point.
He would marauder this thing up.
He will be out here at some point.
He would maraud.
Yeah, he would maraud.
He would maraud.
His most fitting comment so far is, my car wouldn't be the slowest thing there, you know. The one thing he's booed himself with is he would not be the slowest thing here.
Nor the most rod-throwing thing here, so he's all good.
Cody Helger for the Spirit of Drag Week. I mean, there is certainly an argument to be made there.
I know what we need. Regional drag weeks leading up to a championship. No.
Oh, my God. I mean, there's 41 drag and drive events. There's local drag weeks effectively anymore.
Yeah. Ixnay on the Orme.
Why is Top Fuel called Top Fuel? Pretty good way to answer that question. I mean, it comes off of the lakes racing, with fuel being any sort of anything other than straight gasoline, and it was, Top Fuel. You had Top Gas, which was the eliminator for
and Top Eliminator.
And Top Eliminator. So that simply became Top, and you were using a substance other than gasoline to run, so you became Top Fuel.
Hey, Brian, go ahead with why is Santa Pod called Santa Pod? Because I was able to explain this to some Englishmen yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have Santa Ana, which was the first commercial drag strip in the United States, and you have the Poddington Royal Air Force Base, which is what the facility originated as. So you take the Santa from Santa Ana and the Pod from Poddington, and we have Santa Pod.
Someone asked if I've ever been to Carlsbad. Unbelievably, as a Southern California guy, I never made it to Carlsbad before they shut it down. So much historic stuff went on there, and it's now just like an industrial complex. It's gone.
Herb Caldwell, yes, we do drive the route, and we do stop at the stops. We do that so we can catch up with anybody who may be yard sailed on the side of the road or see any drama that may be going on.
Well, and it gives us more opportunities to just drive away from fans as they're waving me down, and Michelle leaves anyway.
Yeah, no, you guys executed that maneuver like the Secret Service the other day.
I cannot see Drag Week going to Yellow Belly.
I mean, there's interest. Jimmy Dale. Oh, Jimmy Dale's on here. That's great. Listen, is there interest in going to Yellow Belly? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. The place is insanity defined. But we've never run it at, this has always been a quarter-mile event, and, there's been some discussion about, could you run a week where you have some eighth-mile and quarter-mile tracks? you could do it. It's just going to make numbers or averages that are unfamiliar to a lot of people, I guess.
Loans, apparently you're a cross between Bob Fry and Peter Griffin.
That's the nicest thing anybody's ever said to me.
It is. But, however, he did say the late Bob Fry.
Oh, my God, Bob. Come on, he's still alive and well. He just read the intro to the U.S. Nationals.
Exactly.
I emailed the man a script, unless it was AI generated and has crushed my hopes and dreams. But no, Bob is very much around.
Best hamburger you have ever had. You know, I've conducted a nationwide search on this front, and more research is required.
Best hamburger I've ever had, it was CJ's Butcher Burgers in Russellville, Arkansas, on Drag Week. You, me, and Wes Allison on that ride that was like 400 billion miles from Tulsa. We were driving all the way back like 400 some miles in one day between the two stops getting back to Tulsa. That is the best burger in America. Take it to the bank. CJ's Butcher Boy Burgers in Russellville, Arkansas.
Speaking of which, they do have concessions open right here at the track. So if you need food, that's where to go.
Jimmy Dale, I've actually been to Yellow Belly when I first started going down to the Texas Motorplex for the NHRA a decade ago or whatever. I actually popped in there to see the place.
Yep, I've been there as well.
Well, listen, those of you that love Bob Fry, which is all of us, stay tuned for the NHRA 75th anniversary season next year, because you're going to be, I believe, in select locations at select times, hearing a little bit more of Bob.
Eighth Mile Drag Week. That was a discussion for a long time if we should do one. And I think at this point, probably no, because there's so many other options now.
If you're going to do a secondary event, I think it would be killer. I personally am wildly in favor of it because there are so many great Eighth Mile facilities that could be, highlighted at the event.
Do you remember you and I discussed at length, could we do 2 in one day?
Oh, yeah.
Because there's such population density of those tracks.
Yep.
You could easily drive, race in the morning and race at night.
Hit 2 tracks in one day would be.
Great. I just gave up another idea that somebody will pick up. They're probably making a logo for it right now.
We did not go to Shady Maple Smorgasbord last night.
Has somebody done the 2 tracks in one day? Has that already happened?
I know that when they did the Mega Week with Rocky Mountain Race Week, those guys were rocking different run groups and stuff. I don't know if anybody's ever had 2 days of 2 tracks racing on the same day.
Yeah, it maybe or maybe not. Don't know. I've honestly lost track of all of these things. There's so many of them now. Freiberger, my closest call on track. That has to be sideways on 2 wheels at 200 and something, 214-ish miles an hour at Bonneville. And that was from a tire that blew.
A racer in need. If anybody has picked up parts that were delivered to the track today, please look and see if they mistakenly picked up one addressed to Scott Miller. His part shows as being delivered at the track, but no one can locate it. Please check your boxes and please check your addresses on the stuff you snagged. If you had parts delivered, somebody may have Scott Miller's stuff.
Someone asked, do you have to have slicks on track? The rule is Someone asked if you have to have slicks on track here at Drag Week. And yeah, you have to have a drag racing purpose-built tire. We do not allow regular treaded street tires on the track.
Get a cheesesteak and grab some tasty cakes on your way to Cecil. KJ Jones has acquired the entire product line of Tasty Cakes manufacturing facility. He was ripping down what appeared to be kind of a chocolate frosted program this morning. There was various cupcake-looking products yet to be consumed, so he has gone all in on the Tasty Cakes.
I had the, healthy cherry pie.
You did?
Yeah, the boxed cherry pie dipped in sugar sauce.
Dragway Rush does 2 tracks in the same day. They run St. Thomas Dragway and Grand Bend up in Canada. 2 places I have been.
Street and Yeet, they say, do the same thing.
2 tracks in one day.
Okay, good. It's probably something we did discuss years ago. Need a hard tire class? I'm thinking we don't.
We don't, only because it's going to cause a starting line situation, the way that this event, it's so much different than a normal drag race where you can have, these class delineations. You can set an event up where you can stop and re-prep the starting line. We, for continuity's purposes, we really need to maintain the starting line as best you can. And those hard tire cars can really just tear the thing bald, and you end up with either downtime or kind of compromising the starting line.
Which is why we made the drag tire rule.
When you have a multi-day event type of situation, a weekend event, this is we're in the morning, we're out in the afternoon type of thing. You don't have the forgiveness you do at a normal drag race.
Are hybrid cars allowed? Yes, as are EVs. We've had them here. There's not necessarily a class for them, but they can run, especially in our Street Machine Eliminator.
Well, he's asking as a power adder instead of turbo, supercharger, or nitrous. Yeah, you could do it.
Unspecified, yeah.
Yeah, you could do it. Does that mean Dulcich is in prison? No.
No. Nope. Dulcich is good.
Loans, what's your total thus far? I missed it. But if you're talking racetracks, I think it's around 188.
What happened to the garbage that barfed? We haven't seen G that bead in a while.
Yeah, he is not Matt's not out this year, but I think he's following along at home. St. Thomas Dragway was able to go. I was up there, back during my touring days in the early 2000s, up across Canada, did a bunch of races, I've been, obviously, Napierville, did races outside of Montreal years ago, and then St. Thomas, Cayuga, go right down the line, all the way out to the Rocky Mountain Nationals we used to get held out in the western part of the country.
Interesting one. The guy says, if you guys love the Eagle so much with the inline 6 and the turbo, what's a good, successful inliner drag racer?
Done, end of story. The man, the myth, the legend. I would put this guy against anybody. Jay will agree with me. Case Sissel.
Okay.
Nobody won more frequently or in finer fashion than Case Sissel with an inline 6.
My mind was going Sissel or Self.
Or then we could Joe Williams was amazing. What about the Pocket Rocket, Cotton Perry? Cotton Perry's modified production car, inline 6 car, almost unstoppable. Well, look, at Bowling Green, they put a V8 in the car. But back in the day, with an inline 6, Cotton Perry was about unstoppable. But Sissel, Perry, Thomas, a couple of those guys, yeah.
Yeah, Sissel was top of my list. I was debating. They were there.
Oh, we have a before and after version of the AI photo.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. It's happening. Split screen.
Well, Michelle's in a better mood in the original. But,
yeah, there's a lot of trauma on her face in the AI version.
How come I look to be the same age in both photos? I don't understand. KJ, have you seen this?
I did see it.
Yeah.
Very funny.
It's brilliant.
AI is a beast.
Yep. AI'd it out. Freiberger, do you think Tucson Dragway hurts racers' feelings with its dynamic altitude? Interesting question, but yes, cars are slower at Tucson because it is at about 3,200 feet.
Yeah.
Didn't Jeep do an inline 6 truck back in the day? Yes, of course.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, every manufacturer.
Come on, man. What are we talking about here?
Stuff.
I think Ford might have done one too. They made this little 300-inch engine that was the sound of UPS trucks for decades. When will you return to the salt flats?
KJ looks more like KJ in the AI photo than he does in the real picture.
How many people are around the table when Drag Week 2026 is discussed? When do they prefer to finalize end of year? I mean, these guys, honestly, the discussions pretty much start now if they haven't already. Galimi sits in a room. He puts on a World War II metal helmet. He pretends he's General Patton with his war games. He puts little flags in a map. lays out the whole thing. He's got his little green army men, except they're Hot Wheels cars, and he moves them around. That's how he traces out the route. It's fantastic.
Can you run a Wyand tunnel ram with a single carburetor? You can, but you don't want to. I have actually tested this twice. The fuel distribution with a single carburetor on a dual quad type tunnel ram is ungood.
Come race in Montana if you want soul-crushing altitude effect and elapsed times.
I can have my soul crushed right here. Thank you very much. Brian, what's the weirdest story you've covered in one of your videos? I love the Prestolite one.
The Prestolite one's pretty good. I did that as an audio podcast, but that is the history of headlights, really, in the early acetylene headlights, which the acetylene plants, which they somehow managed to build next to like daycare centers, fire departments, and hospitals, would just randomly explode. That was one. I mean, in terms of the human side of things, the Scotty Fence story, I think, is pretty compelling because it's just so bizarre. I mean, this guy had the world as in his palm of his hand and just screwed it up so bad. Even if you go back, if you listen to the Dorkomotive podcast I've done for a lot of years, you can go back and the story of the NASCAR crew chief that disappeared and was never seen again. That's a pretty good one. They ran the small block engine at the 1971 Daytona 500, almost won the race, the only small block at 305 inches on the track. It's an interesting story, and he somehow got himself involved with the wrong guys and legitimately vanished off the face of the earth. I actually got to do a thing with the USA Today newspaper after I made that show.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they were doing an investigative report into it. Rossi is the guy's name, and the reporter called me up. He said, you seem to know a little bit about this, and you have things in that podcast that we didn't know happened. So I got to kind of collaborate with USA Today as they did an investigative story in that.
Did the check cash?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh? Good.
Anybody make a straight 8? Oh, yeah. So
of
straight
course.
8s. We go back. We got to go back into the history books. I'm looking over at Jay again. Pete Shaddinger, D-Dragster guy. Pete Shaddinger back in the day would destroy. The old D-Dragster class in NHRA was a class 4 inline engines of all different shapes, but Pete Shaddinger, straight 8 Buick engines, won loads of races back in the day in D-Dragster.
Why do inline 6 racers run 2 carbs? First 1 to 3 and second 4 to 6. That might not be the most efficient way to do it, actually. It would take a lot of R&D to look at that. I think the best thing to do on an inline 6 would be to run an IR-type intake manifold, and you could plenum it, but with EFI, you could probably nail the cylinder-to-cylinder air-fuel ratio distribution much better. But that is why they do 2 carburetors instead of 1, because with 1 carb on an inliner, you've got cylinders way out at the end with a really long runner that typically aren't getting that much fuel, and then you've got the ones in the middle with a very short runner that get all the fuel.
Most common transmission on the property, I'm still going to say turbo 400, but like the T56 style 6-speed seems to be making a run at it.
Man, there's a lot of stick cars here. A bunch.
The Ferris wheel story, thanks. That is actually the most popular Dorkomotive episode that I've ever made, is the history of the Ferris wheel, which, believe it or not, is a way more interesting story than it sounds like on its face.
It actually is pretty good. Somebody's actually calling out for help. Dirty Diamond needs 2050 VR1 oil in the pits.
There you go.
If you got some oil, I don't know why he's so specific on his brand there. The VR1 that you can get almost anywhere. Tons of people are telling us this.
There's actually none of the 4200 inline Vortec motors out here this year.
Tony Angelo is best with those.
What do you think about the Ford 300-inch inline, a guy asked?
I really like the Ford 300-inch inline. Surprisingly, people think I'm a Mopar guy, and I think one of the overrated engines of all time is the Slant 6.
And a comp eliminator engine that was very famous back in the day was, the guy's name's escaping me. He cut up Boss 302 heads and made a cylinder head for a 300 inliner, ran it in comp eliminator or modified production.
I'm trying to run through.
Who? Yes.
We're getting answers here.
Ambrose. Okay. Yep. Yeah, so Steve Ambrose was kind of the leader of that whole thing. But, yeah, Boss 302 heads cut up into pieces made for an inline and welded together for an inline 6.
Help my synapse fire the right way because I'm going to get this backwards. But wasn't there like a Mercruiser 4-cylinder that used a big block Ford cylinder head?
Yes.
Yeah. Is that the right sequence of parts there?
Yep.
Yeah. Any Barra combinations this year? Not that we are aware of. Remember, there was a car that had one that we weren't even aware of it. It was a yellow El Camino that ran, and we kept on
thought
saying,
it was a 2J.
Yeah, we did. And our opinion was wrong.
Thank you on the nautical. So the Great Eastern was that is the video, and it's really an audio podcast. I put it over on YouTube, but it's called the best worst ship ever: the history of the Great Eastern. And the Sultana was a paddle wheel disaster that actually took the lives of more people than the Titanic. People have largely forgotten about that one. No Dodge Rampages this year. No Rampages.
Do I still have my scrambler? Yes, I do. Relentless questions here, which I get all year round, all the time. Am I ever going to run drag week? Probably not. You know, I'm so good at this.
Yeah, no, I mean,
why would I break free?
Robbing the world of this brilliance would be unthinkable.
Yeah.
No rotaries this year. We have seen occasional rotary action, but they're few and far between.
Opinion on the Ford 292 Y block or the 312. You know, they're a very curious engine. I think they're cool for their nostalgia value. I would not dig into one trying to make big power, but I think you did see them in the Engine Masters Challenge, specifically with John Kazi.
That was Kazi made that incredible version of it.
Making some very, very creative moves with that engine, but just not a high-performance engine, but cool for nostalgia.
Yeah, the 1917 Franklin that we had here, or whatever it was, 17 or 21, that was a cool car.
Uh-oh, someone mentioned Arfons. We're done here.
Well, we're out of it. Oh, you brought the book. Great. Samuel Hawley's book, Speed Duel, which I recommend to everybody that wants to learn more about that story. I'm glad you purchased that book. Samuel's a great guy, and the book is a incredible documentation of that entire time frame. We are checking phones. Thank you, Billy, telling us to check our phones. ETA, 10 minutes. 10 minutes to put cars on a racetrack. Yeah. 10 minutes to get on the racetrack, so drivers in the staging lanes get back to your cars. You get T-minus 10 minutes or less. What's the wildest car to ever compete at Drag Week?
Ever? Who was our guy last year with that yellow contraption? Someone the mechanic.
The mechanic.
No.
Something the master mechanic.
Yeah, the master mechanic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was really
It was
pretty cool.
basically an altered with a centrifugally supercharged big block boost reference carburetor. That was wild. Brian Coleman's coupe that actually ran on nitro, like legitimate loads of nitro.
Yep.
That was pretty wild. The OG Chevette that was destroyed at Roadkill Nights.
Oh yeah,
that car was sketchy as a mofo. That thing ran high sevens. That I would actually put that as the creepiest car to watch. And then it legitimately pole vaulted itself off the end of the drag strip at Roadkill Nights one year. Apparently flew over the top of
the
people.
first year we were on Woodward.
Yeah.
Leroy the master mechanic.
There we go. Nailed it.
Yes.
Thank you, Rob Lang.
Thank you.
I like how Art Arfons would use old school VCR tape cameras to film the gauges. Yes, he would. Yeah, he would set a VHS camera there to record the gauges.
Well, which goes way back into time. I mean, Mickey Thompson had a film camera on the gauges of his land speed stuff.
Always with the one-upping with Mickey with you. That's what has to happen.
his favorite Dorkomotive was the wrecking ball to clear the forests.
Yeah, the guys that used the bulldozers and the giant steel ball and the cable to just mow forests down like a lawnmower, basically, when they were building the Montana. It's not the Wild Horse Dam, the Wild Stallion something dam in Montana. And they have one of those balls, actually, as the big steel balls, is like a monument, which I've kind of always wanted to go see.
What about a Gremlin drag week? I wouldn't hate that.
Wouldn't hate it at all.
I could bring 2. Oh, the stretchy truck.
Oh, man, Nick Pluniak's truck.
And his follow-up, whatever that thing was.
He's also, Nick has gone no prep racing very successfully. Small tire no prep guy with the straight gangster and the other vehicles he's built. Unique machines. He does everything himself. Yeah, I don't think it was the last run. It might have been the last run the stretchy truck ever made. It barrel rolled down the center of Lancaster Dragway at a fall pro mod race years ago that I was announcing. But yeah, Nick's doing a great job in the world of small tire no prep racing and getting it done that way.
We might as well address this a little bit. There's so many people asking us to repeat gags from prior years.
We don't do it.
We don't do it. The moment came and went.
Here and gone.
It's not funny anymore. Can't repeat yourself. You can't go back.
Thoughts on the big boy steam locomotives? They're incredible machines, some of the most impressive things you'll ever see in person, but people say they're the largest, most powerful locomotives ever built. Technically not true. The Allegheny class locomotives you can make an argument that the Allegheny class locomotives actually eke the big boys out in just a little bit, but if you've never been around one of those big boy locomotives, you can go to Steamtown, USA, right here in Pennsylvania. It is, if you have any inkling, if you like steam locomotives, turns out I do, it is the greatest place you're ever going to go to see a collection of steam locos, and they have a big boy there.
And discussing actual drag racing, here's a good question you can address. Please explain the difference between slick prep and radial prep.
Yeah, I mean, in general terms, radial prep is going to be way more dependent on a high volume of basically straight glue. You want to create a surface that has absolutely no give to it whatsoever. You want to dead stick the tire and drive the cart on the racetrack. So it's a very glue-dependent type of prep. Your mixture of glue and how you're applying it is going to change. And then on a slick prep, you're going to lay glue down, but then you're going to run your rotator over it so you can create a very grippy surface, but one that somebody can actually build some wheel speed on to make the slicks work right.
I think you cut it with more alcohol.
Yeah, they typically, that's methanol is what you're going to use to kind of make your mix there. But yeah, you're going to flat drag it, you're going to rotate it, you're going to do some different steps there to make sure it is set up so that big tire is not just going to completely wad up. Thank you to Steve G for checking out that War for the Woods episode. Appreciate you.
Yeah, didn't they take a big boy and actually put it on tour?
Oh yeah, the last one that was restored, the one that was on the Pomona Fairgrounds.
Right.
That was the one that was taken and restored, and they sent it on kind of a nationwide tour. Good look in the staging lanes here as the last wisps of traction compound being laid down. Our C group runners are ready, willing, and able.
This guy did the 1919 Franklin run slicks on it. That might have been before the rule, but we did, in fact, have a 1919 bone stock Franklin automobile that ran all of Drag Week.
So here's the deal. A tire in 1919 did not have tread on it. Go back and look. 1919
was before they said non-skid on them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Union Pacific Steam Shop runs their big boy locomotive.
Do I still have the Hemi Gremmy? I do.
We need to sing Marty Robbins songs for next year.
Yeah. Hey, if Dukes of Hazzard can do an album, we can.
Yes, we dove into the musical history of the Dukes of Hazzard yesterday. Yeah, so the Yellowstone 2884 class also outpulled the big boy, but we're splitting hairs here. They're all incredible.
We got our camera actually looking at staging lanes here. You just saw Jim Forbes Jeep XJ Turbo LS deal. I haven't actually seen this up close yet, and I didn't need to. That's Jim right there on the left. Typically driving his stuff out from Arizona to Drag Week, regardless of Drag Week's kickoff point.
And we have vehicles in the water box, mercifully and thankfully. Our long national nightmare has ended.
Brian Andrews, the little orange Chevette. We'll see if he's calmed down the wheel stands that have plagued him badly this week. And the 8-second Cummins Diesel 57 Ford pickup.
As KJ Jones told us, the D&J Enforcer engine in here, it is an engine combination that has existed for some time. A guy named Levon Miller had, in my knowledge anyway, in my limited knowledge of the diesel, was like the first guy that really popularized it. Showed up at the Diesel Power Challenge, of which KJ Jones oversaw when he was the editor of Diesel Power magazine. With this Enforcer plant, ruined the event for 2 years and launched the specter of these engines, of now which D&J builds a lot of. Big torque and no traction for Workman. Andrus takes the Chevette down to the house. He goes through it an 878 to 155. Workman was almost perfect on the tree. Goes 1059, spinning the tires hard early.
And that is the Chevette's best pass of the week and first one in the 8s.
As you mentioned, been fighting the wheel stand goblins all week long. That's what you get when you manage the front end of the race car. You manage the weight transfer, keep the nose down, maximum efficiency. Charlie Liepard, left side. Liepard coming up in his 85 Camaro in white. And he is going to get a run. I thought he might have rolled the beams.
Yeah.
And Liepard goes through the finish line, 10:53 at 136 miles per hour. Matt Thorette, 93 Chevy Camaro, 98 Camaro. 93 would have been the early 4th gen. And Thorette goes 10:46 at 139 miles per hour. Here comes Reinhardt. Nice run made yesterday by Nick Reinhardt. Tom D'Alessio is supposed to be on the right side of the drag strip.
Reinhardt leading Pro Street Power Adder right now, having gone very deep 7s twice.
These guys, very experienced racers. This guy's a former NMCA champion. Hardcore competitors attacking this with the way that a hardcore competitor does. Ron Rhodes out there peeking on the starting line. Oh, that's cool. So he has a backup camera in this thing. Reinhardt does. We can tell that. KJ, great observation. Just his right-hand man was just behind the car, directed him left to right, and he was just looking at signals. Bill and Brenda Grubbs do it via radio. And the NHRA Tour, Bill stands behind and gives her left to right directions. The camera, that's slick. Getting it done again. Getting it done again. 159 in the 8th mile, and Reinhardt goes 7:04, 197, best run of the week. Man, the speed. I mean, the speed is massive for what this guy's been running. 195, he picks up numbers there. He was 175 yesterday, so a very good run for Mr. Reinhardt. Tom D'Alessio and Justin Kinsler coming up. Kinsler, the bright orange S10 pickup truck, and D'Alessio, that 2015 Mustang in white. C Group racers, you should be with your cars in the staging lanes. C Group racers with your cars in the lanes.
Look at the 009 light out of Kinsler.
Yeah, Kinsler killing it down there in the pickup truck, and he is going to be able to run it through first at 10:27, 132. D'Alessio runs 11:97 at 114. Dave Dissinger right side in his Monza Coupe.
His illegally parked Monza Coupe.
It was. So Dissinger and Todd Toman going down the racetrack. As Kevin Diassi is attempting to enter the announcing booth like it is a lion's cage and or crocodile tank. Dissinger goes 10-12-5 at 133. Todd Toman goes 12-01-9 at 110. He's taken 6,000 photos in 1.5 seconds. Technology. Bob Nimzik, Mike Turner.
I think one of them will be less gruesome than the rest.
Yeah, well, once hopefully they've run it through the AI simulator and we're just childlike again. So Turner, the 70 Dart Swinger, and Nimzik, the 1963 Chevrolet 2. You can tell Nimzik's the racer here, 28 on the tree. Going to be prideful of that reaction time. And he goes 10:45.6, 127. Turner goes 10:78.9 at 123. Now it's Jim Dissinger coming up, the 63 Chevy 2. The
other violator.
Yes. It turns out they're brothers.
Yeah.
And or father-son tandem, but some sort of relation in the Dissinger family.
Apparently outlaws by birth.
Right. Awesome by birth, outlaws by choice. Christian Damgaard of Denmark on the right-hand side. Yeah, buddy. Nice side-by-side run here. 10:54 one side, 128 for Jim. Christian goes 10:71, 125 opposite Dissinger. John Richard and Chris Mustachio. As the blue skies that we had proliferating moments ago have all but disappeared under some heavy cloud cover here. So Mustachio on the left side rolls it in. Turns on both bulbs. John Richard meets him. Manual transmission for Richard. Mustachio has that 10-speed automatic doing the job for him. 10:61, 130. Richard goes 12:31.8 at 111. C Group, you should be in the lanes. C Group, you should be in the lanes and prepared. C Group, in the lanes and prepared as the traffic is going to keep on rolling down the hill. Aaron Green, Jamison Durrett. 68 Elk E and the 86 Chevy pickup. Things are favoring the El Camino early, but Aaron Green in the pickup truck has more power, baby. 10:57.2, 131. Durrett goes 11:29.3, 116. 55 Chevy that I like. Robert Barbara Lindaro and Sean Fitzsimmons on the right side. Both running in the Street Machine Eliminator category. And Sean Fitzsimmons got the jump. Bubba Lindaro trying to get him. 10:37.5, 131. And a 10:17, 138 for Fitzsimmons. What is our bump spot right now in Street Machine Eliminator? Have we determined that?
We walked in the day with 10.50.
10:50. Okay, so it actually has retreated a little bit, right? Wasn't it 46? It's
Correct.
retreated to a 50.
Yep. Ah,
yes. Beauty and the Beast down here. 23 Ford F-150, all the comforts of home, and Shawn Michaels' truck. If your home looks like that, we have to have a conversation.
Beauty and the Beast down there and up here.
And up here.
Beauties
Yes.
and Beasts a pair.
Beauties and Beasts a quad. Sean says bye-bye to the Ford. 10-17-138. He is comfortably in Street Machine Eliminator's top 32. Nick Edelman goes 11-51-4 at 121. He is just comfortably in a 23 Ford F-150.
Here's our LS Nova stack injection.
Josie Kirker, the Angry Prune 57 Chevy Bel Air.
How angry is it really?
I mean, it's, you know.
A little irritated?
It's irritated.
Yeah.
It's chuffed. Dean Teppen.
It's miffed.
Peeved.
Yeah, it's a little peeved.
Peeved. Miffed. Chuffed.
Chafed.
Chafed.
Outraged.
Nah, we've leapt across the fire has jumped the fire line if we go to outrage.
Yeah.
(10:21-2) 128. Josie Kirker goes 10:09.6 at 135 at a lapse time that will not leave her any of the things we just mentioned.
Well, it puts her in good shape for Street Machine Eliminator. That's awesome.
Yes. Tony Angelo, the man providing the pizza at Eastwood during your stop today. 100 pies bought by Tony Angelo. Between 12 and 4, they'll be delivered. You can get yours as he has his SB2 powered 55 next to Terrence Hurley's truck.
We'll find out if he himself will make it there this afternoon. I think 1060 was his number so far. 1072, 134 for Tony. Terrence Hurley, 1159 at 119.
What rules about that thing is, you know, I think Tony's being kind of ginger with it off the start line, probably not wanting to kill any driveline parts, which is smart.
Well, he ripped a 4-link out of it yesterday.
But when that engine, you hear that engine get to about $6,000 and it shows up to the party. It's almost like it's got nitrous on it because the thing just instantly wakes up.
The VTEC kicks in.
John Faddis, the 40 Ford Business Coupe. And Rick Callahan, the 2020 Challenger. Why was it called the Business Coupe, David?
It didn't have a back seat so that you could load in your wares to go sell them.
999.7, 133. Rick Callahan, 1015, 135. Yes, indeed. Of course, traveling salesmen were a massive part of a lot of companies back in the day. So massive trunk space, no rear seat. You had all your products,
your fuller brushes,
your demonstrators, yeah.
Clinton Taylor, right-hand side, 83 Chevy Malibu. John Sally with the Charger.
Or in the case of a lot of guys in the southeastern United States, booze.
Yeah. Yep. The wagon is out of it. So are the announcers. But Sally goes down 11:24 at 123.
You know what's funny is, you know, and for good reason, we romanticize a lot of stuff like the bootlegging and everything and these wild, you know, police chases they would have through the woods. Those cars had like 150 horsepower. You know what I mean? Like, you know, oh yeah, but, you know, my daddy fixed up the flathead and the thing and we put the booze in the back. Okay, I mean, and it's cool. I'm not saying it's not cool, but it's like this idea that they were just ripping through the trees at 150 miles. No, that thing was out of gear at like 90 and it took a while to get there. Looks like Timmy Baptista is having a problem under the race car. A bunch of smoke pouring out of that thing.
Looks like Sick Man should be in front of it.
And they're going to get that car out of there, I believe. Yeah, they're going to push it backward. Tough break there as Baptista being pushed back.
He was just trying to make a second burnout box more forward.
Right. Chad Fellebaum going to take his solo here in a 93 C1500 truck, as clean as it comes over there. Caltrax on the back of it. And Fellebaum goes 1087, 124. Jim Forbes with the LS Jeep.
Look at the crowd, man. Look at the people up against the fence.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Thank you all for being here today. Drag Week Day 3 presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive. Absolutely killer day. Great performances, and thank you all for being out here on a Wednesday.
I wonder if it's a stick.
I think it might be. Chris Dacre goes to the top end on the brakes at 973, only 114. Forbes goes 1091 at 125 miles an hour in his Cherokee.
The convertibile. Oldsmobile.
Oldsmobile. Mike McLeod in that Olds and Chris Nelson in the Corvette.
Does this Olds outrun Rovic? And is it Oldsmobile powered?
Stay tuned tomorrow for updates. It's a mover, and it runs in the Street Race Big Block NA category. Rovic's car is on nitrous, and it does not outrun Rovic's car, not by a long shot. 10.99, 3, 122. Nelson goes 11.15, 3 at 126. So there's your answers, bub. Joe Maroli, Mike Matchnick. KJ, let's dive in here real quick. We had many suggestions of the Tasty Cakes. You have already sampled Tasty Cakes. I know there's more to be sampled during the drive. What's the verdict so far?
So far, so good. I enjoyed there was a devil's food type of Tasty Cake, and it was really good. Really, really good.
Thumbs up for the man from the West Coast, formerly of the East Coast, living life one tasty cake at a time. 10-16, 135. Maroli goes 10.95, 124. Oh, Chuffed is pleased.
I actually got that tip.
I thought Chuffed meant annoyed.
Nope, means pleased, as I was informed by our chat right here.
So you're quite chuffed to make this discovery and humiliate me.
That's correct.
In public again.
The one time that the chat was useful to me.
Okay, KJ is presenting the buttercream cupcakes for the ride on to the next track. Mike Cavallaro and Roger Levesque leaving the starting line. Increasing the density of the product by chilling it in the fridge. 10.07, 114 for Levesque as Cavallaro goes 10.70 at 133.
Pete Black schooled you on chuffed versus chafed.
Pete Black?
Pete Black.
Pete, kindly see yourself out. Your work here is done.
Bailey Brewer not understanding that our job here is to insult the audience.
Yeah, no, that's what we're here to do. It's a modernized Don Rickles type of situation we have going on here. As Scott Lair and Steve Sparger go down, Lair in the GT500 Mustang goes 10.58 at 136. Sparker goes 11.55 with a 3 at 120.
The live feed is seeing the milk truck coming around the corner from the staging lanes to the track. And on track, we've got a nitrous huffing BMW and a very nice Gold Nova.
Joe Ferrer in the 1970 Gold Nova with that neat looking chin spoiler on it.
What's
Ralph.
the implement hanging off the back of the BMW?
It's a camera.
Yeah,
it's a 360 camera, yeah. 11.58.8 at 126 miles per hour. The Poindexter situation hanging off the back of the Beamer. Does not slow Ralph Foy down at all. Joseph Ferrer goes 10.52, 3 at 128.
Here comes a fun pair. Not only the wheel standing milk truck, but also the Sox and Martin sort of clone.
Jeff Crescenzi on the right-hand side, the 67 GTX, Mark Cryer. In the Divco, which pulled the biggest wheelie we have seen out of it this week, yesterday. I would suspect they will be trying to top that effort even here today. 67, first year of the GTX. Oh, he tied it down.
Maybe he's looking for an actual number out of the milk truck. $10.92 with a 223 miles an hour for the Divco. And the Mopar, 1075, 124.
Mike Sullivan and Tim Baptista. So Baptista able to get his problems fixed with the Stinger hood equipped 67 Chevelle. And Mike Sullivan in the 1968 Mustang Coupe. And Baptista's run off and hid. Goes 1076.5, 122. Sullivan, 1352 and 101. Of all the great Pontiacs here, Steve Lemieux's stick-shifted 70 GTO is among my favorites. Zach Muji, the 02 Corvette Z06 on the right side. Lemieux has not spared the rod on this thing. He has been pretty aggressive with it. Oh, yeah. Zach Muji, nip and tuck down there, 1071.2. Lemieux goes 1146.6 at 122. The LS swapped IROC. Gary Mankia and Brian Clark across the racetrack. C Group cars, your time is now. C Groupers, your time is now.
That thing has been smoking all week, and it seems to hang together.
Look, the upper cylinder highly lubricated in there. There's nothing. It's a strategy. Brian Clark goes 1078, 128. Gary McKee, that thing may actually be running on Marvel Mr. Oil for all we know. 1232, 2, 112. Bunch of smoke when he lifted off the throttle, but we've come to expect it, and we've come to embrace it.
People continue to ask, where's Alex Taylor? I would say you could go to her Instagram and get an encyclopedic answer to that question.
She is chuffed to be working on her shop.
Yes, she is. Not here. Azim Sheik is back with that orange 73 Camaro. Eric Hurt has got the 2011 Mustang. Both of these Street Machine Eliminator cars.
Sheik's car, which has been a bit hit and miss off the starting line this week, is definitely hit this time. Hooked the tire, and he runs a nice 1017, 136 mile an hour shot.
That gets you in the show.
Yeah, well within the comfort zone of Street Machine Eliminator. Eric Hurdle, 1421 at 100.
Street Machine once again the class where they're trying to qualify on a 5-day average to make it on a ladder for a bracket race on the last day. 32 cars. The bump coming into today, 1050. Mike Higgins, the 69 Chevelle that's been here for, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 years. Does it have Roadkill Nights sticker on the window, KJ? Obviously, having competed in a bunch of different drag and drive type events. Higgins has not yet been in the 9s this week in this car. Let's see if he can do it this time. He gets down to the 8th at 6:17, 115. He's right out of it. 10:14, 109. There's a possibility he is intentionally lifting on that thing because it doesn't have a roll bar in it. Let's look at his mile an hour on past runs. Higgins here. Now he went 130 at 10:01.
He just didn't finish the trip.
Yep.
Tim Bradshaw. Again, the cornucopia of colors on this thing. It's maybe a defensive posture, so when you get pulled over, it's like, all right, go ahead. Go ahead and write the ticket up. I got time. I got time. Aiden Wyant, he's the guy in the Camaro. Bradshaw's in the Mustang. And Tim Bradshaw in that 2-valve 4.6 Litra Ford goes 1045 at 135. Showing 2 valves can make some suds. 1128, 117. When those cars came out with that 2-valve engine, I remember like getting the magazines in the mail, and everyone was like, well, we put a cam in it, we put cams in it, it didn't go any faster. We did this, it didn't go any faster. It took a while for people to figure that out.
I put a blower on mine, it didn't go any faster.
Brian Ward and Jake.
It was doo-doo. Hey, it could be operator error. I don't know. Hansen goes down 1261.25 in the F-150. The 66 Mustang, 1518 at 87.
Jake Hansen, nice run down there on the right side. Aleem Sheik on the right side. Lucas Boltz.
Actually, it's not. Oh, no, I was thinking of Azim.
Right, who is a different person.
Right.
That ran a red Camaro on the other side,
That's
not a
correct.
blue Mustang on this side. Lucas Boltz, 64 Nover, as they would say in Massachusetts. 64 Nover. Aleem Sheik, 1045.3, 122. Boltz goes 1116, 120. A lot of people just add the R on words like Nover. No. Come on, Bob Lones isn't going to do that. This guy's a man of class and dignity. He's not doing that. This guy's a Wally winner. He speaks with a French accent now that he won that Wally up there outside of Montreal. A Wally. Will Gregory and Mike Baker.
It would be Neveu with an
Neveu.
EAUX on the end,
Neveu.
right?
Will Gregory goes 10:22, 6, 130. Baker in what KJ has deemed textbook Foxism going 11:17 and 120.
Purple Charger down here. David Lips, currently your low qualifier in Street Machine Eliminator. He's run 10:02 and 10:04. What will Lips do this time? 6:57 to the 8th and 10:10. So on base, he's probably going to hold on to his position there, but not as good as he has been. Drew Mullen on the right-hand side, 10:37 at 135.
The Olds Cutlass. The 87 Olds Cutlass Supreme was second to last year in manufacture. These cars, 88 would have been the last year of that famed G-body style. I like these cars when they went to the round. They just slightly rounded the headlight off. They're a really good looking piece. Swoop front was good too.
You know what? That actually puts David Lips in that Purple Charger in a little bit of danger for losing his low qualifier spot.
Oh,
little bit.
All right, I'll throw one out to the two of you guys to consider. Favorite G-body. Favorite G-body, Ray Hageman, left-hand side, goes down to 1238. Roby goes 1172, 118.
I mean, the problem is there's A and G bodies, so many similarities, and the one I prefer is, in fact, like the Malibu that's sitting on the starting line right now. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go with El Camino.
Cutlass, swoop front Cutlass. All right. I'm going 79 Grand Prix. Those are cool cars. Yeah, that's a little shorter one, a little tighter package, 79 Grand Prix or 79 Cutlass, either of those. Did not like the fender so much in the Chevrolets of that era. Jason Halverson and Dave Studley. Studley with the hoodless 79 Malibu. And Studley goes 1013, 132. Halverson goes 1067, 131. Oh, you had the short Monte Carlo.
83, 84 Hearst Olds.
Great cars, lightning rod shifters, of course.
Silver and black or black and silver.
I think, none of us said Grand National. I guess that's kind of funny. At the same time, it's like those are such halo cars, right? It's like we're working men up here. We're thinking ham and egg or budget.
How can you care about any of that when the Marauder's on the line?
Yes, Zachary Zerba, right side. Second only heroicism to my son, second only behind Brent LaSalla.
I think he's actually getting it right now. Look at this.
Sean Smith goes 1034. Zerba goes 1058, 131. I'll have to send an immediate update to my son, who is probably in math class right now. Yeah, who might get? He's probably watching. As Smith goes 1038, 135. But yeah, we talk about like where do kids like find their heroes in drag racing, or where they going to follow, who they're going to be. My kid loves all this stuff, but Brett LaSalla is like the dude. He looks at Brett LaSalla like a lot of kids looked at John Forrest back in the 80s and 90s. The guy's, he loves everything he's accomplishing. And to me, it's cool because it shows that people can love a guy in that kind of different form of drag racing. Yeah.
Carol Barhorst, 86 Light, Nitrous GTO, 1974 model. Carol, 1052 at 126 miles an hour. Rob, 1222 at 110.
74 GTO out of the gate, probably ran 16 and a half seconds, give or take, with that 350 in it. And hate to see one doing the deal out here with it. And the factory green paintwork on that thing is cool. Like that whole layout is a very good looking car. So watching our C-Class cars run through, again, the very long staging lanes here at Maple Grove Raceway. We are chewing through them. Matt Herm and Steve Calloway coming up next. Calloway, the 06 Mustang with a big trunk spoiler on it.
Hey, Brian, at NHRA, how often do they deal with a GoPro having fallen off on the track? Do you see that much?
No, because suction mounts aren't allowed. Mechanical, bolt-on mounts are allowed on the outside of a car. You'll see them on, fuel cars and stuff, various places. It's actually amazing how little we have to deal with it.
That's what I was thinking. That's why I asked the question.
So Callaway and Herm. Callaway goes at 1042.4 at 125. Herm goes 1067.8 also at 125.
Okay, this guy's randomly like no shrimp on pizza. I mean, he's not wrong, but how did that come up?
Listen, don't let those thoughts in, man. Don't even introduce those two things together. Here comes, as I mentioned this morning, maybe my single favorite car here, Gary Brown's 33 Ford Tudor. It's just great, and it runs 10s.
With a stick.
With a stick. I mean, you can go down the list of things of what makes it good, but I just really, I like everything about it, and it's a killer. $1061.12. You can't tell me rolling out a local ice cream stand, whatever. You roll around Saturday, you're going to pull out of a parking lot that thing and deck it up the street. No, not everybody's going to be sitting there with their jaw on the ground. That thing is killer.
Not that we encourage decking it up the street, especially when you're at a drag week checkpoint, by the way.
Well, don't do it there either. But I'm just saying at home, when you're minding your own business on a summer night. We've never done anything like that. John Powell goes 12:52.9 at 122.
Now, we actually are having a problem with people misbehaving at the checkpoints and officers showing up, and it reflects badly on the entire operation here. It is kind of a high-profile deal, so we do ask you to maintain a courtesy when you are at the checkpoint.
We've told Michelle Turgeon to stop doing it, so you guys have to stop doing it too. Todd Hoffman and Cameron Brucher going down the racetrack right now.
Hoffman, 1179. Brucher, 1089, 130 mile an hour. Chris Johnson and Jason Pollard. Pollard in the Safari van, the controversial Safari van.
This thing opened up a schism in friendships and families and audiences about its chassis type and style. What is a unibody, what is not. We divided families yesterday.
And it leaves with at least one wheel up, a 149 short time for the van. 686 to the 8th. And the van runs 1075 at 125. Chris Johnson's Mustang, 1033 at 131.
Dan Hatch, 69 Nova. Adam Burnley, 79 Malibu. You don't have to like Hatch's car, but you don't have to be right about things either. That thing's fantastic. Steel wheels, dog dish hubcaps, barn fresh look. And what was it, the recreational engineering company on the back? Hatch Recreational Engineering is the name of his business. How awesome is that? Burnley goes 1195, 3112, and Hatch goes 12065 at 111. Have not made any calls for any other groups to the lanes yet, so do not approach the lanes. Do not clump up behind the lanes. Don't be a weenie. That's what we're trying to say here. Wait till we call you.
Dugapolsky making laps in the 66 Malibu. This time, 1030 at 127.98. And the Mustang, 1175, 121. Here comes the Duramax pickup, the Crew Cab diesel. Dante Delaney. And Brian Doyle on the other side in the 69 Camaro.
Doyle got the torque thrust on there. And honestly, a unique, it's odd to say this, but a unique color combination for a Camaro. I mean, the brown base cone and then the kind of tan rally stripes. I can't say I've ever seen a Camaro painted that color, and that's saying something.
Stock TKX in the Camaro, KJ. Camaro goes 1206, 131. The pickup, 1018, 122. Here comes Donald Scholes, the Henry J.
Greg Hurlbut has mentioned that Camaro is known as the Pumpkin Spice Latte Express. Appropriate. Welch's truck. Scholes is stick shifted Henry J. Two good uns. And Welch goes 12.26.2, 117. Scholes goes 12.03.3 at 110.
It's actually Scholes' best run of the week by 0.2. Steve Eden. Guy's been here at Drag Week since time began. And Ryan Palmer in the Grand National, which got completely overlooked in the G-Body conversation.
Yeah.
None of us called that one out. You know what? If I was going to go back and revise my opinion, I'm going to say GNX.
Oh, yeah, you're going to go right to the – oh, yeah, sure.
Take it to the top,
might
baby.
as well. Steve Eden goes 10.25.2, 129. Palmer 10.39.9, 127.
I remember when your friend of mine, Mike Thermos, bought one of those brand new.
A Gen X?
Yeah.
Ooh. Also, why is Mike Thermos not my friend either?
Also, why he's probably unmarried. I'm not sure. And here comes another Henry J. This one with big block Chevy power running in the gas category.
Calamity J out of Massachusetts. And Joe Guinta, running into the rev limiter in the Chevelle.
Joseph Lang actually leading B gas in the Henry J.
10.28.3 at 133 miles an hour as Joe Lang goes 10.23.3 at 130.
And the Henry J hangs on to its position with that 10.23.
Brandon Hardinger, the other Blue Nova. This one does not have a Boss 429 style engine in it. We only have one of those, oddly. Josh Felix, the 72 Pontiac Ventura. Greatest chase scene in a movie involving a Pontiac Ventura, go. Go. You're close. You got the driver. The 7-Ups. You got to watch it. It's actually one of the best chase scenes ever. Bill Friedkin movie, killer chase scene. Real time, real deal. Avoid the babies in the strollers type of chase scene.
X-Bodies side by side. Josh Felix gets their first 985, 138 with his Pontiac Ventura. Brandon on the left-hand side, 1153, 118.
I am giving our audience homework tonight. You need to watch. We're going to have this discussion tomorrow at Cecil.
They usually do exactly what you ask them to do.
Listen, they can do it, but they don't have to be part of the chat tomorrow. That's fine. You got to watch the 7-Ups car chase. You got to watch the French Connection car chase. Both involving Pontiacs, right? The Le Mans one and the Ventura. And then we're going to figure out which one is better. Because I think the 7-Ups car chase is actually the better of the two.
7-Ups car chase. That levels it.
Yeah.
KJ, you made a quip about the Henry J. You're like, whoa, short wheelbase. What do you think the wheelbase is on a Henry J?
Somewhere around 80 some odd inches.
100. What do you think the wheelbase is on a Fox Mustang?
It's 86 inches.
100.
No?
Fox Mustang is 100, as is a Henry J. Yep. I only bring that up basically because everybody looks at my Model A coupe and they go, you go 160 in that thing? Look at the wheelbase. It's 106. And I always use the Mustang as the measuring stick of, well, these things have gone pretty quick, and they're only 100 inches.
Oh, cool.
As a point of reference, a CJ5 is 84 inches. CJ7's 94. Why do I know this? I don't know. But I do know that Tim Grabiak is on track here with his Camaro, and Frank Porco over on the right-hand side with the orange Malibu.
I like the modified, Camaro-style stripe used on the Malibu paint job. Good integration there.
Yeah, it's like the 69 hockey stick, but not.
Tim Grabiak. Third of the Grabiak, the fighting Grabiaks, 10.56, 8 at 125. Porco goes 11.64 at 126. I love Boss Stripe and a Fox. Boss Stripe and a Fox, I'm in.
KJ asked, aside from your disdain from Fox Mustang, I have no disdain for Fox Mustang.
That was a spirited denial.
Zero.
I don't believe him. That was a spirited denial.
You're lying.
Yep.
I'm not lying.
Aha, see, that's what a liar would say. Frank Diana and Riley Grabiak.
Riley on the bump spot on Street Machine Eliminator coming into day 2. She's going to have to run like a 10:30 to get back in, and no, 10:49. Her average is not going to get there to beat that 10:50 bump spot right now.
And Frank Diana, 10.79, 8, 113.
We're looking under the back of the 40 Chevy that is on the starting line from Mangelsdorf, this home-built EV.
Grayson Weiser, the 86 Buick Regal. I believe Mangelsdorf ran this thing, into the low 12s or high 11s yesterday?
He did, after having some trouble getting it off the line, but he did just make it happen right there.
He was trying to pull the front end up out there. Did you see that thing? It was barely skipping the front tires along. 95 in the 8th. He's going deep again. 11:57 at 112. And Grayson Weiser goes 12:04, 114. But for Mangelsdorf, man, it is neat to see him really starting to make that thing, I'm going to say sing because it doesn't make any noise, but 95 in the 8th, 112 out the gate.
He has handed in 11:62 and 11:83. That's his best run of the week so far. As we go back to the Turbo Mini Mopars.
So I'm not gonna implicate the guy who is in the high performance industry that's working from home and watching, because his boss is probably watching too. But he did say his wife was listening, and for 5 minutes she said, "I have to relinquish my crown as the king of worthless information." Steve Cratch, 10:19. Adam Lengel in the Plymouth Horizon with the Turbo 4 goes 10:47, 138. Nicole Bondurant, the 2020 Challenger, rolling up out of the water box, and Mike Mara, the 86 Horizon. As you mentioned, I do think those are Bogart wheels in the front of that thing. The M&H slicks, too, on the front of Mara's car, which I got to appreciate for historical reference. Running at about
it's geographically correct.
Running at about 1.5 PSI, it appears. It's only flat on the bottom.
Uh-oh.
Challenger's got to creep in there.
I heard the hamster stop running. There it goes.
No. She could have backed up and restaged. Mike Mara will take the four-banger down to a 10:33, 136. Nicole Bondurant timed out in the starting line.
Stu Hill has got the Purple Haze 57 Chevy, and Tom Brown is in the 22 Mustang.
Mach 1's got the different motor, right, KJ? They got the flat plane motor in those things? Yeah, they got the flat plane engine. Stu Hill goes 10:06, 133 in the Voodoo engine, 1160 to 119, powering that Mustang of Tom Brown.
I did not know the flat plane was in the Mach 1.
Yeah, they did.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was not a
GT350 exclusive.
It was the version of it in the Mach 1, in my memory anyway, was not as powerful as the GT350 version. It was kind of a detuned setup, but I do believe they stuffed it in there to try to give some delineation to that Mach 1 beyond the retro badges and stripes.
Yeah. Well, you know, Mach 1 was nothing but a decorative package to begin with, in truth. You can get a 351 two-barrel in those things. All it was a sticker and stripe and, you know, cool little wing package. People just remember them as being the 428 Super Cobra Jet and such.
Yeah. We had this conversation at an NHRA race. We were calling stock or super stock about the 351 Cobra Jet engine that really is kind of lost and forgotten over time.
71.
Late in the game, but it was really a pretty nasty piece. Capable.
Yeah, it was really good. I wish Cleveland's occurred more frequently, actually.
Yeah.
Or a Clevor, yeah.
Yeah, Clevers,
I agree with KJ up here saying Clevor is the way. Can't disagree.
Ian Raftery made the last pass of the day at New Media Dragway yesterday in his 99 BMW 528 with its LS swap. Been running down in the 12s. G8 GT Pontiac on the Bonifani side is going to handle its business pretty quickly. 11:49, 117. And Ian dipping into the 11s now, 11:92 at 116 in the wagon. Lonnie Grimm says C lanes are closed. Charlie lanes are closed. And so Alan Bishop goes 12:60, 108. Anne-Marie Papa goes 12:14, 6 at 113. C lanes are closed. C lanes are closed. If you're in C or not in the lanes, you have missed your opportunity. Scott Franks, the 87 Camaro. It actually seems like an earlier model year than an 87, but without the, I guess, no IROC package or anything, or RS package on it with any ground effects, so they all kind of have that base look. Does have the trunk lid spoiler on it. And Scott Franks making good speed, 105 at half course, and Franks takes it through the lights, 10:14, 129, and 11:70 at 112 across the racetrack in the Octane 94 side. Bit of a hit-and-miss program for the AMC Hornet this week. So in 71, you could not option a 401 Hornet, right? It would have been an inline 6 or a 304 probably.
Right. Could you get a 360 in them?
Might have been able to get a 360.
Performance package?
401 would have only been a truck engine at that point, or would they put it in
It would have been
Rambler?
police car only Matador.
Oh, Matador, yeah. TJ Fox on the right side of the drag strip in that Mustang will go a 12:42 at 109. Berger goes 12:78 at 103. I think the 401, I mean, that's a forged internals motor, right? 401s were forged crank, forged rods, I believe.
I can't swear to that, but
Yeah.
I do know that Goldstone is rolling up.
Sweetness.
He's got to be coming out of impound because we are rolling into the D group. Goldstone is in lanes. You're going to want to share the news for the live feed, which still has 8,500 people watching, despite your gibberish this morning. Kind of hard to imagine. Peterson did something gruesome down there in his Pontiac G8. Ted Munsell is in the S10. Munsell, 10:36 at 133. And the G8, 11:03 at 130. Patrick Baker, we did establish early in the week that this is, in fact, a Chevy SS sedan, even though you might see some different badging on it just for entertainment. And Richard Leary in his 92 Lexus SC300. You can see that the SS has the roof rack on there. He's probably got some rack that carries his street tires. You can see he's got some slicks on the back of that thing. That's not a good look. That was talking about bounce house.
Yeah,
that was going on there.
That was mechanical bull. Rich Leary goes 11:37, 133, and Patrick Baker goes 14:36 at 117.
That was strange.
That was odd.
School me again on the conglomeration of stuff that is in this silver car here.
Okay, so it is a Saab 92X, which is actually
a Subaru of
a
some
Subaru WRX, and at the time GM owned Saab and had a stake in Subaru.
Okay.
So it is a turbocharged flat four that would have been in the it's basically a WRX station wagon badged as a Subaru.
Is it a crossover?
No. No, it is not. And Ramahi in that The Saab is going to go 11.25.5 at 126. Taylor Parks goes 11.62.7 at 122. Now that does have, again, the WRX turbocharged 4-banger is in that thing. But Saab engines of that time, before they went into the GM ownership, they can make tons of power. They got a crazy strong block.
I remember the one in $3,000 Hoopty Challenge.
And that thing was fast.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the old ones and like the Aero coupes and everything, those things they very robustly built.
You can see the intercooler there in the front of Woodling 66 Fairlane. That thing's getting after it. He's running against Brian Dolly in the Cadillac. And Cadillac's on the brakes. Still runs 10.02 at 114. I'm thinking that is a play to try and run right on 10.0. And Woodling, 10.24, 126 in the Fairlane.
Brian Price and Kerry Nisheim going up right now. Nisheim, the Grabber Blue, 13 model year Mustang. 20 model year Camaro for Price. We have again closed the C lanes. Brian Goldstone is sitting down there. Once Lonnie Grimm gives us the all clear,
which is now.
Send D lanes. Delta lanes are open. D lanes are open. Or as people in Philly would say, the lanes are open. D lanes are open. Cheesesteak wit or no, KJ?
No.
Thank you. No wit for me either. David doesn't know. See, no, don't tell him. He's a West Coast guy. He doesn't know. It's fine. Just let him be confused. Maybe
is that wit or without onions? No.
Boy,
I have no idea what you're talking about right now.
You can tell him now.
Oh, you don't do the cheese smarm stuff?
No, man. Come on.
Really?
No,
that was a full nod, dude.
Brian Price goes 11.35 at 122. Kerry Nisheim 12.40 at 110 miles an hour. We've seen some East Coast come out of KJ the last couple of days. We went through a city that his buddies are from, and he called it a joke-ass town. He didn't believe it was an actual good place. I mean, it's bubbled out of him a couple of times. Vince Keys and Tyler Bennett coming up right now. Bennett?
I love that Fox Mustang. Vince Keys, 1040, 113 on the brakes. Tyler Bennett, 72 Duster, 12.0, 112. I've never said a bad word against a Fox Mustang except for the fact that maybe there's just so many of them they blend. But aside from that, they are the 55 Chevy of their day. They're the one everybody wants. They're cool. I've owned two of them.
Kyle Dennis and Herb White coming up. The Quarter Horse Customs. I didn't realize this was called Project Apocalypse. That is a little serious sounding.
I would have a Fox Mustang now if it weren't for California smog laws. I fully would. Yeah, I guess there are ways. Herbert White, 11.18, 125, and Kyle Dennis, 11.89, 118.
Josh Bartholomew and Andy Savakinas. The RT10 Viper truck. Bartholomew, the 88 Mustang. In black and green. D lanes are open.
I can't believe KJ would question my Fox thing. I mean, LS's bolt right into that. How could I not want one?
Yeah. You can finally live out your Baja dreams, and you've always wanted to do the passenger car Baja thing. What if you did a passenger car Baja Fox off-road race?
They're pretty cool. I like that look. Now, if I had one right now, I would want to put my Cleveland in it. I have a 650 horse, 8,000 RPM Cleveland. I think it'd be great to have one in there.
11:35, 117 for Savakinas. Bartholomew goes 10:57 at 128. And the pairing here, Savakinas and Bartholomew, would be a good-sounding law firm. Call accident? Call Savakinas and Bartholomew. But we don't get paid unless you get paid. It's Savakinas and Bartholomew. Doug Johnson and Nick Bender.
Results are not guaranteed.
Right. Ooh, Bender's transmission was like third. Nah, let's try second again. Let's try second again. I like that idea. 1288, 114.
You say you can never go back? You, in fact, can. You can.
Yeah, that thing did multiple times. 1187, 120. Transmission's like, I got so many gears, I just don't know which one. I don't know which one I feel like beating right now. Keaton McGill and Tony Benea.
Would you say 67 Novas
up here? Maybe. I just did.
Ooh, he's got the stock front hubcaps, the dog dishes on the black car.
Keaton McGill's got the more serious. So the 267s goes 990s, too quick for Street Machine Eliminator. 1073 for Benea's too slow to make the cut. They're both in the same boat right now.
Same boat, a pair.
Oh, yes. It is going to be the great Maple Grove Smokeout of 25.
Side by each.
We left the coal mining country. We left Centralia. This is a live look-in of what it looks like under Centralia, Pennsylvania right now. That is what it looks like underground.
It does.
Joseph Harris may be asphyxiated inside his own car sitting next to this thing as the wind has shifted.
Man, you got to be looking for Jack the Ripper out here with that going on.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit of trouble here for Dom Liberici.
Nope, fired it back up. See, they had the London fog that was created by
Jimmy
smog.
Hoffa in this smoke.
Kind of what that went with. Didn't work. It continues to struggle. Let me explain it again.
By all means, that makes it better.
Uh-oh.
Joseph Harris waited until he could actually see the tree. Liberici is going nowhere in a hurry. And another 911. No. The smoke blocked the beam. The car recorded a 1:16 60-foot time. So the thickness of the smoke actually blocked the photo cells on the racetrack.
And look at the 8th.
Yeah, I mean 524. It was not running near that fast. Yeah, yeah. So that's going to be a
look at her on the starting line.
Yeah,
She's going,
it was
what?
it was the smoke. Trust us on this one. It was the smoke. There are two types of smoke that can cause that. One, the diesel smoke going across the track, or two, the crack that you would be smoking to believe that it just ran 911.
Well, the connecting rod hitting the block can do that sometimes.
There's that too. Devin Noyes and Tim Hessen. Hessen, the gold Chevelle. Noyes, the 70 Duster. Snap, crackle, and popping its way off the starting line.
Dana making noise. 66 Nova.
Little wispy smoke coming off the back of the car. Goes 1125 at 118 miles per hour.
And apparently we've got Goldstone pushing around the corner.
Yeah, he is sitting just at the end of the staging lanes right now. They were looking for some brake calipers last night. They were found again. Thank you to Marty Reinhardt for being part of the Super Friends network of text messages and everything went flying around. He had the parts, and they were able to get them and get the car mended. And they got two, so they have a backup set to the backup set now. So again, tomorrow the action shifts to Cecil County Dragway and Rising Sun, Maryland. And it will be quick and fast once again there as Jim Halsey and Chad, his entire crew, will have that place tuned up. In fact, one of our racers here is actually the starter at Cecil County, the guy running the Rabbit with the VR6 motor. So he'll be running his car and flipping the switch tomorrow. Cecil County just had a huge weekend. We had, the national event here. Cecil County over Labor Day weekend had the Yellow Bullet Nationals as we got a great full frontal peek at the nose of Brian Goldstone's Corvette.
Clockwork Orange was a really good pull.
Thank you.
Yeah.
With the taped open, headlights. Yes, we're seeing a pretty constant outflow of traffic. Typically the way it goes, but yeah, a lot of one and done today. A lot of one and done too because, again, the surface has been just so nice and consistent for everybody. Okay. This guy doing a burnout in the back road in a 305 powered third-gen Camaro. That was, in fact, beyond anything we've seen today, that might have been the most impressive thing I've heard, that whining, groaning wheel speed. That was amazing. All right, so we're going to rotate the racetrack, so that means we got some videos to play. Warren Evans has a couple of big ones queued up. A couple of the specific cars you're going to look at here, that jacked up S15 Jimmy, that thing's killer. We're going to catch up with Ned Dunphy. And where else are we going, Warren?
Isaac in the Blueprint.
And Isaac. We're going to catch up with Isaac in the Blueprint Malibu. Let's get to it.
KJ Jones here in the pits, Hot Rod Drag Week 2025. Live feed is brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. I got Ryan with me right now, and Ryan and his crew has been riding around in probably one of the more unique vehicles that we've seen on Drag Week. It's a 1994 GMC Jimmy, not an S10 Tahoe, not an S10 minivan. I'm sorry, SUV. It is it's a Jimmy, a GMC Jimmy, and it's an S15. Ryan, what do you got? You got a lot going on, man. So we're just gonna walk around this thing. First and foremost, LSA.
LSA, I like to party, so we got to usually turn the 37, so we had to add some torques behind it. So of course I went LS powered with the 6.0, Brian Tooley racing cam, and a blower on top. Can't get any better than that.
This thing is straight built. It's ready to go, and you're lifted. In normal times, is this something you have wheels on it and you're showing it and you're kind of cruising Carolina leaning and stuff like that?
Oh, no Carolina leaning here. I'm going down fire trails. I'm rock crawling, mud bogging, anything I want to do. Drag racing, I'm on it.
Right on. I see your lights under there. Let's just walk around the car, man, and you tell me about it. There's a suspension there. He's off-roading it, and then you come inside though. And this is where the game changes. This man's got grass. You talk about riding in grass. He's riding in
fescue around. Finest fescue around, man.
And up there in your console, homemade wood console.
Yeah, I couldn't TIG weld at the time, so I used what skills I had. So I used my carpenter skills, which I'm not a carpenter either, but we can see it work decently.
That's clearly getting it figured out.
Oh yeah, everybody thinks I got a Lenko too because the shifter. So yeah, that's for transfer cases. I have two transfer cases stacked in front of each other, so a 203 and a 205, so I can control them independently of each other for when I go rock crawling. So I can put them both in low and just idle up rocks when I need to.
And what's the deal then on the drag strip? You're sure you got experience with it off-road. How many times do you go drag racing with it?
I go drag racing at my local track, Summerduck Motorsports Park, at least once a month with it. And then besides that, I go to LS Fest every year, and I just try to enjoy myself with it. I do a lot of drag racing with it. I probably have over 100 passes on it now.
How are you enjoying yourself on Drag Week? Is this your first one, or have you done drag and drive before?
No, this is my first drag week, and it is a game changer. I'm going to be at pretty much every drag week I'm going to be able to go to from now on. Everybody is so nice. Everybody's so hospitable around here. It's great.
That's cool, man. Well, I'm glad to see you out here. I'm really glad to see this thing. Is there any other uniqueness that I don't want to miss anything? And I'm sure the people that are watching this on the live feed won't want to miss anything about it. Any other things you want to tell me about it?
Some people can pick it out. The axles are from a 1978 Ford Bronco. So I slapped the axles from a 78 Ford Bronco. It's a 9-inch rear end with 35 spline shafts in the rear, and in the front's Wild Horses chromoly shafts. And so we're good to go on all the axles, and we're just here to have fun.
And I don't want to do any kind of dissing anybody or anything like that, but this is all your fabrication? You've done this? You built it?
Yeah, I've bought this vehicle when I was in high school from the town of Harrisonburg. It was a utility vehicle, so it had spray paint everywhere in the back, but I got it for cheap, and then I eventually just LS swapped it. Then I put a lift kit on it. Then that lift kit, I kept eating ball joints up, so I custom solid axle swapped, welded everything I could with my dad's welder, and attempted to be a fabricator at the time. But I've done since then. I've sharpened my skills a little bit with this thing over the years. So it's about a 16-year-long project.
16 years. That's good dedication, man, and it's really, really cool. Ryan, thanks for bringing it out to Drag Week. We look forward to seeing you at future Drag Weeks, and just continue to have fun, man. That's what it's all about.
Absolutely. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
And we are going back to the drag strip because Bryant Goldstone has come through the water box in the Corvette. Goldstone. A disappointing day for him by his standards yesterday. Goldstone, a 666, a 229, and a 650 have been the two runs he has managed this week. He came up very late in the day yesterday for a kind of a last shot attempt. Did not go well. Was an early shut off the car, and I'm wondering if that's where, now we know that they wanted to replace the brake calipers. I'm wondering if the rear calipers didn't release when he was coming off the starting line, because if you remember, the thing kind of bogged the motor down and didn't really go anywhere.
Well, and remember the issue in testing where it went all the way up into the sand at the top of the drag strip.
Yeah, no brakes to too much brakes, apparently. Brian Robbins backs him up to the starting line, and it is a testament to the quality of Goldstone's build and the skills of these two guys. We virtually never see a new Unlimited car that was finished very shortly before the event make it even this far.
Well, and these guys work hard, too.
Yes. Remember, it was last year where they burned a hole completely through the front of the cylinder head, not just a little one.
Out the front.
You could see through it, and they managed to fix that and continue on. So Brian Robbins, again, is going to be the guy bringing Goldstone in. They have done this a lot together with a lot of success, not only Drag Week, but at drag and drive events from coast to coast. Everybody leans in and looks on. Nice, nice, nice. 8th mile at 182. He's going to leg it through. It's missing a little bit. Goes 627 at 235. You heard the motor kind of missing in there. Was popping a little bit. It wasn't quite RPM like you'd expect, but still a 627, their best run of the week, with a speed of 235, their best speed of the week as well, and plenty more where that came from.
Also, we did cut off KJ's interview with that guy with the big 4x4. I just got to say, that guy's awesome. Everything about his rig is also super cool. I hope we get back to be able to watch just the end of that, because I want to learn more about any vehicle with AstroTurf in it. Here comes the Volkswagen. Is this thing called Harvey?
The VR6 Volkswagen. Tough launch here for the Volkswagen. Anthony Frassetto is in that VW, and he is going to kind of just leg his way down the left side. The Camaro is clean to an 11:55 at 114.
Wait, don't deprive me of the Volkswagen. It's still coming. 1662 at 103. Mike Serrano in the 02 Pontiac Trans Am. Kyle Sears in the, that's not a Volvo.
That is a nice, clean Fairmont.
Yeah.
Not a Futura, though. Does not have the Futura roof. The Foxmont. It's a Street Machine Eliminator entry.
Yeah, he must have initially entered the Volvo and instead is down here with the Fairmont.
Mike Serrano in his Pontiac. Blowing the carbon out off the starting line from his LS power plant. And Serrano goes 12:53, 112, with Sears going 13:56 at 105.
Here comes one of my favorites right there, John Reed, the 71 Plymouth Satellite station wagon. Unusual in 1971 and 72. The Satellite two-door was a completely different body style than the four-door and wagon.
Wow.
Didn't share bumpers, grills, fenders, nothing.
Todd Reinhardt assuming the high-performance driving position of every bench seat drag racer, one arm draped all the way across to the passenger side. He has now put both hands over top of the wheel, and not sure things are going according to Todd Reinhardt's plan right now.
$13.14 at 104 station wagon. And the crew cab, doesn't really matter at this point that it went 21.68 at 62 miles an hour.
It matters, man. Everything matters. It all matters.
Had to get it in there for the record books.
So, exactly.
For the record
Exactly.
keepers.
We have the guy back here keeping the ledger. He's written down in ink now. Nice blue Pontiac rolling in. Steve Shuck. It is like Pontiac engine blue. It really is. The era of the corporate engine colors in General Motors.
That was prior to corporate engine colors.
64 Pontiac, like the motor of my dad's GTO is that color blue.
Yeah, but it's not corporate because the Oldsmobile would have been gold and the Buick would have been red.
Company engine. This is what I'm talking about. 1174, 116. Once again, he's chuffed with himself. 1243 at 114 miles an hour.
Chuff you.
Man. Fair enough. So when did they actually go? They all went blue in 79, 80-ish?
I didn't memorize that stat.
Well, you were pretty quick to jump down my flipping throat about the other part
it was
of it.
intuitively obvious to the most casual observer. You were wrong.
I used the wrong choice of words, yes. You knew exactly what I was talking about, though.
Yeah, you were just completely wrong about what you were talking about.
Kathy Rugg and Paul Foley. The 86 Buick Regal of Foley. Yeah, every day I'm chuffling. Kathy Rugg, 1241.6 at 109 miles an hour. Foley goes 1386.9 at 97. Look, this is how they have to get you. When they have to get you on technicalities like this, this is the problem. You know what I mean? Nickel and dime me. Yeah, this guy's nickel and dime me over here. What do you want me to do?
I was just horrified when I looked up and saw myself on this little screen. It's like, whew, man. Now I really appreciate all these 8,600 people actually tolerating this.
It's a horror movie going on? Oh, God, there is. Kyle Hawley and Neil Roberts. Long bed Chevy, 83 model year truck.
What color would the engine be on that Duster, Brian?
In 73? I don't know.
Well, if it's a 340, it should be orange, but it could be blue.
1301-102 as Roberts goes 1247 at 111.
Like my 72 Roadrunner, for example, factory 400, it is Chrysler blue. It is not orange.
John Bucci and Charlie Dibley in the starting line. Bucci camouflages 1-2 shift as a not shift at all. He lulled us into a false sense of security.
It was not well camouflaged.
No, it was not. It was out there for all of us to see. 1275, 118. Dibley goes 1525.4 at 88 miles per hour. Lanes are still chock full of nuts back there, loaded up 4 or 5 wide. KJ reliving the glory days of E-Town Friday night. The fact that that car on the left does have a jersey plate on it makes it even that much more accurate. That car on the left goes 11:52.1, 114. Rob Leffridge goes 12:27.6 at 110. Here's our 91 Volvo. Matt Aruda out of the south coast of Massachusetts. I wonder what spare tire style rim he's using on the front of that thing.
Looks like a Space Saver.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. It's definitely off a spare tire rim.
Yeah, right there.
Matt Wanner.
Space Savers are meant for like 35 miles an hour, aren't they?
Yeah, but he put a regular tire on it.
Okay.
And Wanner was out like a shot, and he is now coasting slowly as Matt Aruda goes 11:51.6, 119. Wanner at 13:49 at 62. Instead of the Intimidator, it is the Intimidator Mercedes on the right side. The Mercedes-Benz with the 3 on the door, the Do It for Dale on the quarter glass. Then the Corvette of Joe Sivich, Brandon Ball, is on the right side. And 11:39 at 86 for Sivich. Ball goes 12:70 at 107. Charlie Wrightson and Rob Stasic coming up. So Wrightson and Stasic. As Wrightson is actually the quicker of the two vehicles here. He left the 10th behind Stasic, and Wrightson's going to go right around him. 12:37, 117. Stasic 12:95.5 at 106. Jim Easter and Nick Silvius. Silvius, the gray 2002 BMW 325 CI. And James Easter with the propped open hood Corvette, as has been the case for the last couple of days. Vet trying to catch the Beamer. Beamer on the binders goes 12:03.91, 11:83 at 124 for Easter. John Lorenko and Greg Hull. Lorenko, the 86 Buick Grand National. Hull, the 1997 Mustang Cobra. Both are in Street Machine Eliminator. And the 86 Grand National is going to outpace the 97 Mustang Cobra here. 13:44, 102 as Greg Hull goes 14:23. The man we just met on the video, the interview that KJ Jones did with Ryan Johnson. 94 GMC S15. It's a rock crawler truck. It's a mud bogger. It's a truck with multiple stacked up transfer cases. And Russell Lowe coming up in the Holden Monaro.
What I like about this guy is he goes, I drag race it, I rock crawl it, I mud bog it. He would probably sand drag it if they had that around here. And it pulls the front wheel. Fantastic. It's on 78 Bronco running gear, which means 9-inch in the back, 44 in the front. And look, it's actually quick. It goes 1196 at 111.
I think it's the first time he ran in the 11s this week.
It might be. Russell Lowe on the left-hand side, 1271, 106. His number 182R. We're looking up the speeds on the Blazer S15 or whatever it was, and oh yeah, the best he's run is 1358, and the thing just went 1196 at 111. It's brilliant, and he got an 085 light and lifted the tire. Why do we care about these 6-second cars?
Yeah, what are we doing
when
with
we
that?
can just have this? All right, next up, Nicole Bondurant, Sean Finn. Nicole in the late model Mopar, Sean in the Super B. I saw this thing with his tires ratchet strapped to the trunk in the parking lot this morning. I was like, I just could not do that to my halfway decent car, which is why I typically don't have halfway decent cars. His goes 1150 with an 8115. Nicole in the late model 1108 121. Here comes one of our camper shell warriors. We need to get the two Rangers with camper shells side by side would be the move. David DeGrossa. Closer to the tower, the maroon 68 Corvette, John Rose. Red light out of DeGrossa, that does not matter with what we're doing here. I really like the Stingray Roadster with the hardtop on it.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's a better look.
Me too.
And the Roadster Corvette goes 1253 109. And on the other side with the Ranger, 1243 111.
The Helger boys cruising out of the gate. Tim Baptista behind them. They are rolling on to Cecil County Dragway.
And now the Gen 3 Hemi, 6.4 powered, 96 Dodge Dakota Club Cab. Dodge invented the extended cab, you know, the Club Cab. Ryan Michkowski, the 69 Pontiac GTO LS powered. Now, Ryan in the Dakota is in Street Race Small Block Naturally Aspirated. The other car, the GTO, Street Machine Eliminator, goes 1137 125, and the Dakota 12.0 at 115.
So Majorowski is in about a second off the pace, I guess, to make it into the Eliminator, Street Machine Eliminator, but still having a blast in the LS-powered Pontiac. Dan Miller and Bob Helm. Helm, the 1966 Plymouth Satellite. The 1966 Satellite, a big hit on the NASCAR speedways of the day. Dan Miller, the 1966 Malibu, goes 1267.6 at 100. Helm goes 1330 with a 4 at 107. One of the most misquoted mythological stories of all time involves the 66 Chevelle. That, of course, was the Smokey Yunick 7/8 scale car, which wasn't actually 7/8 scale. It had every other trick thing done to it you can imagine, but it was not 7/8 scale as many people claim it to be. And that is according to Smokey Yunick himself. Yeah, it was more close to 13/16 than 7/8, but they tucked the bumpers, they flushed the windows, they did all the little stuff, but it was not actually physically dimensionally shrunken. Devin Shaw and Steve Abel. Abel's in the Mustang, Shaw's in the RX-7, 1201 123 for Shaw, who looked like he was in some trouble yesterday. Kind of stuffed the tire. We thought he broke the rear end. Clearly didn't. 1215 at 98 for Steve Abel. Glenn Koenig, the 1996 Chevy Impala SS, part of the B-body lineup of Chevrolets from 1977 and 1996, virtually unchanged chassis-wise. Tyler Clough, right side. Glenn Koenig said, I didn't even know these things existed until I ran into one and bought this thing. LT1 V8, if it still has a stock motor in it. Probably doesn't. Probably has an LS in it. And with a sniper, 1186.8, 115. Tyler Clough goes 14.43.3 and 103. And the Biscayne rolling up here, and that is Jeff Miller in the Biscayne.
Fantastic story on this one. This guy's dad passed away a long, long time ago, 26 years ago. This car was his father's first car, and it disappeared out of the family for a long time. After 11 years, the guy found it and bought it back, and here he is racing drag week with it. Jeffrey Miller.
That is wild.
Yeah. Miller goes 12.98.104 with that family heirloom. Jeff Carlson on the right side, 12.62.104.
Saline wheels on the Mustang of Tom Van Tassel in green. Beautiful car. Austin Phillips, a 65 Mustang. Heavily raked, as it were, set of drag radials on the back of it. And Tom Van Tassel goes 11.68 at 119. Austin Phillips goes 15.29.8 at 92. Matt Sixton, Howard Bailey. Bailey the long bed. Custom Deluxe. Half-ton Chevy truck. Talked about the tonneau cover and the spoiler off the end of the bed, as well as the proper use of Anson-style slot mags on it. Sixth in the El Camino, left 0.7 of a second ahead of the pickup truck, so it's making a pretty big performance disparity down there that isn't quite so big on paper. 14.22 for Sixth, a 14.37 for Bailey. The show quality Super B rolling up right now.
You know, David Freiberger here, having been ridiculed in a lot of ways for my last name, there's one in the chat I've never seen before, which is fantastic and I will use in the future. David Foodburger. I've heard Ford Burger.
Yeah, Foodburger is
I've
good.
heard plenty of other things, shareable and unshareable, but not Foodburger. 11.58 with an 8. And on the right-hand side, 13.23.103 for the Nova. Oh, look, we got the other high-riding freak show here on the starting line.
Oh, yeah.
Patrick Sixt, the 73 El Camino Rust Wagon. Michael Denius on the right-hand side's got the Fox Mustang that I do not hate. The El Camino leaves the line not with the wheels up like his brethren with the big Blazer 4x4 deal. He did go 278 red, but fortunately, he'll still get an ET out of that thing. The Fox Mustang, 13.21, 104 miles an hour, and the El Camino 16.12 at 82. The advantage of that thing is you could head right off into the sand at the end of the track, then up into the forest and up and over the mountain. Shortcut your way down to the next drag strip. Here comes Bob Levins in the right-hand side. He has got the Gasser-looking Nova. It's a 65 Nova. I think he might actually be running in B-Gas with that car. It says B-Gas right on it, but it also says B-Gas Supercharged, and it does not have a supercharger. Jason Link in the left-hand side. He's got the 67 Cougar. Levins there is, in fact, number 2 in B-Gas right now in a class of 2. He goes 11.77 with a 9, 114. That is his best pass of the week so far. Jason in the Cougar, 12.71, 109.
And the Cougars did have some actual mechanical dissimilarities from the Mustang, right? Wheelbase was different.
Longer wheelbase, which means the front segment of the rear leaf spring is longer to move the axle back, and that would be
That was pretty much it. The following racers have parts to pick up. Located at the timing tower, Steve Calloway, Arnold Booz, Justin Roby, Wayne Baker, Matt Sixt, Mac Budd, and Vince Keys. We need you to get your packages.
Wayne Lowry, left-hand side, and his little comment went 1281.106, and Kayla had the Monte Carlo that went 1446.91 miles an hour. Mike Bryant has got the 4i T-Top GT Mustang. Not getting an amazing leave right there, not getting an amazing second gear either. Neither is Jeremy Grove, who's got the SRT 10. Didn't we see this thing have a drivetrain failure yesterday as well?
It kind of shook the tire bed. He's got a big set of Mickey Thompsons on the back of it now, which I don't think this truck actually had on it yesterday. So those tires might have finished whatever started happening yesterday.
And the Mustang rolls through 1363.99 miles per hour.
When it was bouncing, it's been on.
Oh, this is the truck that was in the opposite lane when we had that horrible incident with Corey Helger's 55 Chevy.
Yeah, it didn't have slicks on yesterday. It had radials or whatever.
Yeah, and it spit apart out when it got to about 60 feet, and it looks like it did the same thing just now. If you can see Maple Grove staffer holding a piece of something off that SRT 10.
So a drive shaft has gone out in Joe Lamont's truck. The remnants of that flopping around like a Twizzler underneath the thing as they push it backward. So if you know a local drive shaft shop or have a drive shaft that Joe may need, he's going to need your help. I'm sure there is a drive line or a truck shop around here that can make up a drive shaft.
Oh, you ripped that baby right in two. That's not just a U-joint.
Yeah, he straight up killed it.
It's a flopper.
1361 at 99 as we're working our way through our D group cars.
And by the way, that's why drive shaft safety loops are a thing. Almost a requirement, I would say.
So for Joe Lamond, Hartman Drive Shaft, thank you to Tony Angelo. There's a shop called Hartman Drive Shaft located directly in Reading, Pennsylvania. So Hartman Drive Shaft in Reading, Pennsylvania, they could be the deal to get. Craig Carlo and Dave Hagood are going to be up next. Hagood coming up in his 1973 Dodge D100. Carlo, the 64 Galaxy 500. Now, he was the guy that was looking for a center section yesterday, and he found one. He was looking for the 28-splined axle center section after he dumped the clutch on the starting line, and the thing kind of woggled its way 6 feet, and we determined very quickly in our expert analysis something done broke in the rear end of that thing. So, Craig Carlo and Dave Hagood. Cranking our way through our D groupers now. We will be waiting for further instruction from Lonnie Grimm, which will be coming in a time frame that he is happy with.
Craig with his fresh center section in his 64 Galaxy goes 1237 at 109. Kind of cool for that big old boat. David Haygood, he's got that tin grill 1762 at 83 miles an hour. Here comes the 1960 Chevy Biscayne. Peter Kopenhofer. Probably violating the flag code there in the back seat. James Noel there with the 99 Chevy Silverado. Running through some more of these Street Machine Eliminator cars, vying for a place on the bracket, 32-car field. These guys, I think, are just out here having fun. Street Machine Eliminator is our largest class. It has no rules as far as the vehicle goes, with the exception of NHRA safety. The truck, 11:44 at 121, roughly 1 second out of contention for the field. And the 60 Biscayne, 1388 at 98 miles an hour. Here comes another one of these unforgettable cars that comes and cruises drag week with the monkey on the side. This was formerly a Chevy van and now a Chevy pickup. We have dubbed it the Vruck. Brian Davis in the Vruck, 64 Chevy G10, excuse me. Adam Johnson is in the Volvo. Notice my enunciation, 1210 at 123. And Brian Davis in the Vruck, 1188, 110. The Chevette is back. With my name on the door. Going to have to show that every single time. The last time this thing came up, they pushed it back because the exhaust pipe fell off. Pair of diesels out here. You remember the difficulty. Actually, he did go down, but he didn't get an appropriate number because the smoke was blocking the eyes that count the ET and the mile an hour, the timers. And so what do? We sent him down again with another diesel truck on the left-hand side. That was perfect. This time the Chevette runs a more realistic number for him, actually a little bit slow, 11:25 at 125. And Austin Fields in the 93 W250 goes 11:31, 117. Kyle Wimmer, Corvette. Justin Kramer, 68 Chevelle. Got some epic reaction times there. A 1.166 for Justin. And Kyle goes 7:33 at the light in his Corvette. And at the top end, it goes 11:57, 127. And the Chevelle, 13:34 at 101.84. I hear stuff shrieking. Oh, no wonder. It's a V6 in this convertible Mustang. Stephen Kiefer has got the Grabber Blue Mustang. Alex Showalter's on the right side with the 88 Mustang Notch. The coupe, the sedan. I'm going to keep bringing that up. I had a conniption online, which you find hard to believe, Brian, trying to convince people that sedan does not necessarily mean four-door.
It does not.
And the Fox Mustang proves that, as that one goes through 12:14, 119, and the Grabber Blue V6, 14:28.98, which is, by the way, quicker than, say, a brand new 1968 Roadrunner.
Yeah. On the starting line now, the yellow pickup truck. Okay, so we went from tailgate up day one, tailgate down day two, tailgate gone day three.
Hey, you never know what works until you do the A/B testing.
That's it. And big trouble for Seth Showalter as his Mustang is trying to throw him through the windshield over there. Brandon Johnson in the checker cab yellow 77 C10 goes 1183 112.
Maybe the tailgate fell off. I mean,
it could have just fallen off. It could have fallen off.
Don't give the guy something.
No, it could have jumped ship. Could have been removed forcibly.
Is that like a 93 Cobra wing on the back?
Yes,
of that
it
thing?
is.
Yeah. I remember when they called us in to look at those too, and I didn't call them a Toyota.
The 93 Cobras, I remember, man.
They're really cool.
They're really cool. Those were like, wow. That was like one of the first kind of like, wow, comeback of horsepower deals in the 90s. Rob McCall, the 65 Valiant. And the Pontiac Le Mans wagon. the vintage Krager Super Tricks on it. Oh, that's actually the Olds Cutlass Cruiser. How dare I call it a Pontiac? It is an Olds.
I won't go after you on it. I'll leave it, let it lay.
What was the midsize? Was it a Pontiac? It was a Le Mans wagon, then their full-size wagons were the Safari wagons.
Well, it would have been a Bonneville. And then if it was a Safari, it would have had wood grain.
12064-109.
Or maybe it was a Bonneville if it was a four-door and it was a Bonneville Safari if it was a wagon. That's what it is. I actually had one.
1461 at 95.
Don't interrupt the story of my personal Pontiac station wagon, Brian.
I'm leaving the room. You can finish it yourself.
Okay, thanks. Ooh, wow, there's some disgusting spoo here on the on our list of data, and it's now on the microphone. That's going to be fantastic when Brian comes back. Nicholas Onion in the 70 Monte Carlo. Jake Lambert in the Ranger. Boom, 1319 109 from the Monte Carlo, and the Ranger 1422 at 103. David Hurt, short bed fleet side. Caitlin Durgan in the 02 Mustang. You've heard of the new Edge Mustang? This is the old Edge. And maybe even a little rounded off. Not a very sharp edge. Oh, getting a lot of smoke out of the Mustang there. We're going to have to go have a look at that as it goes through it at 1453 at 107. Here comes the mini bike to check out what may be laying on the track. 1473 at 91 for the pickup truck. Yep, live feed crews got cameras right there on our Maple Grove track worker, checking out what might or may not be on the ground.
I leave for 2 seconds. I leave for 2 seconds.
I can't be left in charge.
This is what I come back to.
Yeah.
You've embarrassed the family once again. We have, over the course of consuming lunch up here, contaminated our class list paper with guacamole. I despise guacamole. I don't like the way it looks. I don't like the way it looks at me. Now I got it on a class list.
I'll just pocket that information for future use.
You ate the stuff like it was the last food that would ever be available. And you get to take your teeth out when you eat it, too, so I understand why you enjoy it. You
that
don't
makes
have to,
guacamole
you don't
different
have to leave,
how?
Don't have to leave your dentures in. Wooden teeth, believe it or not, kids. Wooden teeth. Still a thing. Eric Diedrich. It's a 2002 Blazer. That beautiful, what we call a 4950 Chevrolet. Beautiful in the sense of its...
Oh,
trunk
the trunk's
lid's
flying open on it. Good thing it didn't come off.
1227, 111. Diedrich goes 1196.
You know why that happens there is that there is a negative pressure area immediately behind the rear window of a car. And so it essentially creates negative pressure, and then the positive pressure inside the trunk pushes the trunk lid open.
Well, that's what I told the cops, and they said, well, why did the guy jump out of the trunk then? I said, no, it was the pressure. It wasn't the... Austin Walsh and Pat Culkin. Culkin on a nice rip here in his 87 Dodge Daytona GLHS. 1175.4, 116 as Austin Walsh goes 1476 at 94. They actually had a really cool TV ad for those cars, the GLH cars, in the late 80s, and it was a kid kind of playing with the toy models of them. They came to life. That was kind of a neat advertising campaign. And let's be real, those cars put Carroll Shelby back on the map. Those cars with Dodge put Shelby back on the map.
Yeah, they did. It was actually pretty good. And he was brought in, of course, by Iacocca over there, which he had also worked with at Ford. And, of course, I think everybody knows the trivia tip. What does GLH mean?
Goes like hell.
And the GLHS?
Squared.
Some more.
Oh, some more, okay.
I think it was some more.
Butch Simotis, right side in his Ford pickup truck, jamming gears next to Brian Decker, the red and tan 83 Silverado short bed. The Ford can outmuscle the Chevrolet, 1340 at 102. Man, it is getting dark up there in the sky. Brian Decker goes 1550 at 84. Matt Wakowiak coming up right now. Wakowiak, the 4th-gen Camaro convertible. They're really, I mean, 3rd and 4th-gen Camaro convertibles are pretty rare in terms of the amount of production they made. Convertibles are in short supply in those things.
They seem like they're every 3rd car out in California. I mean, L.A., I think, has a population density of convertibles that you don't see many more places.
Agree. Tanner Caceres, right side. Caceres trying to punch down into the 11s. 1180, 113. Matt Wakowiak goes 1310 at 107.
I feel reprimanded. I got to say that. By Neil Jenks.
Oh, yeah. He said, hey, so we said 68 was peak dart. He said, hey, what about 67? He's got a new message for us in the back window.
Yeah, probably does. Something about cuffed?
Perhaps chuffed? I don't know. I couldn't read it. And Jenks will take the dart and run around the outside of the dart's larger brother, the Challenger, 1218 120, as Tom Reitler in the General Lee goes 13007 at 103. Allison Jenks coming now next to Liam Cannon.
She's got a different message here. Race for coffee or cookie? Is that what it says?
I believe it does.
Yeah. Apparently she wants an announcer job.
That's pretty much how it goes.
Yeah. Bring up the cookies. You can have the microphone.
Liam Cannon's Mustang is going to outpace Allison Jenks' Charger, 1312 at 106, as Jenks goes 1408 at 99. Darren Keck, the LTD wagon, also of the Fox family of Ford vehicles.
I remember when people first kind of figured that out. I mean, obviously it was a known thing that it was the same platform as a Mustang, but then it became okay to build one. Remember, we did stories in the magazines about, hey, guess what? You can do this with your station wagon or four-door. Make them into hot rods. The 64 Falcon on the left-hand side.
So Scott Miller's Mustang, the steering wheel broke off in his hands going down the ring of the steering wheel came off the center hub, so he simply grabbed onto the spokes.
Wow.
Yeah. That's why the car went left, and he was a little late to recover, apparently, because he was trying to figure out what actually to hold on to in there.
Yeah, the picture on social media shows him holding the ring of the wheel. I hope it came off rather than getting entangled. The Falcon down there is entangled with a 1473 ET slip at 78 miles an hour.
The LTD is still LTDing on the starting line.
Late to depart.
Underrated Ford car, late 60s LTD Ford Coupe with the hideaway headlights and that cool, it had like the toothy kind of grill going on. Those are, you don't see many of them, and they're different.
But they're no Wildcat. Oh, he's got a Freiburger decal in the back. Power over paint.
You could have gotten a 428 in LTD though, right? But not one of the good ones. You would have been able to get like an R or Q code in there, I wouldn't imagine. The Velvet Brute is what they called the Galaxy in the late 60s.
Really?
The 7-liter Galaxy, yeah.
It's no velour shaker.
No velour shaker. Darren Keck locks the wagon down and rolls the wagon out. And Keck goes 1338, 105 miles an hour.
I was reading the feed and noticing an interesting phenomenon, which is we were talking about how the other Fox platforms can be hot rodded, and someone named a guy who I don't need to repeat because I'm not criticizing him and said, this guy invented that trend. I find that people of a certain age believe that the first time they become aware of something on the internet is where it began.
Yeah.
Whereas no, things actually occurred before they were blasted out digitally to the entire world.
Chase Yock on the left-hand side of the racetrack, the 54 Chevy 210 for Yock. Michael Franks had a 2-second reaction time, but Yock left before the tree was activated. He'll get no data. Franks goes to the top end of the racetrack, and Franks goes 11:55 at 98 lifting. Look, and we talked a little bit about it. I'm not talking about to promote it, but to reinforce your point. Like when I make these YouTube history videos and I spend a few weeks doing research on stuff, the amount of things that you uncover that are just totally false, that are just public knowledge, or in terms of who did what when, or what happened where when, and how something worked. Even in drag racing history, I've made a bunch of videos that have just completely annihilated some mythology that's out there about drag racing.
7/8 Chevelle.
Yeah,
stuff like that. Well, and you see how that just works in all of humanity. Edison invented the light bulb.
Right.
Just things like that.
Monahan, Franks goes 12:24, 108. Monahan goes 14:15 at 92. You run into a lot of people who would tell you that Henry Ford invented the automobile.
Yes, I've seen that.
You run into that a lot now.
I've seen it from major news sources.
Yeah.
Incorrect Amundo.
Yeah, as wrong as you can possibly be. LaMarche on the right side, Kovac on the left side.
And this guy advises me, old-timers also tend to think that information never changes. Okay, facts that happened in the past don't change. They may morph and become more wrong.
Yes.
But facts don't change.
No, facts are facts.
Opinion changes.
Yes.
Science apparently changes.
Kevin Kovac, 13:25. LaMarche goes 11:48. Charlie Wood and Bob Stover. Yeah, I'll have people occasionally reach out to me and say, well, this is wrong, and I'll show them either actual first-person reporting or actual notes of the person who was involved in the moment of time that they wrote out themselves. It's like, no, you're wrong.
They'll say that can't be right.
Yeah, 12:73 for Wood.
And 13:90 at 98 for Stover.
Now, this is a proper 442. Scott Shafferoff power plant for Ben Dubit, the 86 442. I say it's proper because it's just got the nice paint job on it. They did not ship from Oldsmobile with Scott Shafferoff big block Chevys in them. And Bob Acker, the 06 Jeep SRT8, the Grand Cherokee that predated the Trackhawk, of course, was the SRT8 back in the day. Dubit goes 11:49 at 92. Acker went 13:28.6 at 102. What's interesting, too, is even You remember when Jeep came out with that 360 powered Grand Cherokee Limited, which was kind of like the first American, the 5.9 Grand Cherokee. That thing was kind of legit for its day.
Yeah, 5.9 Grand Cherokee ZJ, 1998 only.
Okay.
And
I knew it was late 90s.
Here's how misinformation gets spread. When I saw a 442 earlier, I quipped that it was 83 and 84 with the two different packages. It is, in fact, 85 and 86.
There you go. Cliff Olson right side, Corey Albert on the left. Olson goes 11:51, 8:01.25. Albert goes 12:52, 8:01.08. And remember, there was in fact a 4-cylinder 442 of the small Cutlass when they downsized those cars with a quad 4 engine in it, which were faster than these G-body ones.
You know what? I'm going to have to go back and research this more because the internet may have been wrong about my wrongness.
Well, no. WJ had an 84 ran the silver black car.
Right.
It was like 84 to 87, I'm almost positive.
I think it was only 2 years.
No, it was definitely more than 2 years. 0% chance it was only 2 years. Jason Cullens, the Dodge Dakota. 6th-gen Camaro on the left side. Or 12:32, 116 as Cullens goes 13:78 at 99. Rod Close and Charlie Townsend coming up. Townsend, the 1965 Impala. Close, the 1965 Mustang. The Mustang will have a far better elapsed time than the big old Impala. And Townsend continues to shuffle his way down in the Impaler. Goes 1766 to Klaus's 1341.
Okay, here's where my brain misfired a little bit. My trivia was recalling the 83 and 84 Hearst Olds.
Copy that.
The 442 did, in fact, continue to 87, and there was the unfortunate 90 to 91.
Which were way faster than the 87 cars.
Of course they are.
Jeremy Grove in the black SRT-10 truck needs a tow to the pits. He's outside the suite area. We need a help for Grove. We need to get Jeremy Grove back around the corner to the pit area. He had a driveline issue with his SRT-10 truck. He needs a hand as Ray Rogers goes 11:75, 117. Ryan Woodling goes 15:41, at just 46 miles per hour, and he is going to come to a stop just past the finish line, it so appears. And we're going to stop action here for a moment.
I imagine in the pits there's a lot of people sitting around wondering if they should leave or not, trying to gamble on this second session.
If only there was a song that addressed this conundrum. Should I stay or should I go? Someone could write one of those. Anyway, continue on.
Must I? I think I'm done for the week.
I thought we were good. This was when we started singing. We agreed we would sing the song. Now you're going to back out of me. Fine, that's fine.
That's right. You can go it alone, a cappella.
Anyway,
we don't yet know what the official word is going to be on future sessions here today, so stay tuned for that.
We are depleting our stock of D-group cars in the lanes. We are also depleting our stock of sunshine and thickening our stock of clouds as we are working our way through as quickly as possible. A big thank you to all the racers as well, that you guys have been, and girls have been fantastic. When we've made calls to the lanes, you've showed up. We've been running down the racetrack hard and fast, trying to get everybody at least one kind of glimpse at the Christmas tree and onto the surface. And we've been very clear that it's wishful and hopeful that we'll get an all-run session, but if we can chew our way there, you never know.
And also, as much as we can have fun and criticize and bitterly complain, we actually do appreciate every one of you who is watching on the live feed.
Absolutely.
Currently, 8,500 people. We figure part of the entertainment is the brutality.
We got a video about Ned Dunphy. Of course, he is the overall leader of the event right now as we work to push that wayward car off the top end. Let's visit in with Ned Dunphy. This was shot just earlier today.
KJ Jones in the pits at Hot Rod Drag Week 2025. This live feed is brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels, Ned Dunphy. Man, oh man, oh man, dude. Talk about taking advantage of the weather first and foremost. A 6:11, what was the mile an hour?
No, we just went 6:16 on that one. We slowed down a bit today.
Oh, 6:16.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
Okay.
But you're out there with, okay, what are your numbers so far for the week?
All right, so 6:17, 6:11, 6:16. But unfortunately, with Freiberger and Loans up there, I called a 6:08, 2:49 on camera. Okay, so the two differences between me and Babe Ruth. When Babe Ruth got up there and called his shot, he hit his shot. I didn't. But Babe Ruth didn't race cars, so hey, what are you going to do?
Well, that was a good lap, man. And, I mean, for all intents and purposes, knock on everything possible to knock on. Things are looking very, very good for you this drag week. As the cliche question goes, how do you feel?
Okay, I'm a little disappointed in that pass. We fumbled on the burnout a few times, just the tip and stalled it. So heat got in the engine of the trans that shouldn't have been there. We were really going for a little bit quicker pass. But overall, if I sit back, where we missed was still a fantastic pass and only keeps our average in a winning position. So I'm ecstatic. And now we can pack and roll before the weather comes, so that was a success.
And before you made the lap, this is something I observed. Before you made the lap, you had some problems stalling and everything. And I was like, okay. And when you backed up, you didn't go on the laptop, you didn't make any changes or anything like that. Do you have any idea what was causing the car to bog out before you did that first burnout?
Yeah, we sat here prepping. On the methanol, it has to be a certain temperature before we go in. We pulled up. It probably wasn't as warm as it should have been. So then after we did that one flubbed burnout, it was too warm. So backed it out, put the fans on, cooled it down, got it at target temp, and then pulled up and went great on the second one. So
How about that? That's like really cool tech right there. Ned, keep it up, man. Congratulations. We'll see you down the road.
Thank you, KJ.
Always great to check in with the leader of the pack, and that, of course, Ned Dunphy is having one heck of a week for himself. He is effectively 2 passes away from being the quickest guy in the history, on average, of Drag Week.
And the word from Lonnie Grimm is?
We're going to basically clear the lanes out, then we'll make a call to open the lanes for an all-run session, and that session will go for the better part of an hour. We're going to touch the racetrack up between the end of D and the all-run, but he's talking about a tentative lane closing time of 3 p.m., and so our plan is to run the lanes out, open it up to all-run, and then go like the Dickens until effectively 3 p.m.
I would say what that means for you as a racer in one of the quick cars is hustle it up. Get up here, get your pass. Don't sit around thinking that you can make it happen later, because it probably won't.
And the high sign has been given. I'm going to fire up the next pair, which will include Joseph Inchinowski on the left side and Eric Ross. The 89 IROC Z. 2 years after the 350 was reintroduced into the Camaro lineup. And Ross had the better reaction time by about 0.2 of a second. Goes 11:52 as Hinchinowski goes 11:69 at 1:16. Brian Cope coming up in the 1967 Suburban.
And it's John who?
Jean Leblanc. Jean Leblanc. Yes, monsieur. Formidable. Sacre bleu. Bonsoir.
Pepe Le Pew.
Pepe Le Pew, bonsoir. So Brian Cope and Jean LeBlanc go down the racetrack as we're back from our quick trip to the City of Culture and Lights of Paris. LeBlanc goes down the left side, 11:81.17. Brian Cope goes 14:82 in the 9 at 89 miles an hour. We saw the lady in the pink shirt waving to us. We were waving back. You can't see us, but we can see you. Nature of the camera business as it is. Sean Proctor and John Snyder. Wagon battle, 64 Tempest, 79 Le Mans.
Wait for it. Wait.
What, the crank to fall
for it? 14:01.
Yeah.
98 miles an hour for the old car, the 1964. And the young whippersnapper, the 79 Le Mans, went 14:24 at 94.
These two guys have continued their match race streak. That would be Dallas Shelton and David Hart. The 69 Satellite and the 71 Super Bee have found themselves next to each other all 3 days so far.
They're going at each other's throats like you and I up here in the booth. We've led by example.
Could you option a satellite like a Roadrunner without getting a Roadrunner?
Sport satellite would be sort of the GTX of Roadrunners. But,
Okay.
You could get a Belvedere with essentially a Roadrunner drivetrain, but I think it would lack things like the 11-inch brakes and the sway bars and stuff like that.
Gotcha.
I don't believe you could get the 440 unless you got the GTX in any of the other trim levels.
Gotcha.
I actually have a 69 Belvedere.
Belvedere.
The Belvedere.
Belvedere.
Which in fact means Buena Vista. Nice view.
Nice
That's
view,
what
yes.
Belvedere means.
Belvedere, yes.
Belvedere is one of the Plymouths actually named for hotels.
Savoy. Belvedere. And the Newport. No, it's a Chrysler Newport.
What is it? There's Savoy, Belvedere, and I forgot the other one.
David Hart goes 1181.9 at 72. Shelton goes 1242.4 at 87. The Plymouth Waldorf. The Plymouth Astoria. The Plymouth La Quinta. Now that'd be a Chrysler Imperial.
The Plymouth Holodome.
Yes, we stayed at the Holodome last night. Mike Bachman and Paul Nichols coming up. You also know Plymouth wasn't actually named after Plymouth, Massachusetts, even though they used the Mayflower type of logo.
You have claimed that it is about twine, which is not arguable really, but I recently found advertisements from back in those days where it's rope.
Yeah.
Not necessarily twine,
Rope,
but
twine.
rope.
I mean, if you made twine, you also made rope. 1231.9 at 113. The Plaza.
Plaza, thank you, yes. That
Paul
was it.
Nichols, 1354. 5 turds coming off the top rope with the Plaza reference.
The Plaza.
Jimmy Superfly Snuka style. Jeremy Heiser coming up. His Pontiac-powered vintage 1938 Pontiac Silver Streak, equipped with a manual transmission. And Jesse Martin of Massachusetts, the 91 Ford Mustang. Guys throwing revs at each other down there. Martin and Heiser roll up. Uh-oh.
That was like, I'm going to leave. Just kidding.
Just
No,
kidding.
I'm going to go.
I think the thing jumped out of gear on him. He shoved the gear stick back into a gate. Gave Martin just enough to scamper away. 13-14 outruns at 13-45.
Uh-oh.
Here comes the LS-powered Subaru Forester.
You know, the country's been very divided these days. I don't really like the way it's going, and this vehicle only reminds me of that
It
situation.
absolutely has continued to drive wedges between the best of friends.
I have split America down the middle.
Ray Prunnicki, the 1986 Monte Carlo, next to Chris Rollins in the silver Subaru Forester. 1277, 113 as Prunnicki goes 1454, 1 at 95. And we are just about cleaned out in the lanes L staging.
And Brian's just about cleaned out.
Oh, no, that was this morning when I excused myself.
I figured it was going to take a couple more trips.
Very light on my feet right now. Mike Piasecki and Ricky Edwards leave the starting line.
A lot of gasoline spraying out of the back of that one. And a lot of not shifting spraying out of the driver's compartment.
A good way to stop the gas falling out is to miss third gear.
Lift.
You interrupt forward progress, and you have no more gas spillage. 15:49 to 67 for Mike, and Edwards left before the tree even thought about firing. He gets no data. We're going to be touching up the racing surface here after the last pair or two, and once we get the word from Mr. Grimm, we will unleash the hounds for the all-run session. Three pair left, and then the touch-up. Jansen Kelcher and Matt Herm.
I like the homegrown Capri quarters and fenders on this thing. I'll just say it.
Just do it. I like it too. It's sacrilegious.
I don't love the Capri grill situation, but the fenders with the bulges, approved.
Little smoke there for Herm at the top end, 1264, 113. More smoke for Kelcher, 13023 at 104.
Am I correct? I believe that the Capri of those years is a Ghia. Is there a Ghia model, or were they designed by Ghia?
There was a Mustang Ghia.
There was also the Capri was a Ghia.
I don't know. Like Ghia designed the Capri?
Let's find out.
Well, they certainly didn't make it. And Declan Quinn going to roll up with Josh Patchen on the right. Patchen, the 87 Chrysler Conquest, and Quinn, the 04 Infiniti G35. And we have ourselves a drag race.
The Ghia was a trim level shared with the Capri and Mustang, so we're both right.
Wow. We have fought to a draw.
The problem is we can't argue about it.
Patchen 15 at 91 miles an hour, 15.52.3 at 5 at 92 miles an hour for Quinn.
You're right. No, you're right.
Yeah, I would argue that none of it's good though. Anything other than a Carmen Ghia, anything or the actual Facel Ghia with the 413 motor in it back in the day, anything involving a Mustang and or anything with Ghia on it is garbage.
Except for Chrysler had some really good Ghia design concepts back in the 50s.
Well, the turbine, they designed the turbine cars also good.
And one of them's at the bottom of the ocean on the Andrea Doria.
Oh.
All run is open. We just got the word. All run is open. Come to lanes for all run.
Lanes are wide open. All run. Let it fly. We're going to run this last pair, touch up the racetrack, and then open it up. All run lanes are open, folks. All run lanes are open.
And Lonnie did declare 3 o'clock. And so pending any other weather problems that happened before that, we will run till 3 o'clock.
And Chase Yock just went down the racetrack at 1385. Stauffer goes a 1560 at 91. Rick Steinke first in line for all run as the touch-up commences here before our final blast of the afternoon before everybody parts company with Maple Grove and heads to Cecil County. Warren Evans has videos to play, and I will step aside so he can play them. We're going to talk to Isaac with the Blueprint Malibu.
KJ Jones in the pits at Hot Rod Drag Week 2025. Live feed brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. I've got Isaac with me. He's got a 79 Chevy Malibu, and this car clearly is supported by Blueprint engines and Gearstar transmissions. At Hot Rod, we're familiar with both companies. We do a lot of promotion and work with the Blueprint engines, and of course the Gearstar 4L80E Level 3 is on Project T-Top Coupe, and it's a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful unit. I can attest to that. But Isaac, in this car here, what do you got going on? What is the Blueprint engine? They have a bevy of different big blocks, small blocks, etc. What are you working with?
Yeah, so recently we've launched the Blueprint Motorsports lineup of engines, and so I was thinking, me and my dad actually were watching Sick Week coverage, and I called him one morning and said, hey, let's do Hot Rod Drag Week. And he's like, okay, we'll figure out something. And then we were talking at work on how we wanted to launch these new motorsports line of engines. So I took it to Norris Marshall, the owner, and Chris Larson, the vice president of engineering. And I said, what better way to do a durability test on our new motorsports lineup of engines than do Hot Rod Drag Week? So we started to formulate. We were thinking about the 632 big block, but then we said, let's do the LS. So this right here is our new 427 Motorsports Power Adder long block. This is a LS 427. It has the 6-bolt provisions like the LSX style around the head. So it's a 6-bolt head. It's head studded with P1. And then the bottom end has billet main caps studded on the bottom as well. And it's got an 8 counterweight crank, 2618 pistons, H-beam rods, exclusive grind on the camshaft, upgraded valve train, and all of the goodies to make it reliable for a power adder application.
power application that's driving almost 1,000 miles also. So the drivability, how's it been on the road with this?
It has been flawless on the road. We haven't got above 210 on the water temp, trans temp staying around 140, 160, climbing the hills with ease. Man, you couldn't ask for a better running engine than this one right here.
And talk about the transmission. You have a 480E. Is it level 3, level 5? Which one is it?
Level 5. So it's got all the goodies. Level 5. Yep.
And as far as engine management, what are you managing with this?
So I'm running a Holley Terminator today. Deutschwerk injectors, Whipple on top for the induction system. We got an AEM water meth kit to keep the intake air charge down cool. So it's got all the right pieces to make good power.
And ET thus far, your best ET?
Best ET was yesterday with a 960 pulling a nice wheelie. We're down on boost a little bit. We need a little smaller of a pulley, but we didn't bring it with us. But we're being consistent. We ran a 9.7 on Monday, 9.6 yesterday, and a 9.7 again today. So we're putting it back in street trim, and we're going to hit the road.
Well, shout out to anybody out there on the live feed that's watching this. If you have a smaller pulley for a Whipple, meet us at the next stop and get it to Isaac, and we'll see what happens when he parties with it.
Yeah, we love a bigger bottom or a smaller top to make some more boost so we can put all the power to it.
You know the car to find. Thanks, Isaac. Good luck, man.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
We are back. Thanks to KJ again for all the stories he's been gathering over the last few days here at the pit area for us, including this one. Good to have that chat down there and get the inside scoop on that Blueprint Malibu. We have an all-star cast in these staging lanes wanting one more rip at this racetrack this afternoon. We are going to go, weather permitting, about an hour here. That's the word from Lonnie Grimm. Staging lanes will close at 3, and they'll run out whoever is in those lanes at 3 p.m.
Right now, looking at the live feed, you see David Armentrout there on the left-hand side. Then you see
Steinke,
Honk.
And Graham Hayes sitting right there.
That's a big one.
Understanding that we're going to see Brian Goldstone again. Mike Finnegan will be running again. Actually, you can see the roof of Finnegan's car, a couple of three pair or so back.
I'm thinking Baker packed up his Nova and hit the road.
I think if Mike was able to craft a set of those kidney bean style wheels out of tungsten and time in the pit area, that may solve the front end issue. Billet tungsten wheels. I think we're onto something. Machining costs would be a little high, but Armentrout, the Ultra Carbon nose and various parts on that machine. Kind of went out there and pedaled it first time. As we talked about, we saw a fair amount of cars. I mean, percentage-wise, I think we saw a lot of cars, a higher percentage than we did in either the first two tracks, make full pulls their first time down. But
yeah, we did.
We certainly saw more guys pedaling if they knew they were going to get one, didn't know if they were going to get a second. So we saw more racers out there being a little bit more on the edge with their pedal game than they had been earlier in the week.
Well, I would say that the faster cars that are back here in this session are the ones who have something to lose or something to gain.
Yes.
These are not the people that are in 7th and 8th place in class.
No. The Pro Mouse is back. They had the issue yesterday afternoon at New Media where it left and didn't want to shift, but he was able to make the drive, so that's great. Yep. So we'll see the Pro Mouse down the racetrack in a few minutes. That is the blown small block S10 truck. Thumbs up given. Paul Powell's closing the door in the window, and David Armentrout's about to fire that Nova up. License plate on the Nova is great. Bad draw.
Bad draw.
You picked wrong.
Yep, I'm familiar with it. And I flew here anyway.
Sometimes you just have to embrace the suck, and you just move through it.
People staring at Finnegan's car on the screen while also typing in, is Finnegan running again?
Yeah, look, just when we don't think you guys can probe the depths, you go through the bottom of the barrel and bust out an excavator and start digging. It's impressive. I am impressed. I am most impressed today with the number of turn the sound down, and the immediate next comment, like milliseconds later, where it would be impossible for anyone else, said the sound is great.
Right.
I think some of these comments are actually just Warren and Jay commenting back and forth in a confidential manner at each other. They're subtly attacking each other, but they neither of them knows it.
What if it's all Michelle? She's got like a bunch of usernames up there.
Ters is back there with a bunch of different. We hear her cackling every once in a while when she posts as Ben Bristow. That is when, or EC Velo is maybe her evil.
She's the one that's asking about Cletus repeatedly.
She is.
Uh-oh, I accidentally made food burger kind of a regular thing. That's not good.
I mean, a regular thing amongst this group of people, though.
Yeah.
It's not like that can cross-contaminate the rest.
Right. I'll never see them anywhere.
This Petri dish is not jumping out into any sort of other life form. Dominic Liberici never apologized to me for the smoke. We enjoy the smoke. In fact, more is better. He's never going to fix some stuff. But as it turns out, Dominic, it was not the smoke that your truck generated. It was actually the exhaust pipe on the Chevette happened to swing down. The exhaust pipe, as we saw a video of it, Robin Lawrence sent me a clip of that. The exhaust pipe on the Chevette on the right side actually, instead of directing the smoke up, swung down and absolutely just pummeled the timing system with it. So it was not your fault.
What you missed while you were lightening the load was that they lined him back up on the right-hand lane and put another big diesel truck next to him and did the same just absolute crop dusting here.
Fantastico.
I'm just going to do it. Yeah, Cletus is about 10 cars back. Make sure to spread the word.
Yes,
we'll see him coming up.
Yeah, he's going to make a run in Consuelo, the helicopter, actually.
That's what I understand.
Yeah. Yes, we may have a life form inside one of the IR boxes down there.
They do have to go fix a light, so we will be just a moment here. Someone asked, has anybody ever tried drag week on a motorcycle? That's actually in the rules that you can only run four-wheeled vehicles that generally resemble cars or trucks. Or dune buggies maybe perhaps, but no motorcycles, no quads, no side-by-sides, no trikes.
Yeah, not even kidding, but the move on a motorcycle, if you want to do some endurance thing, is the Iron Butt Challenge. I don't know if you've ever heard of that thing, but these incredible, long, grueling rides on small displacement motorcycles. It's a drag week-esque way. As Ned Dunphy drives out the gate, he's heading on to Cecil County Dragway. But, yeah, look up the Iron Butt Challenge if you want some sort of endurance motorcycling challenge.
And by the way, watch On Any Sunday, no matter what you do.
Oh, On Any Sunday is fantastic. Malcolm, what was Malcolm's name?
Smith.
Malcolm Smith.
He's wondering how good the 60-foot is on the helicopter. I don't know. Cleet will be up here in a minute.
Yeah, we'll find out.
We'll be able to see
We're going to
that.
learn together. We're going to learn together. I understand KJ is going to be hanging off the skid, so...
Well, yeah, somebody's got to trip the beams.
Right, that's what it's going to be, yeah. Getting an intermittent blip down there at the top end, so we're just going to check the beam real quick, and a lot of times it can be either a little rodent in there or it can be a bug flying around that'll interrupt the beam every now and again.
Piece of guacamole flung from Lones' finger.
We had a full-on skunk inside one of the boxes one time at Bowling Green at LS Fest, and they popped the thing open, and the skunk ran out, and it was on the track, and they just had a car go behind it and kind of shoot it, and it walked it all. It took a minute, and I was playing the White Snake, Here I Go Again in my own, or Here I Go Again in my own song as it was walking down the racetrack.
Strangest thing I ever saw stop a race is a moose.
Loring, Maine.
Moose on track.
I was there.
Correct. Yeah, more than once, I think.
Yeah, they'd run the fire truck out there and turn the sirens on to scare the moose off.
And they tend not to care.
Seems as though our bulb down there, our beam, is happy. As Bob Ross would say, happy little beams. Again, Dunphy is making the trip. He's got 2 tracks left, and one is the place from where we all began this week.
See you next couple days.
More great stories. Corvette that ran down the racetrack just a little while ago, talking to the owner, ran down the left lane. The same lane his dad ran the same car down in 1982, driving the car down the racetrack with an engine he installed the camshaft in when he was 17 years old. That is phenomenal. Well, now we're going to get a little serious here. We're going to get pretty serious for these next few pairs as Graham Hayes and Dave Armentrout pull up. Both men in the same category, so another little heads-up interclass battle.
Hayes number 1, Armentrout number 3. That means black car number 1, green car number 3 in class. Both capable of 6-second runs. Typically, Hayes in the black car has been quicker, significantly. 6:28, 6:56. Meanwhile, Armentrout, 6:99, 6:85.
Armentrout is having issues, so it will be Graham Hayes on a solo, at least for the moment. Hayes got all of that one. 113 down low. 182 at the 8th mile. Hayes goes 635 at 228 miles per hour. And those guys are bouncing off the walls. 635, 228, a fair amount of smoke down there at the far end of the racetrack as he will make the turnout.
I actually saw it start to smoke out of the bullhorns when it was at maybe 800 feet.
Racer in need, Jim Monahan with a 2002 Dakota needs a half-inch by 13 helicoil kit with 2 inserts. He's in the center of the pits. Half-inch by 13 helicoil kit with 2 inserts. That is Jim Monahan with a 2002 Dodge Dakota.
Well, and they shut down Armentrout because, of course, they're going to go down there and have a look at the shutdown area.
Oof. Graham Hayes may have just made a very good run, but it may have been a very costly run as we are fortunately having to roll all the equipment. It sounds like Hayes has a mess on his hands down there at the top end. So again, Jim Monahan with a 2002 Dakota needs a half-inch by 13 helicoil kit with 2 inserts. He is in the center of the pits. So once again, there is a drive shaft shop in Reading or just down the road. Hartman Drive Shaft may be able to help that racer, but we have, if anybody has a spare 55-inch drive shaft laying around and a tail shaft housing for a Power Glide, that's going to be the more pressing issue. Getting the drive shaft made, I think, will be relatively straightforward, but a tail shaft housing for a Power Glide. That is the racer with the 71 C10.
I will pass on some schooling for you from Matt King, who did work for Harley-Davidson for a while. He says the Iron Butt Challenge isn't just for small bikes. It's open to everything.
Oh, okay.
It's 1,000 miles in 24 hours, and there's also the Bun Burner, is what you were doing earlier, which is 1,500 miles in 36 hours.
Wow. So we have some cleanup, of course, going on at the top end of the racetrack, not on the racing surface. It's pretty far down as well, it appears. And there is a still photo of what appears to be engine parts hitting the ground underneath Hayes' car. Generally speaking, not the best. Lots of guys and girls rolling out onto Cecil. Best of luck for those of you that are packing your stuff and heading out. Dominic, hope you get that baby fixed up. We'll see you at Cecil. Trying to think of maybe like the strangest engine we've seen at Drag Week. Probably goes back to like that Franklin, if you want to get right down into the weeds. I'm trying to think of anything that somebody's done that truly oddball, weird engine combinations.
Strangest motor?
Yeah. Ooh. Now you've done it.
See what I did there?
Now you've done it.
Apparently we have 3 EVs out here. There's the Lucid.
Yep.
There's the 40 Chevy.
And there's an El Camino.
There's a 68 El Camino in sort of primer black, I think, that is also an aftermarket EV conversion. If an EV runs quicker than 9.0, does NHRA require a diaper on it? I wonder how the diaper rule is written.
Yeah.
I think it's quicker than 850 or quicker than, it might be 9.0.
I think, I'd have to look. I mean, the good news is most racetracks now just require them almost on everything.
Yeah, as they should.
Hey, look, we have the network director for Hot Rod Magazine in here, of the Hot Rod brand, I should say.
Yep.
Mike Galimi, the man, the myth, the legend. I'm going to slide over here, Mike, to get all 3 of our smiling faces on the show here. How you doing, man?
Good. How are you guys doing? It's been a fun week.
It's been a really fun week. You've been chasing the stories. You've been looking at stuff. Kind of, what are your initial impressions of Drag Week so far?
I think it's great. I think everyone kind of gave us some crap about the short drives, but last night I think silenced the critics. It was very short mileage-wise, but the intensity of it was wild.
And the rain will be as well. So we haven't seen that in quite a while. The early days of Drag Week, you should see some of the torrential downpours that we drove these things in.
So, performance-wise, Ned Dunphy is, he's pacing to maybe reset the record books here.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's great to see those guys. They've tried for the last 2 years and have failed, right? And instead of just doing the same thing over and over, they've gone back, analyzed, what went wrong and how do you solve those problems. And I think this time they definitely have the secret sauce to do it. Jake Clegg, who is his crew chief, is he works at Arcade Racecraft, which they're not amateurs. I mean they're serious players. They're great on their game, so I think it's good to see them out there. We shadowed them on the road on Monday for quite a while, and it's impressive how streetable that car is.
really is. Checkpoints today will be Eastwood, and then what's the second one?
That Speed Shop.
American Speed.
American Speed Shop. Yeah, which is a cool story, right? Because the owner saw an ad in Hot Rod Magazine and was like, hey, I don't know what I'm going to do with my life, but this sounds like a cool deal for a franchise.
That is very cool.
So as our crowd thins out, the top end's getting cleaned up right now, and Graham Hayes' problems may open the door for Steve Speece. We saw Speece make a nice clean run earlier. I think he's left the premises, I believe. And if Graham Hayes, if that damage is as bad as it appears to be, then you get Speece and Dave Armentrout, who's sitting on the starting line, could be in a position to capitalize.
Yeah, Speece was. We had a good talk with him. On the road, if those who've seen him, you see a puff of smoke coming out of there, and it's like, oh no, that doesn't look good. And and he's like, that's normal. We don't know why, but this has been like this, the last couple of years that he's driven the car on drag week. They had to fix something in the rear suspension. I saw them had a welder out.
Okay.
They had touched something up, but they hit the road, and they're looking pretty good.
Let's talk about a car I know that you're super enthusiastic about, Glenn Sheely's Corvette. You had a one-on-one with that thing. You came in here, you needed a moment to yourself.
No, it's great. It's exciting. It's, super clean, super well done. And then it's like a small block naturally aspirated that goes almost 10,000 RPM that he drives on the street. It's absolutely insanity. But if you get a chance, check out that car. Like the passenger seat comes forward and there's storage behind it because they have no trailer. So they've kind of found every nook and cranny in it to fit what they need to bring along.
Yeah, the punchline on no trailer for that car I think is spectacular. They're actually just driving a mid-year Corvette, running 830s. It's naturally aspirated, and 10,000 RPM is valve train abuse. And yet I think it's going to survive. I sure hope so.
Yeah, and 4L80 transmission, right? That's a unique combination to run that trans behind, which you don't see very often on an NA application. It was great before they left. The rear tires were off, and they're like, oh, we're over at Mickey Thompson getting our rain tires put on. So they looked at the forecast and were like, we better be ready for this.
And Steve Speece, we mentioned his name. He's just pulled out of the facility now, so he is now on his way to Cecil County. Let's talk about drag strips a little bit here because we have had maybe 4. We've had right now 3, and I know tomorrow is going to be as good or better 4 surfaces that have just been so good.
Yeah, it's great. It's when you look at this, you need 4 tracks relatively close to each other, and we're running out of options, right? And the fact that we get Maple Grove, with their national event the other day, and then come back with New Media, which is another new one for the drag week crowd. It's good. I love exploring new areas. Like New Media had never been there, and it was fantastic. I think the spectator turnout was incredible. They said it was, I think, the biggest spectator crowd they've had in years.
Awesome.
So it was great to hear that. A lot of energy yesterday. This was fantastic. Look at the crowd here, and it was threatening to rain this morning. So it's been a great show.
And look, for a place like New Media, I should say it properly, that's the type of thing when you get all these spectators back, and it's like those are people that remember that the place is open, and they walk back and have a great day. And next thing you know, maybe they're showing up to a weekend race. Maybe they're going to run their car to Test and Tune. Maybe they show up to a Lucas Oil race. It's an important thing to get people reacclimated to these racetracks.
Oh, for sure. It's fun to come in, also show something different, right? It's what we produce for an event is completely different than what most tracks run on a weekly basis.
So somebody and people have asked us, talk a little on the timeline of when does the planning start for Drag Week 2026?
It began already. Again, there's only so many options we have. We want to get ahead of it. Our goal is to announce a lot earlier. Contracting and other business side of things. Sometimes it doesn't always work, but that's what we're working towards. So yeah, 26 has already begun chatting. We have a rough idea. We're just waiting for some pieces to get put in place.
So that means tracks will leak it on their website roughly day after tomorrow.
Yeah, early January when they post their schedules and the internet's loose. People have gotten pretty good at it. People have gotten pretty good at reading the tea leaves. But yeah, every once in a while the track will just pop it up there. It's like, oh, we meant to post the other version of that. It's like, yeah, thanks.
It happens. Tell us about the coverage that people can see on the various outlets of Hot Rod.
Sure. Usual, hotrod.com, our social channels. We've got an incredible video crew here that if you haven't caught their highlight clips.
Oh, man. Awesome stuff.
Just really talented crew. Nick Sims and his gang, Eddie. Really, their turnaround times, I think they've probably slept the least out of anybody, including I think they slept less than Goldstone and Robbins have done this week, which is pretty impressive, but they're young. They can do that sort of thing. HotRod.com, we've got a lot of great coverage coming up. Photo galleries. We have Andrew Link and Kevin Diassi photography. Both of those guys are top of their game. So great photos. We have guys at home, keeping up with the results, which I will admit we did screw up last night, but we got a good plan in place to get the results up pretty quickly as soon as Tanya gets them done today.
And, of course, you can also go back to the MotorTrend channel on YouTube and watch replays of all of this stuff. If you're a racer wanting to see yourself and hear how Brian and I criticized you, you can go back there and do the replay, and you can find that stuff. And, Galimi, I will also mention that your guy, KJ Jones, has done a spectacular job on pit interviews. We've had a lot of really good information out of that. You could pick those up and put them on social or as standalone videos, or you can go see them also on the replays.
Yeah. No, it's great. Mickey Thompson, Jason Moulton, and those guys, it's been fantastic. They came in, I think a year or two ago and said, hey, we want to get involved. And, that enabled us to bring KJ in on this to be the remote in-pit reporter.
Yeah, it's been great. And plus we get to ride with them and make fun of each other even more.
The attacks don't stop. The attacks don't stop. Well, Mike Levy, thank you very much for taking a couple of minutes. I know you're always running around, keeping your finger on the pulse of the entire event. Looking forward to what tomorrow has to bring and really what the rest of this afternoon has to bring. Brian Goldstone sitting at the end of the line right now. Some really fast stuff yet to run here as our cleanup is almost done at the top end. They're blowing the speedy dry off the big end of the racetrack, so that means we are not too far away. Mike, as always, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
He's Mike Galimi, and if you have a problem, just call him. Blame him. No. Mike and the entire staff working really hard, as they do every day and every inch of this event, from the event staff to the content production staff. They are killing it out there, as they always do. So, Armin Trout is sitting in his car. Goldstone's giving him words of encouragement down there, I'm sure. Inspirational speech like, Newt Rockney.
Someone asked, what's the cost range to get into doing this? This isn't cheap, but you can do it with virtually any car. You can show up and run in Street Machine Eliminator. It doesn't even have to be fast. You'll still have fun. You'll still see other cool cars. And so you get to sort of, pick your own ending on how much you're going to invest in the car. To do this out on the road, I always say when I go on my personal road trips with me and my son, it's $500 a day. But by the time I eat and gas and buy some parts and a hotel room, it's $500 a day. So I think you could probably do it for roughly that, as long as you don't scatter your garbage and have to buy a whole new crate motor at the side of the road.
Yeah, that would then upset that cost ratio.
We're scanning the chat right here, looking for even more questions that we can answer or criticize.
Yes, we will gladly receive bad questions and then tell you how bad those questions are.
We could have altered the sign to House of Criticism.
The House of Criticism.
No longer the House of Chaos.
We're in the House of Chaos, but standing in the closet of criticism. Can you use a rental car? Well, you in theory, if you put drag radials on it, you could.
No, the rules actually say you cannot.
Oh, you have to show proof of ownership.
Specifically, it says you may not.
A lot of guys did early on, and that was squashed.
Because lame. What's your favorite spot to eat? The counter of the announcer's booth, apparently.
Yes.
The guacamole is still, it's like a lubricant.
Okay. I quit. I'm leaving. I quit drag racing now. Yeah, the guacamole is now ruined this piece of paper. Went out with his boots on. What's the reason for kicking anything with a wishbone into modified, even if it fits Super Street?
No idea what that's about. I don't know the specifics. I haven't gone back and read that rule. I think if you have an aftermarket wishbone, it does end up kicking it up a class. I think Super Street and Street Race are for stock pickup points only.
Yes, someone corrected me, and then Mike corrected me. I keep saying that Ron Rhodes' silver car is the one he took on the first Power Tour. In fact, it is his red car that did that. My apologies, my sincerest apologies. the cars are being paired up with just how they come out of the end of the lanes. There is no pairing in drag week unless people want to have a little grudge runoff or whatnot. There is no, there's no pairing. There's just groups and then random pairs.
This is not a drag race.
You're right. They're handing in their own slips.
You can't do this even at the very highest level and be a pro drag racer. This is actually just amateur time trials, just like Bonneville Salt Flats. It really, if you race here, you're racing for a jacket, a guitar, and potentially the iconic Gear Vendors Trophy. What is the camaraderie like between all the racers? People who come out here who have done professional racing or aggressive amateur racing say that it is unlike any other drag race environment that they've been to. It is very chummy. People don't hate each other. They're really racing themselves more than other people. And it also feels a lot like land speed racing does. Did Tony Angelo not make it? No, Tony is here.
Yeah, he's running.
This one's no surprise.
Favorite slowest car in past events? I got to go with the Franklin because it was a slow car that was actually being driven as fast as it could possibly be driven.
Yeah, we've seen some others, but that one is a highlight, of course.
Tony Angelo lost the shop.
Yeah, I have that T-shirt. Is there a tire size limit for drag week? Yeah, basically the classes allow either big tires or not, and I think is it 11 1/4 or 11 1/2 inches is the go no go gauge on that.
Who created Hot Rod Drag Week? Well, take it away, creator of Hot Rod Drag Week.
Me.
Yeah.
Okay. End of that story.
High pressure guac number 3.
Sam with the Grand Nationals actually back home watching now. He said, would NHRA ratings improve if they had the two of us on the mic? Well, only maybe for the 14 seconds before we both got dismissed.
Right.
But it would be great 14 seconds.
Like they say, an engine runs best right before it blows up.
That's what would happen there.
That first 10 minutes would be fantastic.
Yeah, there's actually like Fox broadcast standards that wouldn't be met. It would get ugly.
Is a Ford FE running?
Yes. Scott Miller.
Sonny Leonard style Ford Hemi in that thing.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I've been told. Sonny's kind of Ford Hemi style engine in there.
I failed by going to the Assumption, which, as you know.
Yes. Makes an ass out of you and me.
He has been all FE all the time. I'm so happy that we've got that news.
What's the weight limit to compete? Well, David and I are here, so high.
There are weight breaks in some classes.
Yeah.
I'd have to run through the rules and check that. But by the way, you can run through the rules yourself, something that no racer really does. But they are available at hotrod.com. You can Google Drag Week Rules 2025 and find the complete PDF of all of the rules.
Levi Tierney brings up one of the great stories in drag racing right now, which is the fact that Great Bend, Kansas, that drag strip is being torn out and completely replaced. It will be reopened next year. It's been closed for the better part of 2 years. A contractor did a crummy job putting the surface down and then died. And it has been a whole thing with insurance and lawsuits, and thankfully that NHRA has worked with the SRCA drag strip, and it's come to a happy end for the sport. That track will be open for business, and he says Drag Week's got to go back there, and I agree. At some point, we got to get back to SRCA.
Someone's stating the fact that Freiberger sold the Dragoneer. That's incorrect. I do still have that. Yes, Diassi's out here shooting pictures.
Etiquette around getting autographs. Well, I would recommend heaving yourself in front of the rental car because simply standing next to it last night failed.
I don't know. Turns has got no fear. Yeah. Her attitude the other day was, I may have hit him, but he got up. So we're good.
She did say that he got up. So, and I mentioned the guy looked tough. He might have played hockey, so it's fine.
Man, I hate that we didn't know that new combo on the Miller car. Dying to kind of see that thing now.
Liquid Chicken T-shirts. That should be a T-shirt.
That makes me have some retch. I don't know. That's gross.
Can we strap Brian to the hood of Finnegan's car so it doesn't wheelie? It would be as effective as the tungsten front wheels.
If you want to see the thing run 13,
aerodynamic penalty may be a little high to pay.
Dave, what motorsport would you want to try that you haven't yet? I have pre-run the Baja 1000 with some folks, including Rod Hall. I think it'd be fun to do. I think I'm way too old for it now, but back in the day, that's something I would have wanted to do.
Your back is like a bag of glass.
Yeah, it's mushier than that.
All right, we're going to pay some bills here and get with our sponsors for just another moment on our live streaming coverage. They are finishing up at the top end, and we'll be right back.
You know, primary sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. I hope we can retain that position forever because it's just a fantastic event. For those top products of people that really use stuff, you know, really people who are working on their cars and know about cars and stuff like that. Great support from these fans. We have probably 30% of participants out here running our product.
Without gear vendors, you couldn't have low 6-second cars driving extreme because, you know, the heat's immense and you need that extra gear to get the RPMs down. And when your RPMs go down, your heat in the motor also goes down.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast, even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
The feeling of a car working is different than a feeling of a car going fast. We are running the Big Bubba ET drag, and when we got it, we ran our best pass ever, but it's a shoebox 55 Chevy running 6-second times on a Mickey Thompson tire, and that's cool. When I think of Mickey Thompson, I think of legacy.
Take control of your engine with Terminator X Bluetooth module. Compatible with iOS and Android smartphones, this plug-and-play module connects wirelessly with Terminator X and Terminator X Max. With the Terminator X Bluetooth module, you'll have real-time monitoring and adjustments at your fingertips. Customize your live dash display, including vehicle speed via your phone's GPS. The built-in Terminator X EFI wizard makes tuning a breeze. Get yours today at Holley.com and take control.
And we're back out of commercial, looking at our comments for questions once again. We understand we are not too far away from action. As David Armentrout still on the line, waiting to go in his 6-second Nova. People asking if the Eagle wagon is still four-wheel drive. I think it's pretty clear. Brian and I have not inspected any of these vehicles, which is why we have to we have to take some guesses, but our understanding and our visual is, yeah, does it have front runners on it? Yeah, it is. It's not four-wheel drive. People confuse this with Hot Rod Power Tour all the time. You know, they don't really understand. Power Tour is the world's largest cruise with a whole bunch of cars that occasionally has some fun runs on the drag strip. It is not a drag racing event. It is simply a tour from city to city, whereas Drag Week is specifically about the drag racing, although the drive from city to city is officially part of the competition.
Sorry, could you say that again so I can just write it down?
Yeah.
Can a four-door car be a gasser? I mean, well,
they had them.
We live in a day and age where everybody thinks everything can be a gasser. So.
Yeah, that's a peeve. Don't get me started on that. Brian can't write that down. He doesn't have enough paper. What was the greatest exhibition wheel stander? Well, it depends on if you want to go with the history and the impact and the thing that kicked it off, which would be Little Red Wagon. Back in the day, I would say a prolific one is Hemi Under Glass. But as far as greatest, coolest, I mean, backup pickup's pretty amazing if you want to just go with
backup
the
pickup's amazing.
Exhibition part of it.
Bob Perry's Hell on Wheels tank.
Yeah, there's
Ken Nelson's school bus. Ken Nelson's Freightliner. You had Louis Force, John Force's brother, ran his wheel standard for many, many years. Bob Hall in the paddy wagon.
What was
Danny O'Day in the super winch car? I mean, let's keep
Shrewsbury
going.
had the Knott's Berry wagon.
The Knott's Berry wagon, and he had the Dart, the LA Dart.
LA Dart. What was the Stingray Corvette that had the engine
Fugitive,
in the back?
the Fugitive.
Yeah, it looked like
also,
a Zinger.
Also Bob Perry's Fugitive.
Okay.
Yeah. The Maxi Taxi. The Maxi Taxi. That was the Maxi Taxi was a wheel stander, wasn't it? I mean, the jet car. No, it was a wheel stander. Was it?
Really?
Okay. The Thunder Wagon was the one that had the hoop on it that flipped all the way over itself, right?
Oh, yeah.
The Thunder Wagon, so it was an Econoline truck that had pipe welded and a semicircle over top of it, so the guy would do a huge wheel stand, then deck the brakes, and it would basically do a somersault, come back on its wheels again.
Kyle in the chat accurately says, don't forget Chevy Rebellion.
Chevy Rebellion, yeah. Richard Schroeder had the Bossa Nova, which was very good.
Yep.
Oh, Emergency West.
Oh, yeah.
Emergency West.
Yeah.
A couple of big blocks on the tailgate of a dually. That was,
square body crew
full-size
cab dually.
truck, too.
Yeah. That was good.
Oh, man. Yeah, you had Casey Jones had the Radio Flyer wagon. Jones had the two jet locomotive-themed dragsters, and he had the Radio Flyer wagon.
Where was I with Ed the Outlaw Jones?
Yeah. Your childhood hero.
The Candyland stage. Armentrout's got it fired up, and it's back in the burnout box.
Armentrout went to a water box with no water in it.
Yeah,
they got to put water down.
Noticing the same. Yeah, they're going to have to back him up on that.
A lot of, we can go down the list of a lot of, the neat thing was when the wheel standers had, they all had a hook. They all had an act.
A shtick.
Jim Nelson. Was it Jim Nelson, Jay, that had the dragster? Remember there was an actual rear-engine dragster wheel stander? I thought that might have been Jim Nelson.
Like Jim Jazzy Nelson?
No.
Yeah, he just tried to do a burnout in a dry box.
Why is this guy not putting water?
Oh, wheel stander conversation. Blasphemy?
They're in blasphemy, yeah. Sounds a little on the ragged side, but maybe it's just me. And they get the car aimed outside. They should back that thing up and reposition it. The car is aimed to the left.
It's hanging left, yeah.
Big time aim to the left. If he leaves with the front end up, he is not going to go 60 feet. Left with the front end down, didn't go that far either.
What does KJ call it? Pivot day.
Yes, he does. Here comes Will Fair, the 1956 Chevrolet. Chevrolet Brothers' trip into the automotive industry began, of course, with their manufacture of parts for Fords, like everybody else was making at the time, because they were
same with Dodge,
made
same
by
with Holly.
made by the trillions. So a lane swap. Will Fair is pulling a lane swap on himself.
Where did the random Chevrolet Brothers trivia fit into this?
Just as a Chevrolet.
Okay.
Lewis, and who is the other brother? Henry? Not Henry. The second Chevrolet brother, Gustav. Gustav was the second brother.
Louis.
Louis and Gustav.
Chevrolet.
And Louis was the one who was killed racing. Also the one who, I believe, won the Indy 500 very early on in its existence. And you know where the bow tie came from. Of course, that was a rather famous story. Not famous, but the knowledgeable story of the bow tie logo for Chevrolet. Came off of wallpaper at a hotel.
And, yeah, I was trying to think what the hotel was.
Yeah.
They're like, this is a good idea.
Yeah, we'll do this.
And people have been drawing it backwards ever since.
Yes, they have. All right, so we're setting no records of alacrity in our runs here. We're taking our time between pairs, but maybe we'll get a little momentum going as we know there is weather coming, and you can see which way the flags are blowing and that the intensity that they're blowing means that it's getting closer by the minute. So the quicker we can get cars down the racetrack, the more opportunity we're going to get for everybody out here.
Will he get it back in the sixes?
It's going to be good. He's going in there, maybe low 7, 690 at 210. 690 at 210 for Will Fair.
And it has been 671 and 702, so that is a return to the sixes for that car.
Nicely done there for Fair.
And here's Scott Miller, where I absolutely whiffed the engine description. What is your intel on this, Brian?
The intel from Bill Fowler out on the coast with the most out west, a Sonny Leonard Racing Engines Ford Shotgun Hemi.
Thank you very much, Bill, for solving that misspeak for me. Or straight up error. It wasn't even a misspeak.
They have been able to locate a new steering wheel. One of the honest failures that we've heard of in some time at Drag Week, the ring of the wheel just simply coming detached. That's looking a whole lot better for Miller. 124 down low. Scott Miller, 139 at the 8th mile, and Miller goes 793 at 174 miles per hour.
An absolute repeat of his performance from the first 2 days. That is a good sign for Miller.
Good sign for Scott and Jack Miller, and they will pack their tent and head to Rising Sun, Maryland. Rick Steinke and Ricky Edwards now. Steinke is taking a no-holds-barred approach this week. He is giving no quarter of the competition with Randy Seward dropping out. Rick doesn't necessarily need this run, but he wants it and wants to make sure he does not give anybody even a whiff of hope of catching him.
And we do see Goldstone right behind him.
Yes. So an update from KJ Jones from about Graham Hayes. The rods have definitely exited the engine. As they'd say in Australia, put a leg out of bed. Or all of them.
You drop a valve and ask that rod to hammer that valve into the head for a while. It's not great. Will this be great?
Ricky Edwards left before the tree was activated. Steinke sat on it and waited. He is right on pace. It's a 50. Yes, it is. With a 4 at 161 miles per hour. Steinke does it. Dead on 4 at 161.07.
It's just really impressive.
It is super impressive.
And here comes Goldstone.
When you see Mark's car go through at 5:46 with a couple of thou behind it, you know that is the pace he needs to maintain, and he has done it again, as now it is time for Bryant Goldstone to take his big shot at the right-hand side of the racetrack. So what did Goldstone run earlier? It was a high 6-ish, 200-something? It was a run they've held on to, but it was well off the pace of what they wanted to have, of course. The following racers have parts to pick up. Justin Roby, Matt Budd. If you've not left yet, Roby and Budd, you have parts to pick up. Kyle Koretsky down there taking video. Galimi's down there with the phone out. Everybody's got an inkling, got a feeling that maybe something big's in the air here for Bryant Goldstone. He is going to back it up. Once again, the beauty of this particular event, if that were qualifying at a traditional drag race, you would be SOL, as the kids say. Goldstone going to restage the car. Nope. Same thing it did in the second hit yesterday. 103 short time. That first 60 feet looked good, but it was not going to make the transition without shaking the tires, so he clicked it off, and he will go across the finish line. 2:45, the word has been that we're going to close the lanes at 3 p.m. Does he drive it straight back around? Maybe his prerogative. We have rain 15 miles away. There is rain 15 miles away from the racetrack.
And Mike Finnegan in Blasphemy in the left-hand lane.
Mike, we understand the car was fine after that last run. Mike needed to recover from seasickness in the pits for about an hour or so. He's been advised not to eat before making runs at least an hour before. And Gomes on the right side, the 16 model year Mustang. It has been the greatest show on two wheels so far this week. Let's see what Mike Finnegan can do now. Okay. Front end's light, but it's not flying around. Goes 897, 155, a tenth slower than he went yesterday, but he still got to the finish line.
You know what? It's not that it's popping up the front end on shifts. It's that it bounces every time it lands.
Oh, yeah, that's the issue. It's rebounding itself off the ground.
It pops up way more times than there are shifts.
Yeah. So a sub 9 second run, they will take it. Aaron Green, pretty as you please, right side, 103 in the 8th, and through the traps, 1050, 131. Lynette Jankowski and Paul Bigelow. Good side-by-side finish. Bigelow goes 9:31.3, 148. Jankowski 9:45.1 at 143.44. The car that sent David onto the internet, the Oldsmobile 442. And the diesel-powered Ford. This truck spun the tire pretty hard earlier. That's why they were back for a second shot. It's been pretty much a one-and-done rig most of
World's longest bump in.
Turbo's lit. And once again,
so are the tires.
Yeah. Yeah, the tires and the turbo. Look at the way he's going to go by Dubit, though. As Workman will freight train down to a 987, 156. He's still way off where he wants to be. Dubit goes 1197 at 86. As mentioned, the rain is within 15 miles of the drag strip. And the Pumpkin Spice Latte Express is rolled up on the left side. Brian Doyle, Sean Fitzsimmons. Really cool Camaro, the American torque thrust on it. Got the Z28 badging. Could it be a real Z28?
The Autumn Shaker.
The Autumn Shaker. Sean Fitzsimmons, 10:14, 138. Brian Doyle, 10:33, 436 miles an hour. Nice lick for the Camaro. Jesse Harris and Chris Conlon. Jesse Harris and Chris Conlon. The Dirty Diamond. And Jesse Harris and his diesel-powered 1980 C10. And Conlon goes hammer down the Bonifani side, 894.8, 152 miles an hour. Jesse Harris, 1090 with a 0 at 116.81. Neil Torbett roasting the tires on the back of his Ford pickup truck. Ricky Edwards back up in the 01 Camaro. Edwards needs to stage this thing or he's going to time out. He left before the tree activated last time. Now he's okay. Now he's going to go ahead and roll on through there. Okay, so Ricky Edwards locks himself down in the fully staged position. Torbett's going to go in. He'll sit there and spool her up. That thing is nasty. It really is. Every time I watch that leave, it reminds me how just brutal that truck is. 846 at 162. That takes some doing.
It's stout. It's awesome.
That takes some doing. Man. Chris Dacre and Dan Dinan. The Dacre-Dinan connection. First couple of shifts were good for Dacre, but the next couple were not so good. 849, 164 for Dinan. For Dacre, 810, 82 at 138. And LaMarche in the Dodge goes 12:28, 115. Cannon goes 13:16 at 106. Brian Acton coming up for a last shot at it. 5 minutes. The staging lanes will close in 5 minutes. Mike Brandt washed that thing last night. The Brandt Mustang.
Just for you.
Well, listen, I kind of liked it. It had a nice kind of museum stored charm to it.
Looked like it had been in the back of the Raiders of the Lost Ark warehouse.
Yeah. Yeah. Acton goes through a 5:49. He's going to be a couple hundred short of where he wants to be. 55 at 159 miles an hour. Mike Brandt takes the well-worn Mustang to a 13:63 at 99. Jeff Mall and John Bucci. Jeff Mall goes 9:37.7, 147. Bucci goes 12:38.5, 118. Mike Piasecki coming up left side. Piasecki, the 1967 Chevelle, and Ed Schwartz. One of the guys trying to keep his head above water in the street race small block power adder category. Little stumble there for the Chevelle of Piasecki, but for Ed Schwartz, 5:42, dead on with a 9. Schwartz goes 8.509er at 156 miles an hour in his Nova.
Did I hear a 9er?
You heard a 9er. Or if you're a fan of Howard Stern, 9. He went 8.50.999.
That's going to help him out, especially with Seward out. He's going to number 2 and threatening Rick Steinke.
There you go. Showing he can do the job as well. And we have 2 minutes before we close the lanes. Lanes will be closed in 2 minutes.
This is funny.
Camaro goes 12.20 at 1:15, and David Hurt takes the C10 down to a 15.037 at 91 miles per hour. John Faddis and Dave Lips. John, the 1940 Ford Business Coupe.
And Lips, the low qualifier in Street Machine. Can Lips run another 10-0?
.10.07, 139 as Faddis goes 10.09 at 127. All motor big block for John Faddis. Waiting for the official word from Lonnie Grimm, but I see 3 p.m. on my particular watch. His may vary. Lanes are closed. Lanes are closed. Cameron Bruscher and John Powell coming up. Staging lanes are closed. Time slip should be getting handed in at the base of the timing tower. You have 30 minutes after the last car, but you need to get those slips in. And Cam Bruscher goes 10.62.4 at 129. Powell goes 11.606 at 115. And here comes the Pro Mouse. It appears the Pro Mouse is also Lenko equipped.
As one would be if you look like that. I mean, that would be nice.
It does make it even cooler.
Yeah.
And it does drive down the highway with the zoomies. The whole works.
I remember in the early days of all of this stuff, people saying, oh, you can't drive a Lenko on the street. And you got to credit Larry Larson for dashing that one to bits.
Absolutely did. And he is having trouble getting the Pro Mouse
reversed
to back on up. His crew guy walked over and then he stepped back away from it.
The reverse unit being a separate chunk of the Lenko.
And this is going to turn into a manpower situation. It'll go in a gear forward. Ooh. Does not want to back up.
Well, remember the issue this had going down track yesterday. Remember how it was sort of groaning and loaded?
Yeah, groaning, and it definitely was. I think they're going to try to refire it. I think he's going to try to engage reverse and then refire the thing. It's very strange because you can tell it wants to get there, and I don't know if it's binding up or what, but it starts to make that like quarter turn in reverse. Now, if they can get it up and he can stage it, which obviously it has forward gears, he can still make the run. Any racer need, if anybody has a reverser pod for Lenko, I'll just throw that out there right now.
Just bring it on over.
So staging lanes are closed. Staging lanes are closed. Now he's having a major issue in this thing now. It will not, doesn't seem to want to move forward or backward. It's almost like the thing has gone over center, and yeah. So unfortunately the truck's going to be pushed back.
Sad trombone.
Phil Gullidge and Josh Felix. Gullidge unable to make the run here, but Josh Felix is in Pontiac.
The mark of great cars.
Pontiac. 993, 136. My dad was a member of the Pontiac Oakland Club International growing up. We would go to the Pontiac conventions.
Star Trek convention for Oakland nuts.
I tell you what, when you're a kid, you think it's cool. You
Yeah.
look back at it now. Probably wasn't as cool as I thought it was. No, it was actually used to be. I mean, you kind of think back on it. It was pretty cool. And you go to these places, and they had one in Sturbridge, Massachusetts, we went to when I was a little guy. And I just remember walking out of the hotel, and there were rows of 64 GTOs. I mean, it was unreal. I mean, I love those. My dad still has his. I love those cars, but I had never seen anything like it as a little kid. Brian Garfield is a local. He has a shop 5 miles away with a welder. If you need welding assistance or the use of a welder, his shop 5 miles away. You can see Tanya. She can distribute the address.
Doug Palmer, the Trans Am, and Matt Herm.
And Herm goes through 1068, 125. Palmer goes 1086 to it, 148. The Armentrout car is back in the lanes. So that will be one of the final cars to run down. I think we got about a dozen cars or so, 15 or so cars to run.
I have said nothing, and the S10 versus Safari versus Astro is going off.
No, man,
in the
you're
comments.
what we call a bomb tosser. You just rolled it in there and just ran
Walk
for the hills.
away.
Let everybody else do it.
You can throw yourself down on it if you like.
Guys talking about the effects of bush beans and Yingling beer.
That too.
It's chemical weaponry.
That we will test scientifically later
Chemical
tonight.
weaponry. I don't like baked beans. Michael Franks and Rick Dorn. Rick Dorn says 1053.4, 135 is what I'm putting on the board.
They're called Boston baked beans.
1168.7 at 92 miles an hour. They're called chickens.
There's a lot of stuff that's called California something or other that I don't eat.
Michael Higgins, 69 Chevelle. California Pizza Kitchen, one of those things. That is a place of last resort.
They don't call those pies at all.
No, they don't deserve to be called that. And Higgins going to run it to the 8th mile and soft pedal it to the end, 10:01, 113. Another pair of our SME machines as Armentrout comes around the corner. Porco and Hessen. I wonder how many guys actually live in this Maple Grove area that are going to just kind of stay at home tonight and make the drive up in the morning. A lot of New York and Pennsylvania plates around here. Porco goes 1089 at 129. Hessen goes 1115 at 115. And Armentrout. having to refire the car after the burnout. Dave Armentrout's car, 132 early. Armentrout at 479 through the 8th mile, goes 718 at 207 in the Nova on their last attempt of the day. And now we are down to the last handful of pair on this Wednesday at Drag Week 2025, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive. Our live streaming coverage, as we talk about all week long, brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. About 10 pair to run here. Talked about and thanked Molly Pistons, VP Racing Fuels, NOS, Summit Racing Equipment. Taylor Parks taking out frustrations on the Mustang, sidestepping the clutch is William Jordan. 864, 159. Nice run out of that car.
Actually, his best run of the week by a little.
The Subaru is back. Safin and Ramahi driving that car on the right side.
On the hunt for the 10s.
On the hunt for the 10s. The sob story on the hunt for the 10s. Charles Townsend, a 1965 Chevy Impala. Not hunting for 10s, but out here having a blast.
Will the Subaru go into the 10s?
We'll find out. Slicks on all four corners. Now, oh yeah. It's going to be close.
He's taking it easy on the shift.
It is going to be close. Almost 100 in the 8th mile, 11:33, 121. More there. Plenty more there.
He needs to get the thing down to a 7.0 at the 8th in order to get there.
Yeah, he needs a little bit, like the 1-2 shifts, killing a little time there.
Yeah.
If he can tighten it up between those couple, but 11:33, 121, impressive for Ramahi. Charles Townsend, 1768 at 81.
The uneducated would actually say that this was wagons a pair.
The uneducated would, but we're better than that.
Are we? Because that's not a wagon.
Not a wagon. Not according to Dodge. That's a sport touring car. They refuse to call it a station wagon.
And they refuse to call it fast.
The Tempest refuses to call it a wagon as well. It's like, get away from me.
1407 Tempest, 97 miles an hour, 1518 at 92 for the not a wagon.
Chris Engel appears to be back. Yes, he is. Engel had a long and tall wheel stand that resulted in a landing which we thought might have put the car out of commission because it oiled the racetrack, but clearly they were able to fix the issue. Love the hustle. Devin Noyce, a 70 Duster across the racetrack.
Well, and Engel's got something to gain here because Hayes already scattered connecting rods all over the top end.
Yes.
And we know we've got problems with Armentrout. And so Engel, he could actually be up in a podium position. He's run 837 and 841 with this blue Nova down here. Can he pull one together? Keep the front end down on the ground. Well, yes and no.
So Engel loaded up there, some black smoke out of the engine going down the racetrack, 860 at 164. Devin Noyce goes 1075, 124. I am going to guess, just because of how it looked, he has wheelie control in that car. And I'm going to guess that the wheelie control was set very conservatively, because you saw as soon as that thing tried to pull the nose up, it pulled power out. And as soon as the nose touched the ground again, it laid the power back into it. Either that or he has a very, and I'm not taking anything away from it, either that or he did a really nice job of just having a very sensitive feel for the car and pedaling it well. Dana Noyce on the chip. David Hart stages up his car. The super stock springs in the back doing their job for the 69 Satellite. And Hart goes 991.8 at 143 as Noyce goes 1125.2 at 121. The amount of tuning that those guys back in the day were able to do with leaf springs and snubbers and, you know, moving the clasps around for the springs, it's pretty amazing what they figured out back then.
What's more amazing is they convinced every Mopar guy to this day that only a pinion snubber can make a Mopar hook up.
Yeah.
You may not have Caltrax bars.
No, you can't do that. What are you,
can't
crazy?
do that. It's a Mopar. What
Yeah.
are you
30 minutes after the last car runs, which is only going to be a handful of minutes from now, that is the last car. Neil Torben, it looks like, will be the last car down the racetrack, and we have only a pair or two ahead of him. So once that final car goes down, the 30-minute clock starts. That is when you have to get time slips in by. So don't dilly-dally. If you have a time slip, get it handed in now. Get your paperwork done, and move on with your life. No, it's good. I want to thank our set designer for the attention to detail this week. Set designer also working as the switcher operator, doing the closed captioning, and the American Sign Language translation of the show all at the same time, which is a feat. And there it is.
Brian, the Lucid is just like you, coming out last, just like from the hotel this morning.
Sorry, second to last. And yes, I did. And look, a lot of people talk about how little sleep they got. I got more sleep than anybody this morning.
By 23 minutes.
About 23 minutes more than anybody got. Neil with the 67 Teal Dart needs an 8 3/4 center section.
Bummer.
A Chrysler 8 3/4 rear end center section. Neil is looking for one of those. If you're watching, you're listening, you're from the area, you're in the stands, you may have one. Or a racer, Neil with the 67 Dart needs an 8 3/4 Chrysler rear end center section. Top end has been clear. Looks like we have a pair and a half to run. So Jared Gall in the 2025 Lucid Air and Mr. Gomes in that 16 Ford Mustang. Lucid actually spun the tire a little bit coming off the starting line. It's all-wheel drive. The front tires actually, for a brief moment in time, lost a little grip. Gomes goes 860 at 161, and the Lucid goes 969 at 149 miles per hour, leaving us a couple of pickup trucks to go. We got Aaron Green taking advantage of a shrinking number of cars here this afternoon, 102 in the 8th mile. Green will finish up nicely at 130 miles an hour, but a 1077.3. Last car, nope, pair and a half. One pair and one. Or a couple. Dan Dinan, and Dave Workman coming up. Workman has had no luck today. A couple of tire spinning launches. He seems to have toned down the launch RPM. And he spun the tires again. A lot of success here for so many races, but Workman not one of them. 8:48.7, 163. And the Torbit Express will be coming up to round us out. And just caught up with Lonnie Grimm here. Same run order tomorrow at Cecil County. If you're coming to the racetrack, get there early. Run groups A and B will go, then C and D. If you're an impound racer, you'll be able to run with any group but D. And then we'll go into an all-run session. A, B, then C, then D. Impound racers with any group but D. And Brian Acton somehow by the skin of his teeth got back in the lane, so this is it. Neil Torbit and Brian Acton will bring this day, an exciting day at Maple Grove, an exciting day for all the right reasons. We had a lot of breathtaking moments yesterday, but today has been all about raw performance. A huge tip of the cap and a thank you to Kyle Koretsky and the entire Koretsky family, the entire staff here at the Maple Grove Raceway for not only there's a couple of big things that happened here. One, they got here so early that the racetrack was dried off. We almost started on time. We didn't start that late. They had scraped the racetrack. They had prepped the racetrack. They gave us an incredible surface. And for a first visit of Drag Week to Maple Grove Raceway, some of the best runs we have seen, some record-setting runs in various categories. So another shot over the fence, if you will, another feather in the cap of Maple Grove Raceway with how they handled this entire day today. Torbit sounded like he pedaled early. Acton is going to be closer, but not close enough down there. He goes 54, 159. Torbit goes 871.7, 156. And that, as the kids say, is how the tasty cakes crumble. Wait a second. Is there a car coming? Oh, the S10. Just when you thought it was safe to go outside, the Pro Mouse. And so, actually, the Pro Mouse truck does not appear as though it's going to be able to make a run. Tough move there at the very end of the day. These guys have been aggressive, been fun to see that thing go down the road. Well, that is going to bring us to the end of day number 3 at Hot Rod Drag Week 2025, presented by Gear Vendors. The live streaming coverage brought to you by MotorTrend. We got to thank Molly Pistons, VP Racing Fuels, NOS, and, of course, Summit Racing Equipment for all their support. Fellas, been a good day here. A day that we did not bend up any race cars, or certainly blew up some race cars, but we didn't bend any up.
Yeah, we did scatter some stuff, definitely, but I am looking forward to hitting the road and see what kind of stuff is broken out on the highways and to see what AI can bring our photos tomorrow.
Good day in the pits today, KJ.
Thank you very much, man. We had a fun day in the pits. A lot of cool cars, as you guys saw all day. But just the drama now. On Pivot Day, you've got classes and people that have made their move to the front, and you have some classes that are now juggled up. Yeah. You know, we were talking about it the other day where it looked like they were in the back before, but now they're sitting in a good spot. So I'm excited to see how the rest of this plays out. Really am.
We're going to hit the route just like everybody else. We're bringing the news, the updates, and the stories tomorrow morning from Cecil County Dragway, another historic East Coast drag plant on tap for Day 4 Drag Week. On behalf of Freiberger, on behalf of KJ Jones and our entire staff, Warren Evans, Jay Hollinger, and the rest of the crew bringing you the live stream from behind the scenes. We'll see you tomorrow morning.